Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal Venerable. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 121. Fated Brothers with Bitter Fate, Great Battle of Righteous and Demonic. Xing Hongshuan sat next to Hanju and started to tell him about her experiences over the years. She had met a fiendish expert by chance and had been given pointers on cultivation. The fiendish cultivator was the disciple of one of the 5 fiends, the white-haired fiend lady. She was a body integration realm cultivator and wanted to take Xing Hongshuan as her disciple. Xing Hongshuan said that she had a husband and wanted to go back and ask. Although the fiendish cultivator was displeased, she still agreed. Husband, are you afraid of offending a body integration realm cultivator? Xing Hongshuan asked. Her tone was full of teasing. Even a demon saint at the tribulation transcendence realm could not defeat her husband. What was there to fear about a body integration realm cultivator? Hanju said seriously, I'm afraid. After all, she has a strong background. If we fight and I kill her, she'll ask her master for help. I'll have to think of a way to kill her master then. It's very troublesome. Xing Hongshuan was taken aback. Hanju said, it's not peaceful outside recently. Don't go out. You're already at the nascent soul realm. Your lifespan should be close to 1,000 years, right? Nascent soul realm. That's right. This woman had already reached the nascent soul realm. Hanju felt that she was the real mortal cultivator who fought for fortuitous encounters. Xing Hongshuan nodded and said, I also think that the outside world is chaotic. More and more fiendish cultivators are appearing. That female fiendish cultivator said that the demonic path is going to rise. The fiendish cultivators in the world will respect the fiend emperor and then sweep across the world. Husband, do you think that the fiend emperor can do it? No. Why? When the demon rises by 1 foot, the Tao will rise by 10 feet. This is the way of the heavenly Tao. Xing Hongshuan fell into deep thought. Hanju felt a little pity. This woman had been away for so many years but didn't find any good treasures. Xing Hongshuan flipped her right hand and said, Husband, although I've had opportunities all these years, I haven't encountered any valuable treasures. What about this? Do you like it? Hanju looked at her palm. It was a slightly pink crystal fragment. He picked it up and subconsciously probed it with his divine sense. He felt resistance. Hanju frowned and forced his divine sense to break through it. Boom! The crystal fragment turned into ashes instantly. Hanju's consciousness captured a memory. A palace located above the sea of clouds. A paradise with many fairies playing in the sky and laughing. After Hanju read this memory, he was surprised to find that his divine sense had become much stronger. Interesting. Everything happened very quickly. Before Xing Hongshuan noticed Hanju's abnormality, it was already over. Yes, it is indeed a good treasure. Hanju smiled in satisfaction. Then, he took out the 9-star spirit trampling boots and gave them to her. He returned the favor. Xing Hongshuan suddenly grabbed Hanju's hand and pressed herself against him. She leaned close and said with a slightly panting voice, Husband. Hanju sighed and took off his clothes obediently. Xing Hongshuan stopped him. Her eyes were like silk. She smiled playfully and said, Don't be anxious. Take your time. Let's start while wearing our clothes. Hanju frowned. This woman was pushing her luck. A month later, all smiles, Xing Hongshuan walked out of the cave abode. She nodded slightly at Yang Tiandong, Xuan Chang'an, and the rest before turning to leave. Dao Comprehension Sword frowned and asked in a low voice, Why does she carry such a dense aura of masters? The black hell chicken on the fusang tree laughed. Because she ate master. Huh, Dao Comprehension Sword was alarmed as she hurriedly rushed into the cave abode. Xuan Chang'an shook his head and said with a plain smile, I wonder what is love. The black hell chicken snorted. Kaianer is already dead. Xuan Chang'an's smile froze. The black hell chicken was not joking. Kaianer was indeed dead. She had died outside 10 years ago when she had gone out to train. Li Qingzi knew about her past with Xuan Chang'an and had specially told him. In those few years, Xuan Chang'an had been sitting in front of the fusang tree, completely distracted. Stupid chicken, Xuan Chang'an gritted his teeth. The black hell chicken smiled and said, it's good that she's dead. Anyway, she doesn't like you. Cultivate well. When you ascend, I'll give you a fairy. Xuan Chang'an grunted coldly and turned his head away, not looking at it anymore. Murong Qi couldn't stand seeing his master being bullied. He stood up and said, Master Chicken, let's spar. Junior, let's fight it together. All right. Fang Liang stood up, looking eager. The black hell chicken was disdainful, but it felt a sense of danger. The two fools broke through too quickly. If this continued, they would eventually surpass it. Sigh, how great would it be if there was another Zhu Do? The black hell chicken looked down at the trunk of the fusang tree, and a bold thought appeared in its mind. Why not leave the fusang tree for a while? After comforting Dao Comprehension Sword for a while and waiting for her to calm down, Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune. The black hell chicken is getting bold again. Time to teach it a lesson. Hanju thought silently. Dao Comprehension Sword had just taken form and didn't understand many things. Just now, she really thought that Xing Hongshuan had eaten Hanju, causing her to be filled with hostility towards her. Hanju cursed Ji Neihe and checked his emails. After so many years, he wondered how the cultivation world outside had changed. Your good friend Mo Fucho is sealed in the Forbidden Land by your good friend Zan Shishi. Your divine pet chaotic heavenly dog encountered your disciple Su Qi spreading bad luck. As it is a divine beast of Providence, its good luck is offset by the bad luck x 6643. Your enemy Ji Neihe has encountered your disciple Su Qi spreading bad luck and his demonic nature has increased. Your good friend Huang Zuntian was attacked by a fellow cultivator x15. Your good friend Luo Kiyama was attacked by a fiendish cultivator x 4921. Your beloved Zan Qingjun has returned to the mortal realm. Your good friend Zhou Fan reincarnated and recultivated, awakening the memories of his previous life. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by a fiendish cultivator x 40024. Hanju frowned. Mo Fucho and Zhou Fan were too pitiful. One was sealed and the other was reincarnated. There was also Huang Jihao. He had been attacked too many times. Before this, it was the same as well. Had this fellow entered the demon's den? It seemed like the Fiend Emperor's influence would affect the Great Yan sooner or later. Hanju felt a sense of danger. He had to hurry up and cultivate. He cursed and started cultivating after completing his daily missions. With the addition of the dark purple stone and Dao Comprehension Sword's transformation, the spirit chi in the cave abode increased greatly. Hanju's cultivation speed was not much slower than before. Hanju was actually not afraid of the Fiend Emperor. He had so many numinous treasures and even Grand Unity numinous treasures. How could the Fiend Emperor kill him? He was only afraid that he wouldn't be able to insta-kill the other party. Sigh, this path of being careful is actually the most difficult. A month later, he continued to cultivate. Time passed quickly. Another 13 years passed. A piece of news reached the Great Yan. The demonic path empire led by the Fiend Emperor began to attack the righteous sects in the world. With irresistible force, the righteous sects were slaughtered one after another. The sects of the world and the various holy lands joined forces. The war between the righteous and demonic officially began. The various sects of the Great Yan were uneasy. It was worth mentioning that all the demonic sects of the Great Yan had left. Other than itinerant cultivators, there was not a single demonic sect left. They were also afraid of being eliminated by the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. While the cultivators of the Great Yan were panicking, Hanju successfully broke through to the 5th level of the Tribulation Transcendence Realm. Chapter 122, Huang Jihao's Resolution, Fang Liang's Emergence. One day, Taoist 9 Cauldrons came to visit and interrupted his cultivation. Hanju let him enter the cave abode. Taoist 9 Cauldrons was stunned when he saw Dao Comprehension Sword. Elder Han has a mistress in his house. This is my beast pet. She was born here. You don't have to worry about her leaking information, Hanju said. Pet, Taoist 9 Cauldrons revealed a subtle expression as if saying, gotcha. Hanju rolled his eyes. This old thing was obviously experienced in those games. Very experienced. Taoist 9 Cauldrons said seriously, the Fiend Emperor has already started a war with the righteous sects. The world is in chaos. Fortunately, the demonic sects of the Great Yan have already fled. We're temporarily safe, but only for now. I want to ask your opinion. You have been paying attention to the Fiend Emperor since a long time ago. Hanju didn't change his expression and said, my view is very simple. Focus on developing. The Jade Pure Sacred Sect isn't the #1 sect in the world. It might not even be considered a third-rate sect. With our strength, we can't change the situation in the world. Instead of being cannon fodder, it's better to cultivate properly. If the sky falls, the righteous holy lands will hold it up. Why should we interfere? Taoist Nine Cauldrons felt that it made sense. He hesitated for a moment and asked, what's Elder Han's cultivation level now? When he heard that Han Ju crushed a Tribulation Transcendence Realm expert, he almost peed his pants. How many years had it been? Han Ju's breakthrough speed was too exaggerated. Han Ju replied, I'm still in the Tribulation Transcendence Realm. Still, this word deeply agitated Taoist Nine Cauldrons. He knew Han Ju's age. He was only 500 years old. He had never heard of a 500-year-old Tribulation Transcendence Realm cultivator. Ridiculous. All right, I will do as you say. I hope the demonic path will not affect our great Yan. Taoist Nine Cauldrons did not stay any longer and quickly left. After he left, Tao Comprehension Sword asked curiously, who is he? Han Ju said calmly, Sect Master of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. Can I visit the rest of the sect? Yes, as long as you don't leave the vicinity. Tao Comprehension Sword immediately jumped up and left. Han Ju didn't mind and continued cultivating. He had also made the same arrangements with Morongchi and the others. They could move around in the Jade Pure Sacred Sect but not leave. Whoever dared to leave without permission would have nothing to do with him from now on. Han Ju cursed as he checked his emails regularly. As expected, apart from the people of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect, almost all of his good friends were attacked by the fiendish cultivators. The number of times Huang Jihao had been attacked exceeded 50,000. This fellow's cultivation had also increased tremendously. As expected of someone with connate providence, Luo Qiamo was also attacked by a fiendish cultivator. Han Ju guessed that he was helping Ji Nehi recruit the fiendish cultivators. The fiendish cultivators were arrogant, to begin with. How could all of them listen to the Fiend Emperor? They still had to fight first. From the looks of it, it would be very difficult for the Fiend Emperor to unite all the demonic cultivators in the world in at least 100 years. This wasn't a battle in the mortal world. Cultivators had all sorts of methods. If they couldn't defeat them, they could still escape. If they were subdued, they could still stab someone in the back. Han Ju felt that the demonic path empire was a joke. How could a dynasty filled with brutes that could rebel at any moment possibly be established? The reason why fiendish cultivators were despised by others was not that their cultivation path was different. It was because fiendish cultivators were prone to cultivation deviation and slaughter. Sometimes, they were even more dangerous than demons. After Zhou Fan reincarnated and recultivated, his progress was not bad. He had already reached the 8th level of the Qi refinement realm at the age of 13. Han Ju felt that he was really miserable. How many times had he died? This time, his life was deleted and started all over again. Mo Fucho was even worse. He had been bearing the responsibility of revenge since he was young. It wasn't easy for him to take revenge and follow Zhou Fan around. In the end, he was infected by the ominous power and became a true devil. Now, he got trapped in the ancient forbidden ground and it was unknown when he would be able to see the light of day again. Han Ju recalled the scene of him and Mo Fucho getting to know each other. At that time, Mo Fucho was like a gentleman. Be it man or woman, it was very easy to have a good impression of him. Times were different now, it was really quite amazing. This was the world of the living. Everyone had their own encounters and experiences. Han Ju didn't sink into pity. Instead, he warned himself. I can't lose myself. I'm on the right path now. The evening sky was as beautiful as a painting. Countless fiendish cultivators floated in the air, holding various equipment. They all stared in one direction. It was halfway up a mountain. Blood had already stained the entire mountaintop, and corpses piled up at the foot of the mountain. A man stood on the mountainside with a sword in hand. His white robe was stained with blood and dyed a deep red. His hair was messy and filled with killing intent. Huang Jihao, the person who had gone up to the Jade Pure sect to challenge Han Ju, had an innate sword heart. He left the Great Yan and was forcefully accepted by the true martial sect as a sword genius. Huang Jihao gasped for breath. He had already fought for 5 days and 5 nights, and his spirit energy was almost completely exhausted. At this moment, the billowing demonic clouds gathered as a vast heavenly might enveloped the world. Huang Jihao's expression changed drastically as his heart sank. A fiendish mighty figure had arrived. The demonic clouds that stretched for dozens of kilometers formed a terrifying giant face. A voice sounded, "Junior, your talent is not bad. If you're willing to kneel, I won't kill you. If you insist on being stubborn, humph." It was Luo Qiamo, Huang Jihao's expression darkened, and the hand holding the sword trembled. He felt an unprecedented sense of danger. He was no match for this demonic figure. Huang Jihao couldn't help but think of Han Ju. No matter how strong this demon was, could he be a match for that senior? If I don't even have the courage to face this demon, how can I challenge that senior? I was born with the innate sword heart. I live for the sword and die for the sword. If my sword is no longer sharp, what's the point of me living? Huang Jihao muttered softly to himself. Just as Huang Jihao was about to raise his sword, a vast pressure descended from all directions, covering the sky and the earth. It caused all the fiendish cultivators in the air to fall as screams of agony filled the air. HMPH. Luo Qiamo, do you really think that the righteous path has no one left? I have been in seclusion for 1,000 years, and now I hear that the demonic path wants to control the world. What a joke. Old friends, long time no see. Has your cultivation improved? Haha, today, we will kill one of the 5 fiends of the demonic path and bring glory to our righteous path. Since ancient times, evil cannot triumph over good. In the face of the demonic path, righteous cultivators should rather die than submit. Junior, you have done well. Hearing the voices coming from all directions, Huang Jihao let out a long sigh. A smile appeared on his face. The world was ravaged by the demonic path. Although the Great Yan was spared, they had always been paying attention to the affairs of the world, especially the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. It had already established contact with the surrounding cultivation world, and their information flow was faster and wider than before. The elders were overjoyed when they learned that all the righteous path figures had come out of seclusion. Many elders even wanted to participate in the slaughter of fiends. Fortunately, Taoist 9 cauldrons forcefully suppressed these comments and prevented the disciples from leaving the Great Yan. 7 years passed. Han Ju was still stuck at the 5th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm while Fang Liang had already broken through to the nascent soul realm. The talent he displayed was even more ferocious than Mirong Qi, causing the disciples and grand disciples to worship Han Ju even more. In their opinion, this was all due to Han Ju changing his fate. The Son of Heaven and Earth had a unique providence in this world. Even Mirong Qi, the reincarnated war god of the upper world, could not suppress his radiance. At times, Han Ju took the time to especially teach Fang Liang and Mirong Qi. He decided to let Fang Liang out. With this guy's luck, he would definitely be able to obtain a lot of opportunities. Han Ju might get a share of the treasures. After all, Fang Liang had a favorable impression of him at 6 stars. After so many years of teaching, Fang Liang had already developed a cautious personality. With the providence of heaven and earth, it was difficult for him to die. Chapter 123. 6th level Tribulation Transcendence Realm, defending the Sword Tao for 1,000,000 years. Han Ju imparted the 3 Pure Shadow Sword Technique, 7 Illusionary Steps, Major Chiliocosm Thunderstorm, and Wind God Technique to Fang Liang and Mirong Qi. The 2 of them were indeed unparalleled geniuses. In just half a year, they had completely grasped them. They were all at the nascent soul realm. Now that they were going out, they could protect themselves. Fang Liang, go out and train. After you see through the mortal world, come back and cultivate diligently. You will definitely be able to comprehend the true meaning of heaven and earth. Mirong Qi, you can also participate in the missions of the sect in the future and no longer be restricted to this mountain. Han Ju put his hands behind his waist and said to the 2 with his back facing them. Under the fuzang tree, Xuan Chang'an and Yang Tiandong couldn't help but open their eyes. Han Ju wanted Fang Liang to go out. This was the first time Han Ju took the initiative to let someone go down the mountain. Yang Tiandong's eyes were filled with envy. He also knew that he couldn't compare to Fang Liang. Terrified, Fang Liang hurriedly asked, Grandmaster, why are you chasing me away? Mirong Qi was secretly surprised, but on the surface, he was just like Fang Liang. Fang Liang was cautious, but Mirong Qi was not. He was even a little proud. There was a pride in his bones that Xuan Chang'an could not erase no matter how he taught him. In Mirong Qi's opinion, his talent was unparalleled. He should be famous throughout the world, not hidden on this ascetic mountain. He was willing to stay because he felt that his cultivation was insufficient. Go out to train, but you can come back whenever you want to, Han Ju replied. Fang Liang was relieved. Han Ju ignored them and returned to the cave abode. Tao Comprehension Sword was still cultivating. She went to the Jade Pure Sacred Sect and soon found it boring, so she started cultivating again. Han Ju sat on the bed and started to cultivate. Although there was Tao Comprehension Sword in the cave abode, the 2 of them rarely talked. Most of the time, they were silent. This was what Han Ju liked. Fang Liang stayed for 7 days before leaving the mountain alone. Xuan Chang'an stood at the edge of the cliff and watched him leave with a worried expression. Upon seeing him in such a state, the black hell chicken was not affected. Instead, it sighed. Sigh, is the chaotic heavenly dog dead? Why isn't it back yet? Yang Tiandong said helplessly, it's impossible for it to die. That fellow is very tough. Killing it is harder than ascending to the heavens. The black hell chicken did not reply. 8 years later, Hanju finally broke through to the 6th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. The first thing he did after breaking through was to use the simulation trial to fight against Zan Qingjun, who was at the 3rd level of the Mahayana realm. This time, Hanju was not defeated. After a few minutes, he finally killed her. Hanju was slightly dissatisfied. He even used the Grand Unity mystical power but still could not kill Zan Qingjun instantly. The Fiend Emperor also had this cultivation level. When he came, it would be troublesome if he couldn't be instantly killed. It seemed like it was time to strengthen his mystical power again. The last time he strengthened it was when he was at the body integration realm. Now, he should be able to take another step in the Sword Dao River. Hanju thought about it and decided to strengthen the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow World-Piercing Sword Finger. This mystical power could kill enemies from afar. This way, Hanju didn't have to show himself. Hanju began to ponder and comprehend the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow World-Piercing Sword Finger. Soon, he entered a state of Dao enlightenment. 2 months later, a natural phenomenon shocked the entire mortal world. However, the war between the righteous and demonic was ongoing, so both sides were worried that the enemy would be breaking through. The one who caused this phenomenon was naturally Hanju. He came to the Sword Dao River again with much familiarity. This time was different from the past. He could control his consciousness to move forward and stop. I should be able to meet that person again, right? Hanju thought silently. He stepped forward. One figure after another was overtaken by him. He walked at a moderate pace, paying attention to the flashing images of the sword cultivators. After a while, Hanju saw a familiar figure ahead, waiting for him. He immediately greeted, "Senior, long time no see. How are you?" The other party grunted. "It hasn't been long. You're here again. I won't stop you this time. Go and seek death if you wish." Hanju came in front of him and cupped his fists with a smile. "Thank you for your help the last few times. May I know your name?" The other party remained silent. Hanju continued, "I've already reached the Tribulation Transcendence realm. I'll ascend sooner or later. I still want to repay you in the future. With my current cultivation level, I might not catch your eye, but I'll work hard." The other party had always been guarding the Sword Dao River. He was definitely not a passerby. He might even be a supreme expert in the upper world. There were already 2 enemies of Hanju in the upper world. He didn't want to be alone and helpless. The other party snorted. "Cut it out. I'm presiding over the Sword Dao River only because I want to protect the Sword Dao. The mortal world you are in is not simple. Apart from you, there was also a genius who came previously. Although he was not as capable as you, it won't be difficult for him to become a sword immortal in the future." Hanju raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "What is that person's name?" "Of course I can't say it, but there is a karmic connection between you and him." These words made Hanju think of someone. Huang Jihao. He was born with the innate sword heart and had already stepped into the void amalgamation realm. He displayed the attitude of a prodigy. Hanju did not think further and continued forward. As he stepped past the mysterious figure, he felt tremendous pressure. He moved on. 2nd step, 3rd step. The last time, he had stopped at the 3rd step, unable to advance any further. This time, Hanju took another step forward. 4th step. 5th step. The terrifying pressure made Hanju frown. He gritted his teeth. 1 step further. Boom. Hanju's consciousness burst into blue flames, but his foot still landed steadily. He knew that he couldn't go any further. After Grand Unity, he took 6 more steps forward. It was enough. Hanju didn't retreat immediately. Instead, he slowly turned around under the terrifying pressure. The mysterious figure praised, "Impressive. Your talent in the Sword Dao surpasses all the sword cultivators in the countless mortal worlds. Zhang Guxing has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. Zhang Guxing." Hanju thought silently, then walked in front of him and said, "Thank you for your praise, Senior. I won't disturb your cultivation." Zhang Guxing nodded slightly as Hanju dispersed his consciousness. In an instant, the Sword Dao River shattered and Hanju returned to the mortal world. Boom! The 6-path spirit energy in his body suddenly erupted. His cultivation level began to grow rapidly. "Your mystical power, Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow World-Piercing Sword Finger, has grown greatly. It has been upgraded to a grand unity mystical power. You have comprehended the sword Dao, your cultivation has increased greatly. Hanju immediately circulated his cultivation technique and started to follow the momentum. Dao comprehension sword opened her eyes and looked at him in shock, but didn't disturb him. In order not to disturb the Jade Pure Sacred Sect, Hanju activated the system barrier and sealed the cave abode. 7 days later, his cultivation level stopped increasing. Although he was still a distance away from the 7th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm, it was already better than several years of bitter cultivation. Not bad. Hanju used his interpersonal relationships to look for Zhang Guxing's information. Zhang Guxing, mid-stage Grand Unity True Immortal Realm. Defended the Sword Dao for 1,000,000 years. Due to your top-notch sword cultivation potential, he has a favorable impression of you. However, he still has great doubts about your temperament. If you deliberately strike up a conversation with him, you will attract his disgust. Current favorability, 1 star. Grand Unity True Immortal, how amazing. Hanju saw the note at the bottom and couldn't help but feel awkward. Was this what an expert was like? So cold and arrogant. If Hanju ignored him next time, would it increase the favorability? Chapter 124, Fortuitous Encounter of the Son of Heaven and Earth, 1000-year-old Mahayana Genius. Hanju was stunned by Zhang Guxing's cultivation level. He thought for a while and had all kinds of ideas to raise favorability. In the end, he dismissed those thoughts. Nothing mattered more than being strong himself. Cultivating diligently was the right path. He should never rely on others. Hanju perked up and started the simulation trial. Facing Zan Qingjun, who was at the 3rd level of the Mahayana realm, he immediately used the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow World-Piercing Sword Finger. Instant kill. Hanju didn't stop. He adjusted Zan Qingjun's cultivation level to the 4th level of the Mahayana realm. Instant kill. 5th level of the Mahayana realm. It was not an instant kill, but he could severely injure her. 6th level of the Mahayana realm. Well, he missed. Zan Qingjun killed him instantly. When experts sparred, victory and defeat would usually be decided in an instant. Whoever attacked first would win. Hanju tried a few more times, and his reaction was indeed not as fast as Zan Qingjun's. It should be enough to deal with the Fiend Emperor. If Jinei was stronger than Zan Qingjun, he wouldn't have died in the heavenly tribulation. Hanju opened his eyes and took out the Book of Misfortune, preparing to curse Jinei, Luo Qiamo, Taoist Julian, Vermilion Bird, and Mo Yuling. He couldn't miss out on his daily missions. Hanju checked the emails. After so many years, he didn't know how Fang Liang was doing. Your pet, the chaotic heavenly dog, was attacked by righteous cultivators X38222. Your disciple Su Qi was attacked by a fiendish cultivator X12004. Your disciple Su Qi spread bad luck. The providence of the demonic path empire has greatly decreased. Your grand disciple Fang Liang encountered a fortuitous encounter and learned a body-tempering divine technique. Your good friend Luo Qiamo was attacked by a righteous path mighty figure and died. Your grand disciple Fang Liang killed a soul formation fiendish cultivator. He has comprehended a mystical power. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by a fiendish cultivator X41172. Wow, in the past 8 years, Fang Liang has encountered 4 fortuitous encounters. Is this the son of heaven and earth? How terrifying. Hanju was speechless. Then, he noticed that Luo Qiamo was dead. He quickly checked his interpersonal relationships. Luo Qiamo's icon had vanished. Hanju suddenly felt a little melancholic. Some of the people were gone without him noticing. There was one less daily mission now. Come to think of it, one of the 5 fiends of the demonic path had died. Did the righteous path make a move? This was normal. In Hanju's opinion, the righteous path was definitely stronger. Fiendish cultivators were ultimately not the orthodox way of the cultivation world. If one couldn't even control himself, how could he pursue the great Tao? Hanju secretly teased, Jinei, oh Jinei. I hope that I can kill you when I have the chance. Don't die before you meet me. 5 years later, Hanju successfully broke through to the 7th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. He was very satisfied with his cultivation speed. Compared to his good friends and enemies, his cultivation speed was definitely the fastest. Dao Comprehension Sword's cultivation speed was also very fast. He estimated that it would not be long before she reached the nascent soul realm. Yang Tiandong was already close to the soul formation realm. The Black Hell Chicken was still struggling at the Void Amalgamation realm and its cultivation speed was relatively slow. On this day, Mo Zhu called out to him from within the palace. Her tone was anxious. Hanju sensed it and moved into the palace. What is it? Hanju frowned. Mozu spent most of her time quietly cultivating, so her cultivation level increased quite quickly, almost reaching the soul formation realm. It seemed that the Mo family's ancestral cultivation technique was not simple. Mozu gritted her teeth. I want to go out. Please, let me out. My clansmen are waiting for me to save them. Save who? Mo Fucho or your ancestors? All of them. Hanju remained silent. Did the Mo family establish a WeChat group? How did they contact each other? Mozu grabbed Hanju's hand and said seriously, I know what you are worried about. You're worried that I will be deceived by my ancestors. However, although our Mo family is of the devil race, we are not cold and heartless. Now, the entire Mo family is sealed. Only I am still here. If I don't save them, the Mo family will be doomed. I finally found out that other than my brother, there are others in the Mo family. I can't ignore their pain. Hanju said calmly, you might die. Are you still going? Mozu nodded. Hanju took out a heavenly puppet that he had long prepared and handed it to her, saying, put it in your storage ring. It can save your life in times of danger, but only once. After you leave this time, don't think that I will come out of seclusion to save you. If you die, we can only continue our fate in the next life. Since Mozu had already been marked by his 6 paths insignia, he had to make things clear. With that, Hanju turned around and left. Mozu looked aggrieved. She also knew that Hanju cared about her. However, in this world, a person could not only care about their own safety. Other than herself and Hanju, she cared about other things. After leaving the hall, Hanju sent a voice transmission to Taoist Jingshu, asking her to remove the seal and let Mozu leave. Back in the cave abode, Hanju opened Mo Yuling's profile picture again. Cultivation at the 5th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm was no longer anything great in Hanju's eyes. Under his constant curses, Mo Yuling had previously suffered from chi deviation and was still severely injured. I won't curse you anymore. Good luck to you, Hanju thought silently. Even if Mo Yuling was hostile to him, she might not harm Mozu. After all, she had chosen Mozu as her successor. If she dared to act recklessly, Mozu would be able to see her true colors. In any case, with the heavenly puppet, it wouldn't be difficult for him to insta-kill Mo Yuling. In that case, I have to thank my parents for abandoning me and saving me a lot of trouble. Hanju mocked himself. After so many years, they might have already turned into bones. If they still remembered Hanju, they would definitely develop a good impression of him and enter the list of interpersonal relationships. But there was no such icon at all. Of course, they might still be alive, but they just didn't care about him. Hanju continued cultivating and ignored Moju's issue. Everyone had their own desires. He couldn't impose them on everyone around him. If one day, his disciple had to leave because of something that he had no choice but to do, Hanju wouldn't force him to stay. No matter what, Hanju could only care about himself. He only had one goal. Immortality. The path of cultivation was destined to be lonely. Hanju supported the people around him as much as he could, but he would not die for them. 2 years later, Taoist 9 cauldrons came to visit. Elder Han, good news. Indeed, you were right. There was no need for our Jade Pure Sacred Sect to do anything. The fiends won't succeed, either. The righteous Holy Lands have made their move. Luo Qiamo, one of the 5 fiends, was killed by a peerless genius from the heavenly immortal manor. That peerless genius is said to be only 1,000 years old. He's truly terrifying, Taoist 9 cauldrons said excitedly. Hanju raised his eyebrows. He thought that Luo Qiamo was beaten to death. He didn't expect him to be killed by a genius from the heavenly immortal manor. It was indeed impressive that he could kill one of the 5 fiends at 1,000 years old. 1,000-year-old Mahayana realm cultivator. How terrifying. Hanju asked, then, are the fiends in chaos now? Taoist 9 cauldrons shook his head and said, Luo Qiamo's death only worsened the conflict between the righteous and the demonic paths. It's said that the other 4 fiends are about to appear. Hanju frowned. Would Zan Qingjun participate? To be honest, he didn't want her to die in this chaotic situation. However, he had a feeling that Zan Qingjun was not entirely on the side of the fiends. Otherwise, she wouldn't have helped him hide the fact that he had slain Great Sage Green Python. At this moment, a line of words suddenly appeared in front of him. Detected bearer of Conate Providence, check its origin. Chapter 125, Ji Shanshan, Spirit Energy Competition. Conate Providence. Hanju raised his eyebrows and immediately chose to check. Ji Shanshan, 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Born with an invincible heart, determined to be the only immortal god in the world. Extremely conceited, born in the heavenly immortal manner. Reached golden core in 100 years, nascent soul at 200 years old. He is the strongest genius in the history of the heavenly immortal manner. He has always been in seclusion cultivating until the war between the righteous and demonic paths, when he had no choice but to come out. After hearing that Guan Yu of the Jade Pure sect was the #1 cultivator in the world, he especially went to challenge him. The strongest genius of the heavenly immortal manner. Wait, could it be that this was the genius who had killed Luo Qiamo? Han Ju asked. Sect Master, is the person who killed Luo Qiamo called Ji Shanshan? Taoist 9 Cauldrons shook his head and said, I'm not sure, either. The news spread too far, and a lot of information has been lost. Han Ju was helpless. He noticed that Ji Shanshan was extremely conceited. Was the heavenly immortal manor filled with conceited people? Ji Lengchen had a conceited personality. Speaking of which, the two of them had always stayed in the heavenly immortal manor and only appeared when their cultivations had reached great success. This heavenly immortal manor was stronger than Han Ju had imagined. He immediately checked the strongest person in the Jade Pure sacred sect. He quickly locked onto Ji Shanshan. He closed his eyes and began the simulation trial. Taoist 9 Cauldrons saw that he had his eyes closed and did not disturb him. He thought that he had something to say and was considering it. 10 seconds later, Han Ju opened his eyes and frowned slightly. This fellow was amazing. No wonder he could kill Luo Qiamo, who was at the 4th level of the Mahayana realm. Most importantly, Han Ju felt a kind of aura from him. He believed in his own invincibility. This aura was extremely terrifying in battle. Han Ju couldn't kill him instantly. He had to use both 3 Pure World Cleansing and Heaven Earth Mystic Yellow World Piercing Sword Finger to kill him. One had to know that this fellow was only at the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Han Ju was at the 7th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. I can't kill him instantly even with just 2 minor realms of difference. Han Ju felt the pressure. He looked at Taoist 9 Cauldrons and asked curiously, is there anything else? Taoist 9 Cauldrons was stunned. He shook his head and left. Looking at his back, he seemed a little depressed. Han Ju no longer cared about him. Instead, he was thinking about how to defend himself against Ji Shanshan. At this moment, Han Ju heard the sound of a flute. It seemed that someone was playing it. The sound of the flute was filled with killing intent as if it was preparing for a great battle. Han Ju swept his divine sense out and discovered that Xuan Chang'an, Black Hell Chicken, and Yang Tiandong didn't seem to have heard it. Fellow Taoist, a strong enemy is coming. What should we do? Dooku's voice floated over, his tone filled with anxiety. Han Ju frowned. Could it be that only Tribulation Transcendence Realm cultivators could hear it? Was it Ji Shanshan? Han Ju sent him a voice transmission, it's fine. I'll go take a look. Apart from him, no one else in the Jade Pure Sacred Sect could kill Luo Qiamo. Han Ju directly disappeared from the cave abode. Several kilometers away, among the continuous mountain range, a man in green stood in front of a cliff halfway up the mountain. He stood as his black hair reached his waist and fluttered in the wind. He had a handsome face and a gentle and refined temperament. His left hand was behind his waist and his right hand hung in the air. In his palm was a green bamboo flute. Han Ju appeared behind him and asked, what do you mean? The green-robed man turned around and looked at him sideways. He smiled and said, I'm Ji Shanshan of the Heavenly Immortal Manor. I heard that there's a great cultivator named Guan Yu in the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. He's supposedly the #1 cultivator in the world. I want to spar with him. Han Ju replied, Guan Yu. He left more than 100 years ago. Where did he go? To deal with the fiends. How about sparring with me? I won't harm your life. I'm not your match. To be able to hear my flute, you must be at the Tribulation Transcendence realm. I can't see through your cultivation level, either. You must be very strong, right, Elder Guan Yunchang? Han Ju remained silent. He began to think about how to defeat him. This person was extremely conceited. If he defeated this fellow, would it anger him? If he had no choice but to kill him, wouldn't that anger the Heavenly Immortal Manor? Ji Shanshan chuckled. Don't worry, I won't kill you. How arrogant. Han Ju frowned and said, if I win against you, will you keep pestering me and even start hating us? Ji Shanshan smiled even more subtly. No, to be honest, I'm already invincible in this world. FCK. How could he say something like that without cringing? Han Ju felt a hint of respect for Ji Shanshan. In terms of shamelessness, he was definitely invincible. How about this, you and I will compete in spirit energy and palm techniques. Whoever takes a step back loses. Ji Shanshan smiled. As he spoke, he put away the bamboo flute and raised his right hand towards him. Han Ju thought for a moment and said, "Go to the sky, lest you destroy the Jade Pure Sacred Sect." All right, the two of them leapt into the clouds. In a palace on the main peak of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect, Dooku was nervously watching the battle. He thought worriedly, Ji Shanshan, the number one prodigy of the heavenly immortal manor, has actually appeared. Taoist deity slaying is in big trouble. If Han Ju was defeated, should he make a move? If Ji Shanshan wanted to deal with the Jade Pure Sacred Sect, what would he do? Damn it, why was it that this sect would either be peaceful or encounter such huge matters? Above the sea of clouds, the sky was high and magnificent. Han Ju and Ji Shanshan stood facing each other. They raised their right palms at the same time, 100 feet apart. Almost instantly, both of them mobilized their spirit energy. Boom! The sea of clouds scattered, sweeping out several hundred li. Their robes fluttered wildly as two vast energies collided. The surrounding space distorted as if it were being burned. They both frowned. They only had one thought. The other party was a little strong. Ji Shanshan started to increase his spirit energy. Han Ju did the same. How should I act? Han Ju was conflicted. Ji Shanshan thought to himself, should I go all out? Will I seriously injure him? Their thoughts were almost the same. They were all thinking for each other. As the two of them exerted more and more power, the Jade Pure Sacred Sect was alarmed. Countless disciples flew into the air and looked at them. Under the fusang tree, the Black Hell Chicken, Shu and Chang'an, and the others were also stunned. Dao Comprehension Sword and Xing Hongshuan ran out of their cave abodes. Taoist Nine Cauldrons was just about to lead the elders to reinforce Han Ju when Dooku suddenly stopped them. He said in a low voice, "This person is the number one prodigy of the heavenly immortal manor. He's definitely a tribulation transcendence realm expert. All of you will be courting death if you go up." Xiao Yao was stunned after hearing this. He was once the number one genius of the heavenly immortal manor as well. However, he hadn't even fully grown back then. The number one prodigy 5,000 years ago was actually far inferior to the current number one prodigy. If news of this spread, who would dare believe it? Han Ju noticed the movements under them and decided not to act anymore. He suddenly raised the intensity. Boom! Ji Shanshan's expression changed drastically, and he immediately circulated his spirit energy with all his might. His entire body trembled, and he was actually not pushed back immediately. Oh no, I can't block it. Shocked, Ji Shanshan's elegant and handsome face instantly turned sinister. Immediately after, his spirit energy was directly dispersed by Han Ju's six-path spirit energy, and he was also forced to retreat. The blood in his body shook and flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He stared at Han Ju in disbelief. Impossible. Chapter 126. 8th Level of Tribulation Transcendence Realm, 3 Suns. Han Ju folded his sleeves and said casually, "You lost. Please don't develop any hatred points. If it appears, you'll die." Ji Shanshan stood still as if struck by lightning. He didn't wipe away the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. His expression fluctuated. It was obvious that he was extremely unsettled. Ji Shanshan gritted his teeth and asked, "Are you a Mahayana cultivator?" He had even killed a fiendish expert at the 4th level of the Mahayana realm. How could he lose to this person? Could this person be at the 9th level of the Mahayana realm? Han Ju hesitated for a moment and then nodded slowly. Seeing this, Ji Shanshan felt slightly better, but he still couldn't accept it. He said with a pained expression, "How can I lose to a Mahayana realm cultivator? How?" Han Ju wanted to say, "You're too arrogant. You're at the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Why can't you lose to a Mahayana realm cultivator?" Of course, I'm not in the Mahayana realm either. Ji Shanshan took a deep breath and stared at him. "Guan Yu, you are the first to defeat me, but I will win next time. I'm destined to be invincible. I was born to be an immortal god." Han Ju nodded and said, "I believe you. Your talent is indeed unparalleled. The future belongs to you." Ji Shanshan's complexion improved. Ji Shanshan has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 2 stars. Ji Shanshan left after saying, "I will prove you right." In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the horizon. Han Ju returned to the cave abode and ignored everyone in the sect. Dao Comprehension Sword quickly ran back into the cave abode and asked curiously, "Was that person very strong?" Han Ju replied, "Very strong, comparable to a Mahayana realm cultivator." Dao Comprehension Sword was frightened. So powerful. She knew that Mahayana was the highest realm in the world. In other words, her master was already a Mahayana realm cultivator. Han Ju shook his head and smiled. "I'm still far from the Mahayana realm." "Then why can you repel him?" Because I cultivate diligently, my accumulation is greater than his. Therefore, you have to be like me in the future. As long as you cultivate diligently and accumulate your foundation, you can defeat existences whose cultivation realm is higher than yours. Tao Comprehension Sword fell into deep thought. Hanju continued, there are at least 10,000 Mahayana realm cultivators in the world, not to mention the Tribulation Transcendence realm and the Body Integration realm. Although you have already transformed, you are still a natural treasure. If you're discovered by a mighty figure, they will definitely eat you. Tao Comprehension Sword's face turned pale after hearing that. Hanju closed his eyes and started cultivating. Defeating Ji Shanshan did not make him feel anything special. It was better to break through to the 8th level of the Tribulation realm as soon as possible. It would make him happier. The matter of defeating Ji Shanshan did not cause a stir in the sect. After Taoist Nine Cauldrons learned of Ji Shanshan's identity, he was nearly frightened to death. He immediately suppressed the matter, afraid that it would spread. The Jade Pure Sacred Sect could not be compared to the Heavenly Immortal Manor. This battle record was a blade that hung above their necks. Taoist Nine Cauldrons placed more importance on Hanju now. Sometimes, he would even personally come to the Immortal Mountain to plant the natural treasures and chat with the Black Hell Chicken, Yang Tiandong, and Xuan Chang'an to improve their relationship. Murong Qi was highly regarded by him, and his status and power rose. Most of the time, Murong Qi would return to the Fuzang tree to cultivate until he went out on a sect mission. Hanju focused on cultivation and prepared to reach the 8th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm in one go. 13 years passed quickly. Hanju finally broke through to the 8th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. He was nearly 600 years old now. Hanju checked the cultivation levels of Xing Hongshuan, Fairy Shizan, Mo Zhu, and Chong Yue. The lowest was at the 5th level of the nascent soul realm. Fairy Shizan was even leading ahead at the soul formation realm, which was not bad. The reason why they could improve so much was not only because of their opportunities but also because of the spirit Qi on cultivate diligently become Immortal Mountain. Hanju also wanted them to become stronger. He wasn't a traditional novel protagonist, and neither was the system. He couldn't take out longevity pills or immortal formation pills. Without another word, Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing. While cursing, he checked his emails. Your divine pet chaotic heavenly dog was attacked by righteous cultivators x 53111. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by a fiendish cultivator x 58934. Your grand disciple Fang Liang was attacked by demons x 467. Your grand disciple Fang Liang coincidentally encountered the Demon King's cave and obtained a 10,000-year-old demon core. Your good friend Ji Shanshan was attacked by a fiendish cultivator x 107666. Your good friend Ji Shanshan has slaughtered a demonic sect. His providence has increased greatly. Your disciple Su Qi was attacked by a fiendish cultivator x 5873. Your good friend Taoist Calm Sky was attacked by a fiendish cultivator and died. Your grand disciple Fang Liang coincidentally met the place where the ancient mighty figures discussed the Tao. He comprehended the true meaning of heaven and earth and his cultivation increased greatly. Most of the content involved the demonic path. The number of times Ji Shanshan had been attacked was simply too ridiculous. He was definitely the one who had taken the initiative to go to the sect and suffered the counterattack of over 100,000 fiendish cultivators. Hanju noticed the death of Taoist Calm Sky. This was an elder of the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect. Back then, he had infiltrated the Jade Pure Sacred Sect and wanted to kill Hanju. In the end, he was killed instead. After that, he didn't dare to anymore and instead helped the Blood Fire Heavenly Sect surrender to the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. His death might make Lu Bumi very sad. This was the cultivation world. People died every day. Hanju clicked on his interpersonal relationships again. He felt that there were fewer icons. Fortunately, the people he cared about were still around. In the raging dust of the mortal realm, lives come and go like the sand on the shore. Fellow Taoists, I'll walk your path for you. Hanju thought silently. He raised his hands and cupped his fists. It's rare for us to meet by chance in this world. I have to thank all of you for your appreciation and goodwill. Hanju sighed in his heart. Tao Comprehension Sword asked curiously, Master, what are you doing? Hanju replied, saying goodbye to those who have passed away. Who's dead? Someone I'm not familiar with, and many people I don't remember. If you don't know them well and don't remember the details, why are you sending them off? To warn myself that the path of cultivation is very dangerous. Remember, always be cautious and never lose your reverence. Tao Comprehension Sword felt deep veneration. Master's cultivation realm was truly high. Hanju got up and walked out of the cave abode. He frowned as he stepped out. The black hell chicken wasn't on the tree. Instead, it was cultivating at the edge of the forest. Hanju walked behind Xuan Chang'an and asked, "Has the fusang tree been moving recently?" Xuan Chang'an was frightened by his voice and subconsciously replied, "Yes." He turned around and saw that it was Hanju. He hurriedly knelt down. Yang Tiandong also woke up and knelt down to Hanju. The black hell chicken opened its eyes and hurriedly flew towards fusang tree when it saw him. Hanju raised his hand and sucked it in. He grabbed the black hell chicken's neck and asked, "How long has it been?" "A few years." "How many years?" "It's been 5 years." "Have you heard of chicken stew, braised chicken, roasted chicken, and chicken mushroom soup?" "Ah, master, I was wrong. I was wrong." The black hell chicken almost burst into tears as it shrieked. It was most afraid of Hanju. Although Yang Tiandong and Xuan Chang'an hated it, they tried to dissuade Hanju when they heard his words. "Master, it doesn't deserve death." Hanju suddenly looked up. The black hell chicken was still begging for mercy. Yang Tiandong and Xuan Chang'an subconsciously looked up. Xuan Chang'an had a strange expression and asked in a low voice, "Is there something wrong with my eyes? Why are there 3 suns in the sky?" Chapter 127 Mortal Golden Crow, Divine Golden Crow. Hanju's expression was solemn. 2 more suns appeared. Could it be the legendary 3-legged golden crow? Who could withstand 2 3-legged golden crows at once? Hanju used the simulation test and didn't detect the 3-legged golden crow. The vertical distance was more than 100 miles. Yang Tiandong was stunned for a moment. He turned to the black hell chicken and cursed, "Stupid chicken. Great. Do you know what kind of divine beast the sun is?" The black hell chicken was extremely nervous. "What divine beast?" "The golden crow that feeds on dragons and phoenixes." "Huh." The black hell chicken shuddered, and its feathers fell to the ground. Only then did it realize that something huge had happened. What should it do? It didn't dare to look at Hanju. Hanju didn't say anything and kept staring at the sky. Soon, he realized that something was wrong. The temperature of the world did not rise. Could it be that the 2 golden crows were blocked from the mortal world? It was very likely. If even the vermilion bird couldn't descend into the mortal world, it meant that it was very difficult for an immortal to descend into the mortal world, and neither could the golden crow. Perhaps that was why the golden crow was guarding the entrance to the mortal realm. However, if this continued, it would cause a disaster sooner or later. Hanju threw the black hell chicken onto the fusang tree and said coldly, "If you dare to take another step down from the tree, I'll cut off your chicken wings first." The black hell chicken hurriedly nodded. This time, it was truly afraid. Hanju watched for a while before returning to the cave abode. Since the golden crows couldn't come down, for the time being, he didn't need to worry. At the same time, more and more people in the world realized that there were 3 suns in the sky. This caused both the righteous and demonic paths to become nervous. Such a phenomenon was definitely an unprecedented disaster. For a time, the battle between the righteous and demonic paths was not as intense. Only a few months later, when everyone realized that 2 more suns did not seem to affect them, did they become active again. 3 years later, Taoist 9 Cauldrons found Hanju. With a worried expression, he said, "Elder Han, things are not looking good. The heavenly immortal manor and the other holy lands have gathered all the righteous sects in the world and are heading to destroy the demonic path empire. The righteous sects around the Great Yan are all preparing to go. If our Jade Pure Sacred sect doesn't go, will we be treated as fiends?" Hanju raised his eyebrows. They had to pick a side so soon. Hanju said, "Then let's go. Sect Master will lead them personally. After all, the Jade Pure Sacred sect is not powerful enough. With me guarding the sect, Sect Master can rest assured." Taoist 9 Cauldrons nodded and immediately left. He only said this before leaving as quickly as he came. After he left, Tao Comprehension Sword couldn't help but ask, "Master, why do I feel that you are the sect master?" Hanju glared at her and said, "You're not allowed to say that again." Tao Comprehension Sword curled her lips and did not say another word. He continued to cultivate. He prayed that nothing would happen to Taoist 9 Cauldrons and the others. With the heavenly immortal manor leading the way, the demon path empire should be finished. Several days later, Taoist 9 Cauldrons issued a conscription order to recruit disciples who were willing to go and fight the disciples of the demonic path empire. It was entirely voluntary. This trip was fraught with danger. He hoped that the disciples would consider it carefully. To Hanju's surprise, Fairy Shizan and Xing Hongshuan were also going. There was no need to mention Fairy Shizan. She was one of the core elders of the Jade Pure sect and controlled one of the 18 peaks, the Jade Serene Peak. She had the duty to lead such a major event. Xing Hongshuan visited Hanju before she left. She wanted to go because she hated the demonic path. Ever since she was young, she had been threatened by the Viridescent Nether cult and had been sent to the Jade Pure sect as a spy. Therefore, she had always been determined to eliminate all the fiendish cultivators in the world. Seeing that she was determined, Hanju didn't stop her. Anyway, her and Fairy Shizan's heavenly puppet had been updated. With the puppets, it was no problem staying alive. Moreover, if the righteous path joined forces, the demonic path empire would definitely perish. Taoist 9 cauldrons eventually led 20,000 disciples away. The weakest was at the Golden Core realm, and half of them were from the Blood Fire Heavenly sect. Hanju looked up again. The Black Hell Chicken had already returned to the Fuzang tree. Why were the 2 golden crows still unwilling to leave? Was this like the saying, it was easy to invite a god, but difficult to send them away? Hanju suddenly had a bold idea. He began comprehending his firmament sword chi. The description was, cultivate firmament sword chi in the golden core and spit out sword chi. He rarely used it. This time, he decided to raise the firmament sword chi to the grand unity mystical power level. A month later, a natural purple light phenomenon illuminated the world. Hanju came to the Sword Dao River as if he was familiar with it. It felt like going home. He continued forward and soon saw Zhang Guxing. The two stood facing each other in silence. Hanju broke the silence and asked, "Senior, do you know about the Golden Crow?" Sheng Guxing asked faintly, "You specially comprehended the Sword Dao just to find me and ask about the Golden Crow?" "Of course not. I love the way of the sword. I was lucky to have an epiphany, so I took the chance to ask you about it. The Golden Crow is an ancient divine beast that can transform into the sun. The Golden Crows are divided into Mortal Golden Crow and Divine Golden Crow. The Mortal Golden Crow is the son of the mortal world and is never allowed to leave the mortal world that it controls. Its cultivation level cannot increase, either. The Divine Golden Crow is one of the divine races of the immortal world. It has a deep foundation, and even the Heavenly Court, Divine Palace, and Demonic Palace don't dare to provoke it." Hearing his words, Hanju's heart sank. The Mortal Golden Crow couldn't leave, which meant that the 2 new suns in the sky were very likely Divine Golden Crows. Hanju asked, "Can the Golden Crow enter the mortal world?" "Of course not. The true sun flame in their bodies is enough to destroy the mortal world. The heavenly rules forbid them from descending." Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. As if thinking of something, Zhang Guxing counted with his fingers and asked in surprise, "Why are there 2 divine golden crows in your mortal realm?" "Although they are young." Hanju asked, "Are the young golden crows powerful?" Zhang Guxing answered, "Not strong. They're merely born with Mahayana realm cultivation." "Merely born with Mahayana realm cultivation?" Hanju felt insulted. "Why doesn't the Divine Golden Crow clan discipline them? If they come to our mortal world, it would be bad news for us mortals," Hanju said bitterly. "Who knows? It's none of my business. My duty is to guard the Sword Dao. Nothing else has to do with me. I saw nothing, so don't expect me to help you." Hanju remained silent. 3 breaths later, he bypassed Zhang Guxing and continued forward. Since he was already here, he had to try his best to become stronger. Just like last time, Hanju couldn't continue after taking another 6 steps. The firmament sword chi had officially advanced to become a grand unity mystical power. After returning to the cave abode, Hanju perked up and continued cultivating. His next target was the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. If the 2 divine golden crows descended into the mortal world, he had to have the strength to resist. In a dark cave, Zan Qingjun, the black-robed elder, the white-haired woman, and the ferocious monk sat together. The black-robed elder was one of the 5 fiends, Patriarch Blood Fiend. The white-haired woman was the white-haired fiend lady. The ferocious-looking monk was the fiendish Arhat. One of the 5 had perished, causing the atmosphere to be very gloomy. Fiendish Arhat said in a low voice, "I didn't expect the heavenly immortal manner to be so powerful. Ji Shanshan has already surpassed the realm of geniuses. Even if we were to fight him one-on-one, we might not be his match." The Patriarch Blood Fiend looked at Zan Qingjun and asked, "Demon Lord, are you confident in dealing with Ji Shanshan?" Zan Qingjun said expressionlessly, "No." Chapter 128 Su Qi enters Qi Deviation, 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Ji Shanshan is too powerful. We have to find a chance to kill him. Otherwise, the righteous path will only grow stronger. Patriarch Blood Fiend said in a deep voice. His gaze swept across Zan Qingjun, white-haired fiend lady, and fiendish Arhat. He hesitated as to who should attack. White-haired fiend lady covered her mouth and laughed. Then, Patriarch, why aren't you attacking? You're the strongest among us. Zan Qingjun and Fiendish R had nodded. Patriarch Blood Fiend cursed. Killing Ji Shanshan wasn't that simple. Even if he succeeded, there would be no end of trouble. This was a treasured member of the heavenly immortal manor. Zan Qingjun suddenly asked, there are 2 golden crows in the mortal world. Is that a sign? The 3 fiends frowned. They were also puzzled. The demonic path was ultimately not favored by the heavenly Tao. They were also worried that the heavenly Tao would punish them. Demon Lord, why don't you go to the netherworld and ask the devil race about this? Zan Qingjun said calmly, sure. But it'll take me more than 10 years for this trip. Can you all stabilize the situation? White-haired fiend lady smiled. Of course we can. We want to go to the netherworld, but we don't have the ability like you, Demon Lord. Zan Qingjun smiled and didn't reply. The atmosphere between the 4 fiends became quite subtle, all of them harboring ulterior motives. On a cliff, Su Qi was surrounded by countless fiendish cultivators. He held a sword in his hand and was covered in blood. He was panting heavily and his eyes were bloodshot. Ji Nehi stood on the chaotic heavenly dog and looked down at him, asking, why did you betray me? Is it the Devil Master's intention? The chaotic heavenly dog looked at Su Qi with mixed emotions. It was struggling internally. It didn't know if it should save Su Qi. But even if it attacked, it couldn't change the outcome. The dog was not the Fiend Emperor's match. It has nothing to do with the Devil Master. I'm a cultivator of the righteous path. I can't be with the demonic path. Su Qi said in a low voice. He straightened his back and was fearless. Master will definitely save me. Su Qi believed that. Ji Nehi narrowed his eyes, a murderous look in them. Dog, go eat him. Upon hearing that, the chaotic heavenly dog was alarmed. Ji Nehi flew up, no longer restraining it. The chaotic heavenly dog looked at Su Qi, who looked back calmly. Su Qi shook his head slightly. They had known each other for more than 10 years, but Su Qi couldn't stand working for him, so he betrayed the Fiend Emperor. Now that the fellow disciples were enemies, it was quite saddening. Su Qi still wanted to help the chaotic heavenly dog. He used his eyes to signal the dog not to attack him. Otherwise, Master would definitely not let it go. Su Qi didn't dare to use his divine sense to send a voice transmission, afraid of exposing his master's existence. The chaotic heavenly dog was caught in a huge dilemma. It thought of the Black Hell Chicken in Hanju. It thought of the warm and peaceful cultivation mountain. It had once possessed everything, but it chose to give up such a life. Now, it was already a prisoner. How could it kill its master's disciple? The more the chaotic heavenly dog thought about it, the more aggrieved it felt. The anger in its heart burned. What are you waiting for? Ji Nehi shouted impatiently. The chaotic heavenly dog raised its head and let out a long howl. It suddenly turned around and pounced at Ji Nehi. I'll fight it out with you. Boom! Ji Nehi sent it flying with a palm strike, causing blood to spray through the air. How dare you! Su Qi was furious. He was so angry that his head spun. His eyes instantly turned black and a strange black aura appeared around him. Ji Nehi looked at him in surprise. This power is... At this moment, an arrogant laugh sounded. Fiend Emperor, I've finally found you. Die. All the fiendish cultivators turned their heads and saw rolling thunderclouds sweeping over the horizon. Endless lightning struck down, destroying the mountains and rivers along the way. Amidst the thunder and lightning, a man in green stepped over. He was like a true immortal from the 9 heavens, charging over with the momentum of thunder. Ji Shanshan. 11 years had passed since Hanju had gained insight into the firmament sword Qi. Detected that you are 600 years old and have taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and slay the demons and devils. Your name will shake the world. You can obtain a numinous treasure. 2. Continue cultivating. Ignore the mortal world and rush to the Mahayana realm. You can obtain a numinous treasure and a random bottle of pills. Hanju chose the second option without hesitation. You choose to continue cultivating and break through to the Mahayana realm. You will obtain a numinous treasure and a random bottle of pills. Congratulations on obtaining the Grand Unity Numinous Treasure Giant Spiritual Wrist Guard. Congratulations on obtaining a bottle of Mahayana Soul Thought Pill. Giant Spiritual Wrist Guard. 5th Grade Grand Unity Numinous Treasure. It can absorb heaven and earth spirit chi and increase physical strength in battle. Mahayana Soul Thought Pill. A pill used by Mahayana realm cultivators to strengthen the soul. Another Grand Unity Numinous Treasure. Not bad. Hanju was happy. He immediately took out the giant spiritual wrist guard and began to make it recognize him as the owner. 4 hours later, he put on the wrist guard. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. As for the Mahayana soul thought pill, he had no use for it at the moment. He would use it after he broke through to the Mahayana realm. Hanju was already close to the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. He continued to cultivate and checked his emails. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by a fiendish cultivator X67823. Your divine pet chaotic heavenly dog was attacked by a fiendish cultivator and was severely injured. Fortunately, a mighty figure saved it. Your disciple Su Qi has entered Qi deviation. The power of his divinity is out of control. All living beings in the surrounding thousands of miles will suffer misfortune. Your disciple Fang Liang was attacked by a fiendish cultivator X12004. Your good friend Ji Shanshan was attacked by a fiendish cultivator X110982. Your Tao companion Zan Qingjun has left the mortal world. Your good friend Mo Zhu has entered the ancient forbidden ground. Her fate is unknown. Your grand disciple Fang Liang was possessed by a fiendish cultivator. His providence has turned against the fiendish cultivator, causing his soul to be greatly strengthened. Your good friend Taoist Nine Cauldrons was attacked by a fiendish cultivator X9877. Hanju frowned. Su Qi entered Qi deviation. What happened? As for the chaotic heavenly dog, it was also severely injured. The two of them were in terrible shape. The cultivation world was really becoming more and more chaotic. Hanju sensed Fairy Shizan, Xing Hongxuan, and Mo Ju's heavenly puppets. Since the three women were fine, he no longer cared about the rest. The fiends are too tenacious. How many fiendish cultivators are there? Hanju was secretly puzzled. This war between the righteous and demonic paths had been going on for decades or even centuries. Fortunately, he was not involved. If he had the time to fight, he might as well cultivate. Hanju shifted his attention to the sky above the immortal mountain. The two golden crows were still there. They were really persistent. Then, Hanju stopped thinking and continued cultivating. No matter how the world collapses, don't even think about disturbing my cultivation. 5 years passed. Hanju finally broke through to the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. In at most 3 years, he would be able to break through to the Mahayana realm. A 600-year-old Mahayana realm cultivator. Not bad. Hanju was satisfied with the progress of his cultivation, but he was not proud. After all, there were still enemies in the higher realms. Not to mention anything else, Hanju wouldn't ascend unless he had at least mid-stage Grand Unity Earth Immortal Realm cultivation level, the same as the Vermilion birds. Hanju started to check the others' cultivations. Fang Liang had actually reached the Soul Formation realm, while Merongqi was still at the 9th level of the Nascent Soul realm. Yang Tiandong and Xuan Chang'an were also at the 9th level of the Nascent Soul realm. Fang Liang had already surpassed his fellow disciples. Tao Comprehension Sword had also reached the 7th level of the Nascent Soul realm. After Su Qi's Qi deviation, his cultivation had soared. Now, he was at the 6th level of the Soul Formation realm. Chapter 129 Mahayana Realm, Heaven Evading Stone. 3 years passed quickly. Hanju raised his cultivation level to the perfected 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Next was to break through to the Mahayana realm. Hanju looked at the dark purple stone in the corner of the cave abode. This was the stone that fell from the sky and smashed on Fang Liang's head. Ever since the stone appeared, Tao Comprehension Sword had not encountered any heavenly tribulation. It had directly broken through in the cave abode. This stone might be able to conceal the heavenly secrets, preventing one from suffering heavenly tribulation. The reason why the immortal god held this stone was to avoid the heavenly Tao in the mortal world. Hanju was only guessing and didn't dare to be completely certain. If he directly transcended the tribulation and the heavenly tribulation came anyway, the immortal mountain that he cultivated on would definitely be razed to the ground. The heavenly tribulation he had encountered when he had broken through to the tribulation realm was already very terrifying, let alone the Mahayana realm's heavenly tribulation. After thinking, Hanju picked up the dark purple stone and left. Tao Comprehension Sword asked, "Master, where are you going?" Hanju replied, "I'm going out for a period of time and will be back soon. You'll stay at home." With that, he vanished. This time, Hanju didn't alert the others. He arrived at the wasteland where he had broken through to the Tribulation Transcendence realm. After 100 years, the wasteland still did not rain. It could be seen just how powerful the heavenly tribulation was. Hanju held the dark purple stone in his hand and sat in midair. He started to break through to the Mahayana realm. If the heavenly tribulation did not descend, this dark purple stone would be an incredible treasure. In a cave, Su Qi sat in a huge cauldron. His body was soaked in medicine. His skin was red and he looked pained. The chaotic heavenly dog lay beside the cauldron, staring at Su Qi and then at the figure at the entrance, who was watching the sunset. It was Ji Shanshan. Outside the cave was the cliff, and Ji Shanshan sat on the edge. He held a bamboo flute in his hand. The desolate and lonely sound of the flute entered the cave. The afterglow of the sunset shone down on Ji Shanshan as if covering him with a divine cloak. The chaotic heavenly dog couldn't help but ask, can he really regain his senses? More than 10 years had passed, but Su Qi had still not awoken. This made the chaotic heavenly dog believe that it was hopeless. Don't worry. Previously, he suffered from qi deviation and was only unable to control the power within his body. He's like me, born extraordinary and possessor of a power that surpasses all living things. Under the concoction of our heavenly immortal manner's secret medicine, it won't be long before he can control his own power and regain his consciousness. Thought of Han Ju. That person was definitely unordinary, too. Thinking of his defeat to Han Ju, Ji Shanshan was extremely displeased. He suddenly stood up and left after saying this. I'm going to slaughter a demonic sect to vent my anger. After he left, the chaotic heavenly dog looked at Su Qi again. It hesitated. Should I grab him and leave? Although Ji Shanshan had saved them, it always felt that he had his own goals. Every time Ji Shanshan looked at him, his gaze was fiery, causing him to think of an escape plan. If his guess was correct, Ji Shanshan wanted to use it as a mount and nurture Su Qi as his subordinate. Sigh, I really want to go back to the Great Yan. The chaotic heavenly dog sighed. This place was too far from the Great Yan. It was so far that even the chaotic heavenly dog was not confident of returning. If they returned, would Ji Shanshan be angry? Han Ju had killed Great Sage Green Python before. He might be at the Tribulation Transcendence realm, but Ji Shanshan could fight against a Mahayana cultivator. The chaotic heavenly dog couldn't help but tremble when he thought of how Ji Shanshan was when he fought against Ji Nehi. Half a year later, Han Ju officially stepped into the Mahayana realm without making a sound. The heavenly tribulation didn't descend. What did that mean? It meant that the dark purple stone was as he had guessed. This stone could hide from the heavenly secrets. It was a divine stone. Han Ju held back his excitement and landed on the grass, beginning to consolidate his cultivation. After breaking through to the Mahayana realm, he understood many truths, such as the rules of the world and the order of the mortal world. The Mahayana realm was the highest cultivation level in the mortal world. After reaching the perfected 9th level of the Mahayana realm, one would be forcibly expelled from the mortal world. Han Ju didn't want to ascend so soon. Perhaps the dark purple stone could help him with this. Since this stone could help him avoid the heavenly tribulation, could it also help him stay in the mortal world? Han Ju felt that it was very possible. The previous owner of Tao Comprehension Sword, the immortal god, might have relied on this stone to remain in the mortal world. Even if he couldn't, Han Ju would escape to the netherworld to cultivate instead. There were more solutions than difficulties. Congratulations on breaking through to the Mahayana realm. You have the following choices. 1. Immediately ascend and leave the mortal world. You can obtain a mystical power inheritance, a heavenly Tao spirit stone, and a numinous treasure. 2. Continue cultivating and don't ascend. You can obtain a numinous treasure. Han Ju raised his eyebrows when he saw the notification. It's enticing me to ascend. Impossible. Han Ju directly chose the second option. You choose to continue cultivating and not ascend. You will obtain a numinous treasure. Numinous treasure. Imperial Dragon Destiny Carriage. Imperial Dragon Destiny Carriage. 2nd grade Grand Unity Numinous Treasure. Mount Type Dharma Treasure. Can withstand a full-powered attack from a loose immortal. Han Ju raised his eyebrows. It can withstand a full-strength attack from a loose immortal. A clear hint finally appeared. In other words, with all the other Grand Unity Numinous Treasures on him, ordinary loose immortals could not kill him. Han Ju was secretly surprised. This was the type of treasure he liked. Defense was what Han Ju wanted the most. He continued to consolidate his cultivation. Half a month later, Han Ju completely stabilized his cultivation and became a genuine Mahayana realm cultivator. He quickly returned to the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. After returning to the Conate Cave abode, Han Ju sat on the bed. Tao Comprehension Sword heaved a sigh of relief and patted her chest. Master, you're finally back. I thought you had abandoned me. Don't worry, even if I abandon you, I won't abandon the treasures outside. Tao Comprehension Sword was confused. Han Ju picked up the dark purple stone and asked, what should this stone be called? Tao Comprehension Sword curled her lips, still feeling indignant about his words. Let's call it the Heaven Evading Stone, Han Ju muttered and revealed a satisfied smile. His naming skills were really good. He threw the heaven-evading stone to a corner and took out the Imperial Dragon Destiny carriage. The carriage was only the size of a palm. It landed on Hanju's palm and shone with golden light. 4 golden dragons carried a golden carriage, looking very majestic. Hanju started to make it recognize him as its master. 4 hours later, the Imperial Dragon Destiny carriage recognized him as its owner as Hanju kept it in the little universe belt. Then, Hanju started to simulate the trial against Zan Qingjun. This time, he didn't adjust Zan Qingjun's cultivation level and directly faced the 8th level of the Mahayana realm. Heaven Earth Mystic Yellow World Piercing Sword Finger. Instant kill. Awesome. Hanju became more confident. At this point, there shouldn't be many people in the mortal world who could kill him. Hanju comprehended the Heaven Earth Mystic Yellow World Piercing Sword Finger again. After breaking through to the Mahayana realm, he should be able to raise the upper limit of this mystical power again. It wasn't about raising strength, but elevating the essence of the mystical power. A month later, Hanju came to the Sword Dao River again. He walked quickly and soon saw Zhang Guxing. Angry, Zhang Guxing scolded him. Why are you here again? Is there a point in constantly strengthening one mystical power? Can't you cultivate properly and increase your cultivation level? Chapter 130 Devil Welcoming Ceremony, Mysterious Mystical Power. Senior, I can't agree with you. No one in the mortal world cultivates harder than me. Hanju frowned. Zhang Guxing was stunned after checking. You've already reached the Mahayana realm. How many years has it been? Not only was his talent in the Sword Dao peerless, but even his cultivation talent was also so terrifying. Zhang Guxing couldn't help but reevaluate him. Hanju cupped his fists and bowed to him. Then, he walked past him and continued forward. This time, Hanju wanted to see how far he could go. Zhang Guxing turned around and looked at his back. For some reason, he felt that Hanju was different from before. He was no longer like a mortal. Under the dark clouds, there were broken walls and ruins. Above the ground, Taoist 9 cauldrons led the cultivators of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect forward warily. Lu Bumi, Guan Yugong, Fairy Shizan, and Xing Hongshuan were among them. This is the demonic path Imperial City. It looks so dilapidated. It's said that the fiendish cultivators go crazy from time to time. The Fiend Emperor can't be bothered to fix the city each time. Strange, where are the other righteous sects? I feel the same. Everyone, be careful, the demonic path is full of tricks. The cultivators of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect whispered to each other. Everyone held their Dharma treasures tightly, not daring to relax. Xing Hongshuan looked up. The sky at the end of the dark clouds was blood red. A huge city could be vaguely seen at the end of the rolling land. She frowned, feeling uneasy. Lu Bumi followed Taoist 9 cauldrons and whispered, Sect Master, did you notice something strange? What is it? There seems to be no end to fiendish cultivators. What? Logically speaking, there shouldn't be more fiendish cultivators than the righteous path. However, after fighting for decades, there are still fiendish cultivators everywhere. In addition, the figures of the righteous path cultivators seem to be decreasing. Taoist 9 cauldrons' expression changed. You mean? Lu Bumi's expression was grave. The situation has worsened. I suspect that a force of the demonic path is causing the righteous cultivators to fall into the demonic path. Along the way, haven't we encountered many fiendish cultivators who have gone into chi deviation? Taoist 9 cauldrons shuddered. He could no longer remain calm. He looked around nervously at the ruined city. Corpses could be seen everywhere. He suddenly felt like he was being watched. Why don't we retreat? There's no need for us to slaughter our way to the demonic path Imperial City. Guan Yugong came over. Although the Jade Pure Sacred Sect was the #1 sect in the Great Yan, it was barely third-rate in the world. The sect's influence in such a decisive battle was minimal. Taoist 9 cauldrons stopped and turned around. Everyone, retreat with me. He leapt up and flew in the direction he had come from. Boom! A figure fell from the dark clouds and crashed into the dilapidated street, raising a cloud of dust and rubble. As the dust settled, a burly figure appeared. It was none other than one of the 5 fiends, Fiendish Arhat. The moment they saw him, the expressions of Taoist 9 cauldrons and the others changed. They could sense how powerful the other party was. Fiendish Arhat slowly opened his eyes. He placed his right hand in front of his chest and said, Amitabha. Where do you want to go? Since you're here, let's enter the demonic path together. Hanju's consciousness returned to his body. Spirit chi surged into his body and his cultivation began to increase. This time, he went beyond grand unity and advanced 20 steps. The Heaven Earth Mystic Yellow World Piercing Sword Finger achieved a qualitative evolution. Under his comprehension, this mystical powers, world-piercing, ability was improved in the area of trajectory. Sword Chi could fly out and pierce through space, shooting into the distance. It was similar to teleportation and spatial relocation. As long as one's divine sense could capture the other party, they could shoot from afar. Han Ju was very satisfied. Regardless of whether it was close or far, the heaven-earth mystic yellow world-piercing sword finger had endless destructive power. He believed that not many in the mortal world could withstand it. Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing Ji Nahi, Vermilion Bird, and Taoist Julian. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't stop his daily missions. While cursing, he checked his emails. Your good friend Taoist Nine Cauldrons was captured by a fiendish cultivator. Your good friend Fairy Shizan was captured by a fiendish cultivator. Your Tao companion Xing Hongshuan was captured by a fiendish cultivator. Your disciple Su Qi has escaped Qi deviation. His divinity has completely awakened and his cultivation has increased greatly. Your grand disciple Fang Liang was attacked by a fiendish cultivator x 4679. Your grand disciple Fang Liang was severely injured. Fortunately, the divine beast saved him and brought him into a grotto heaven-blessed land. Your good friend Mo Fucho was saved by your good friend Mo Zhu and escaped the seal. Your good friend Huang Jihao was captured by a fiendish cultivator. So many of them were captured. Han Ju frowned. Even Guan Yugong, Lu Bumi, and the others were captured. What happened? Han Ju immediately connected his consciousness to Xing Hongshuan's puppet. At this moment, Xing Hongshuan and the cultivators of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect were imprisoned in a hall. All of them were in low spirits. This hall was very vast and contained tens of thousands of cultivators. Han Ju also saw Huang Jihao. Huang Jihao sat in a corner, his hair a mess. He was in an extremely sorry state. What was going on? Han Ju sent a voice transmission to Xing Hongshuan through the heavenly puppet. What happened? Send a voice transmission to your storage ring. Don't speak. Xing Hongshuan was frightened by the sudden voice, but when she heard Han Ju's voice, she immediately calmed down. We were captured by fiendish Arhat. Xing Hongshuan sent a voice transmission to her storage ring and began recounting what had happened. Iriko, against one of the 5 great fiends, fiendish Arhat, the group from the Jade Pure Sacred Sect was naturally not his match. Taoist Nine Cauldrons and Lu Bumi were crippled by a single punch. Thankfully, fiendish Arhat did not want to kill them, so they survived. The 4 fiends seemed to be capturing righteous cultivators. It's said to be related to the devil welcoming ceremony. Welcoming, the fiend emperor seems to have an unspeakable secret. It's said that he was summoned to the mortal world. He might try to summon devils. In other words, you might be sacrifices. Yes, husband, this time, we are doomed. Let's be husband and wife in our next lives. Where's the heavenly immortal manor? I'm not sure. Han Ju fell into deep thought. What happened? He had thought that the righteous path had the upper hand, but from what Xing Hongshuan said, it seemed that the demonic path was winning. There was also the devil welcoming ceremony. Could it be that they were summoning the ancient devil race? The more Han Ju thought about it, the more nervous he became. He comforted Xing Hongshuan and stopped contacting her via voice transmission. At this point, he had no choice but to take action. When the devil race arrived, the world would be even more chaotic. Han Ju didn't want his cultivation to be disturbed. Han Ju lifted his right hand and raised his middle finger. He muttered, "It'll be up to you, then." Tao comprehension sword faced him and imitated his right middle finger. She asked him, "Master, what does this mean?" The hand action of a mystical power. Yeah, I can't use this mystical power easily unless I'm about to die. What's the point, then? It'll make you feel better before you die. What? And walked out of the cave abode. Chapter 131 Mahayana's Tao Lecture, If Fate Comes in the Next Life. When he came to the fusang tree, Han Ju noticed that Marongchi had returned. He sat under the tree and thought hard. The black hell chicken was napping on a tree and cultivating during the winter. Xuan Chang'an sat at the edge of the cliff and looked at the sky. It was unknown what he was thinking, but his back was covered with the aura of worry. Han Ju looked up. There were still 3 suns in the sky. The 2 little golden crows couldn't enter but were unwilling to leave. They were truly persistent. When Marongchi saw him walking over, he hurriedly stood up and bowed. Han Ju nodded slightly. Marongchi came up and asked nervously, "Grand Master, can I ask you for guidance?" "What is it? Of all the Taos in the world, which is the strongest?" "The Tao of the sword." "There's no strongest Tao, only the strongest martial cultivator." "Grand Master, I feel like I'm not suited for the Tao of the sword." Marongchi looked worried. Recently, he often went out on missions. He discovered that his combat ability could not be compared to the legendary prodigies. He even felt that he was mediocre. Hanju asked calmly, "Then, what Dao do you think you are suitable for?" "I'm not sure." "Then go and learn. There are various spells in the Jade Pure sect. When you find one that suits you, come to me. I'll guide you personally." "Thank you, Grandmaster." Mirongchi was pleasantly surprised. He quickly bowed and left. Hanju looked at the fusang tree. The tree was already very tall. The earth immortal gourd vine on the tree was also not bad, but he didn't know when it would blossom. After watching for a while, Hanju returned to the cave abode and started cultivating the 9th level of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. A year later, in the huge, spacious prison hall, tens of thousands of righteous cultivators were still cultivating. The hall was filled with a demonic aura that constantly ate away at their spirit energy. The cultivators could only cultivate and resist tenaciously. They were suffering. Xing Hongshuan and Fairy Shizan were also cultivating. Most of the time, the cultivators didn't communicate, as if they were in seclusion. Boom! The door to the hall suddenly opened and a burly figure appeared. It was none other than Fiendish Arhat. Fiendish Arhat swept his gaze across the cultivators in the hall and slowly said, "You still have half a year. If you're willing to join the demonic path, you can report to the fiendish cultivators outside the hall at any time. In half a year, the devil welcoming ceremony will begin. Anyone unwilling to surrender will become a sacrifice for the true devil." With that, he turned around. "Wait, I'm willing to become a fiendish cultivator." A middle-aged man shouted and stood up. The surrounding cultivators looked at him angrily. One of them drew his sword and wanted to kill him. A stream of demonic chi appeared out of nowhere and blocked the sword before wrapping around the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was pleasantly surprised. The other cultivators were unable to restrain themselves when they saw this. "I'm also willing to join the demonic path." "Me, too. Senior, please protect us. I don't want to die." "Sorry, everyone. Fellow Taoists, we've tried our best. We really can't resist." More and more cultivators stood up. The disciples of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect were also restless. Taoist Nine Cauldrons said in a deep voice, "The disciples of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect can only die fair and square. We can't submit to the demons." Upon hearing this, the disciples looked at each other. In the end, none of them stood up. Xing Hongshuan called into her storage ring, but Hanju didn't answer. She could only sigh. In the current situation, Hanju couldn't help them. Even if he came personally, he couldn't cross mountains and seas in a short period of time. It had taken them decades to reach this place. 5 months later, Mirongchi visited Hanju and said that he had found a suitable Dao for himself. Hanju walked out of the cave abode and brought him to sit under the fusang tree. Dao Comprehension Sword also joined in the fun. The black hell chicken opened its eyes and looked at them curiously. "Grandmaster, I think that the weapon of my Dao is a spear, or a long weapon. However, cultivators rarely use long weapons. Long weapons are more suitable for battles in the mortal world." Hanju wasn't surprised. He was indeed the war god of the divine palace. Most of the war gods used long weapons, both in myths and in the mortal world. Hanju waved his hand and cut off a branch of the fusang tree. He used his spirit energy to cut it into a wooden spear and handed it to Mirongchi, saying, "From now on, this is your spear." After catching it, Mirongchi was stunned. He did not mind, but he was very surprised. The fusang tree was Hanju's most precious treasure. It even attracted 2 sons. This tree was definitely divine. Hanju actually cut off a branch for him. No one else had such treatment. Mirongchi's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 5 stars. Grandmaster, this, Mirongchi hesitated. Xuan Chang'an hurriedly said, "Master, you can't do that." Hanju glared at him and said, "Are you going to help me reattach the branch now?" Xuan Chang'an was embarrassed and could only give up. "Today, I will preach the true meaning of heaven and earth to you guys. Let's see if you can comprehend your own mystical power or Dao technique." Hanju continued speaking as Yang Tiandong quickly sat down. A Mahayana cultivator was giving them a lesson. Such treatment was not something even the elites of the heavenly immortal manor had. Hanju began to speak. His voice was unfathomable, causing Mirongchi and the others to quickly enter a state of comprehension and contemplation. They didn't hear what he said clearly, but Hanju's voice had such a force that could allow them to enter a meditative state quickly and even increase their comprehension. Boom! The doors of the hall opened and fiendish cultivators rushed in. The voice of Fiendish Arhat rang out, "Send them to the devil-welcoming sacrificial altar. Kill anyone who resists." The righteous cultivators panicked. Huang Jihao was the first to stand up. He coldly snorted, "I want to see if you can laugh until the end." He was the first to step out, not allowing the fiendish cultivators to touch him. The others stood up. Taoist Nine Cauldrons, Xing Hongshuan, and Fairy Shizan did the same. Taoist Nine Cauldrons laughed as he walked. The disciples of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect are all good. His words wiped away the fear of the disciples of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. Everyone felt their blood boiling. Death was nothing to fear. Xing Hongshuan noticed that many of the surrounding fiendish cultivators were cultivators from the righteous path who had previously surrendered. She couldn't help but look down on them. She sighed, "Husband, we'll be husband and wife in the next life." "Your husband is Elder Han?" Fairy Shizan asked. Xing Hongshuan also lived on the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain, but the two of them did not have much interaction. Xing Hongshuan replied, "Yes. There might be no hope in the next life. When you reincarnate, he might have already become an immortal." Xing Hongshuan felt depressed. Fairy Shizan's lips curled up slightly. Her smile was very subtle. Guan Yugong walked over and said, "Junior, before I die, I have something to say that I've been holding back for a long time." Not listening. Senior brother, if fate comes in the next life, I'll be your senior sister. I'll protect you and return the care you've shown me in this life." At this moment, nearly 20,000 righteous cultivators walked out of the hall. Chapter 132 The Devil's Origin, the Great Tao of Longevity. After walking out of the hall, Xing Hongshuan saw many righteous cultivators being escorted out of the nearby palaces. It was hard to imagine how many righteous cultivators the Fiend Emperor had captured. Is there really no hope? Where is the heavenly immortal manor? Where are the holy lands? A female disciple's voice came from the side, her tone filled with indignation. Before they had been caught, they had thought that victory was near. Unexpectedly, the nightmare had just begun. Taoist Nine Cauldrons looked around, secretly shocked. Why were there so many fiendish cultivators? How did the righteous cultivators quickly become fiendish cultivators? Logically speaking, the transformation of spirit energy into demonic chi required a cultivation process. How could it be possible to disperse one's cultivation and cultivate again in a short period of time? The ground was flat and there were dozens of huge palaces scattered around. There were bonfires everywhere, and the number of fiendish cultivators was immeasurable. Demonic chi formed rolling dark clouds that covered the sky as if it was evening. From high up in the sky, the palaces formed a huge circle. All the doors faced the same direction. It was a huge altar 10,000 feet long and wide. It was completely pale and seemed to be made of white bones. It was eerie. Devil welcoming sacrificial altar. A circle of fiendish cultivators stood around the altar. All of them wore black robes, looking like ghosts from the underworld. Boom! The dark clouds above the altar surged violently, forming a terrifying vortex. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. In the distance, on a small mountain, Su Qi and the chaotic heavenly dog were sprawled behind a rock, looking over. So many fiendish cultivators. Are we really going to fight? The chaotic heavenly dog asked with a shiver. It had finally escaped the Fiend Emperor's grasp, so it did not want to take any more risks. Su Qi said seriously, "Our hearts belong to the righteous path, so how can we be afraid? If the Fiend Emperor's plan succeeds today and the world is in trouble, then our master can forget about cultivating in peace. At that time, when we look back, they might have just been lacking our help." The chaotic heavenly dog wore a bitter look. This kid was too righteous. He suddenly missed Ji Shanshan. How great would it be if that fellow came on the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain. After Hanju finished his lecture, the disciples were still in a state of enlightenment and couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. At this moment, Li Qingzi rushed over and came to Hanju's side. He glanced at Marong Qi, Tao Comprehension Sword, and the others and said in a low voice, "Elder Han, Sect Master, and the rest have been captured. What should we do?" The distance was too great, causing his news to be delayed by more than a year. Hanju replied, "Just wait." He wanted to say that they would be fine, but what if something happened? He couldn't guarantee such a thing. "I don't know what happened to those holy lands. They all disappeared. Damn it." Li Qingzi gritted his teeth. He felt that there was a conspiracy behind this. Hanju said, "They might be in trouble, too." These words were true. Previously, when he had read the emails, he had discovered that the heavenly immortal manors Ji Shanshan, Ji Lengchen, and Ji Kong had been attacked by fiendish cultivators. The number of times they had been attacked far exceeded that of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. It looked like they were being held back. Li Qingzi sighed and left. Hanju's expression did not change. In fact, he was using the heavenly puppet to observe the situation in the demonic path Imperial City. He was waiting for someone. Fiend Emperor Ji Nahi. As long as he killed Ji Nahi, the demonic path would naturally collapse. Before long, the cultivators of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect were escorted to the devil-welcoming sacrificial altar. They had been imprisoned for so long that they had lost their ability to fight due to the demonic chi. They could only look at the surrounding fiendish cultivators with hatred. This is the devil-welcoming ceremony. What's in the sky? Are they really summoning a devil? Legend has it that the devils were once the strongest race before the rise of humans and demons. Damn it, I can't use the spirit energy in my body. Where is the Fiend Emperor? The cultivators discussed animatedly. Panic, nervousness, and uneasiness spread throughout the altar. More and more cultivators were brought up to the altar. Fiendish Arhat stood beside the altar and chanted with his eyes closed. Some cultivators wanted to resist, but they were struck down by the fiendish cultivator. Their meridians were crippled and they were thrown onto the altar. They wailed incessantly and were extremely miserable. Huang Jihao arrived in front of Taoist 9 cauldrons and asked softly, "Is your sect's deity-slaying elder here?" In his heart, Han Ju was the strongest cultivator. If he came, there might be a chance of survival. Taoist 9 cauldrons shook his head. He was glad that Han Ju didn't come. If he did, the Jade Pure Sacred Sect would be completely wiped out. A look of regret appeared on Huang Jihao's face. Boom. Blood chi surged above the altar as a figure appeared above it. It was Patriarch Blood Fiend. He looked down at the altar and nodded. He directly released his own terrifying pressure, enveloping the great earth, making all of the cultivators on the altar feel as if their chests were struck by a hammer, extremely uncomfortable. When all the cultivators reached the altar, other than the fiendish cultivators guarding it, all the other fiendish cultivators knelt down and worshipped the altar. The world fell silent. There were more than 100,000 righteous path cultivators on the altar. None of them dared to make a sound as they looked nervously at the sky. What was happening next? "Welcome, Fiend Emperor," Patriarch Blood Fiend shouted. The hundreds of thousands of fiendish cultivators shouted in unison. "Welcome, Your Majesty! Welcome, Your Majesty! Welcome, Your Majesty!" The fiendish cultivators shouted in unison. Their voices gathered together, deafening. Every fiendish cultivator's face was filled with fanaticism. A figure appeared in the vortex. It was Fiend Emperor Ji Nahi. He raised his arms and said, "Inheritors of the demonic path." All the fiendish cultivators shut their mouths and stared at him. The righteous cultivators were even more nervous, not knowing what would happen next. When the world was first created, everything was chaotic. There were devils first, then gods, and then humans were born. Immortals and demons later appeared. They sought to be free from the constraints of the heavenly Tao, to become eternal and indestructible. They did as they pleased, seeking revenge as they willed. Ji Nahi's voice was filled with vicissitudes as he led the fiendish cultivators back to the distant past. Far away on the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain, Han Ju also heard his words through the heavenly puppet. He secretly wondered if this was a demonic path pyramid scheme. Han Ju didn't make a move immediately. Ji Nahi was high up in the sky, it was not the best time to make a move. At this moment, Murong Qi, the Black Hell Chicken, Xuan Chang'an, Yang Tiandong, and Dao Comprehension Sword had all awakened. "Grand Master, should we pursue lifespan or spirit energy?" Murong Qi asked. Han Ju replied, "All living beings have ambitions. My goal is to live. If you outlive everyone else, you will be the strongest existence." Yang Tiandong asked, "There are heavenly rules in the heavenly Tao. The cycle of life and death is a heavenly rule. After becoming an immortal, will we jump out of the cycle of life and death?" He had already given up on his ambitions and only wanted to pursue the great Tao of longevity. Immortals and deities are only stronger than mortals. True immortality is far away. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many reincarnations of immortals and deities in the legends. It's precisely because the apex of the great Tao is far away that we have to cherish the present. Today, if we cultivate less by a few minutes, after 1,000 years, how much time would we have wasted? 10,000 years. 1,000,000 years. Han Ju said slowly. He was distracted by the other event, but in the eyes of the disciples, he was unfathomable and had seen through the mortal world. Chapter 133 Crossing a large distance, killing the enemy with one finger. "Master, what realm are you in now? When can you reach the Mahayana realm?" Yang Tiandong asked curiously. Although they were all very talented, they knew very well. In terms of talent, they were inferior to Han Ju. Li Qingzi lived halfway up the mountain. Occasionally, when he chatted with them, they would mention Han Ju. He saw Han Ju become stronger step by step. Han Ju said calmly, "I'm already at Mahayana. Murong Qi, Dao Comprehension Sword, Shu and Chang'an, and the Black Hell Chicken all widened their eyes. Mahayana realm. The highest realm in the mortal world. When everyone was shocked, Hanju narrowed his eyes. His chance was here. On the other side, just as the Fiend Emperor was excitedly recounting the origins of the devils, a terrifying aura erupted from the horizon. Thunder rumbled and all the cultivators turned to look. They saw countless bolts of lightning forming a terrifying wall of lightning that stretched as far as the sky and earth. Amidst the sky filled with lightning, Ji Shanshan stepped forward. His green clothes fluttered. An excited smile appeared on his face. He glared at Ji Neihe and laughed. Fiend Emperor, this time, I must kill you. His appearance excited all the cultivators on the altar. After so many years of war between the righteous and the demonic, Ji Shanshan had relied on his powerful strength to become famous in the world. In their eyes, he was the number one in the world. The arrival of Ji Shanshan represented the arrival of the heavenly immortal manner. Ji Neihe frowned as he looked over. Patriarch Blood Fiend and Fiendish R had also turned to look. They were all very wary of Ji Shanshan. This person was too powerful. Su Qi and the chaotic heavenly dog followed behind Ji Shanshan. The chaotic heavenly dog said excitedly, "Has this fellow become stronger again?" Su Qi looked at Ji Shanshan's back, his eyes filled with shock. What sort of cultivation was this? To face the entire fiendish way alone, even if there were 10 million people, he would still have to face them. At the same time, Xing Hongshuan heard a voice, "Take out the heavenly puppet." Hearing this, Xing Hongshuan was stunned. Upon hearing Hanju's voice, she immediately took out the heavenly puppet. Beside her, Fairy Shizan caught a glimpse of the heavenly puppet. A strange look appeared in her eyes. The others looked at Ji Shanshan in the sky. No one noticed the appearance of the heavenly puppet. Under the gazes of the two women, the heavenly puppet raised its right hand and pointed its index finger at the sky. Uncultivate diligently become a mortal mountain, under the Fuzang tree. Mirong Qi asked excitedly, Grand Master, you've already reached the Mahayana realm. When will you ascend? What constitutes Mahayana? How strong is a Mahayana cultivator? Hanju stood up, and the others followed. Hanju raised his right hand and raised his index finger. He pointed to the sky and looked down. A terrifying aura erupted. What constitutes Mahayana? The Mahayana realm is where the distance no longer matters. All I need is one finger to slay the enemy. Mahayana means that I'm invincible in this world. Hanju said with a high-spirited smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly erupted with 6 paths spirit energy. Heaven Earth Mystic Yellow World Piercing Sword Finger. Sword light flashed, and the world was as bright as day. Under the shocked expressions of Mirong Qi and the others, a terrifying sword chi shot out from Hanju's index finger. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared to the end of the world. The wind that stirred up caused the mountain forest to shake violently. This scene shocked them, especially Mirong Qi. The attitude that Hanju displayed now was what he wanted to pursue. Invincibility. Under the billowing dark clouds, Ji Neihe stared at the oncoming Ji Shanshan with a frown. He was furious. What's wrong with the others? They actually released this fellow. Killing intent flashed across Ji Neihe's eyes. Since that was the case, he would kill the number one genius of the heavenly immortal manner. Ji Shanshan was also filled with killing intent. Other than that, there was also excitement. If he could kill the Fiend Emperor in front of the righteous and demonic paths, he would be the number one in the world. The number one in the world who saved all life. Boom. A terrifying sound came from behind, startling Ji Shanshan so much that he instinctively turned his head. However, before he could even turn his head, the sword light illuminated his face. From the corner of his eye, he saw a terrifying sword chi. He had never encountered such a terrifying sword chi. Too fast. It was so fast that Ji Shanshan didn't even have time to react. Ji Neihe's feelings were even stronger than his. He only felt a sword aura appear from behind Ji Shanshan. It pierced through his thousands of thunderbolts and headed straight for him. He had no time to think and instinctively wanted to dodge. What a pity, it was too late, he couldn't block it. Ji Neihe widened his eyes. The sword light shone on his face. At that moment, his mind went blank. He didn't think of anything. He still had the intention to kill Ji Shanshan. Until he was drowned by the sword chi, his body and soul completely destroyed. On the ground, all the fiendish cultivators and righteous cultivators also did not react. They only saw a sword chi appear out of nowhere. It tore through the sky and the endless dark clouds, directly crashing into the Fiend Emperor. There was no deafening explosion, nor was there an explosion that shook the world. When the sword chi dissipated, the Fiend Emperor was nowhere to be seen. Patriarch Blood Fiend and Fiendish R had widened their eyes in shock. Ji Shanshan also stopped, stunned. He subconsciously turned around. There was no one else in the sky behind him, but there was someone on the ground, a man and a dog. Who moved? Ji Shanshan trembled. Impossible. Was that an immortal? Mortals can't possess such power. How terrifying. Ji Shanshan had never felt such terror. Even when he faced Guan Yu at the Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal Mountain, he did not feel this fearful. Apart from Guan Yu, who else was stronger? The world was silent, only the thundercloud under Ji Shanshan's feet continued to rumble. Everyone fell into silence, unable to believe what had just happened. After a long while, Huang Jihao couldn't help but ask, "The Fiend Emperor is dead." His voice broke the silence. Boom! The devil-welcoming sacrificial altar exploded into a commotion. All the cultivators cheered. Xing Hongshuan and Fairy Shizan stared at the puppet. Taoist Nine Cauldrons, Guan Yugong, and Lu Bumi happened to catch a glimpse of the heavenly puppet which was still pointing at the Fiend Emperor. Hanju could hit Ji Neihe because the heavenly puppet was responsible for aiming. Could it be? Taoist Nine Cauldrons and the other two thought of a terrifying possibility. The heavenly puppet looked very much like a certain person. On the immortal mountain, Hanju retracted his hand. The fusang tree was still swaying in the wind. Leaves flew everywhere. Dao Comprehension's sword looked at his back view in fascination. Xuan Chang'an and Yang Tiandong were also full of admiration. The black-held chicken's eyes widened comically. Murong Qi clenched his fists and asked excitedly, "Grandmaster, what mystical power is this?" Hanju glanced at him and said, "Heaven Earth Mystic Yellow World Piercing Sword Finger, do you want to learn it?" "Yes, I thought you didn't like swords. I can try to modify it into a spear technique. It's too domineering." Smiling, Hanju walked back to the fusang tree and sat down. The others followed. Peace returned to the world. Murong Qi and the rest thought that Hanju was only showing them the power of the Mahayana realm. They didn't know that his finger just now had saved all the lives in the world. Hanju was not excited. He only heaved a sigh of relief. Is the righteous path finally stable now? Chapter 134 True Devil in the Mortal World, The Bridge of Forgetfulness. After killing Ji Neihe, Hanju felt as if a rock had been removed from his heart. He explained to his disciples and grand disciples while paying attention to the situation in the demonic path Imperial City. With his death, Patriarch Blood Fiend and Fiendish R had nearly died of fright. They immediately fled. Ji Neihe's strength was not much different from theirs. They didn't even see how he died, which meant that the person who had attacked was far stronger than them. They didn't dare to stay. Having his kill stolen, Ji Shanshan was furious and began slaughtering fiendish cultivators to vent his anger. The ceremony was thus halted. The righteous cultivators were saved. Under Hanju's instructions, Xing Hongshuan put the heavenly puppet back into her storage ring. The cheers resounded throughout the dark land. "Oh my god, what happened? The mighty figure has attacked. He actually directly killed the Fiend Emperor. Was it Ji Shanshan? Definitely not. Even Ji Shanshan was frightened just now. Who was it? Isn't the Fiend Emperor a Mahayana cultivator? Could it be an immortal? The heavens is blessing my righteous path." Su Qi and the chaotic heavenly dog were stunned. They were still in a state of shock. The sword aura that had just streaked past their heads was like a miracle. Su Qi was excited. He clenched his fists and cheered. "It must be Master." Upon hearing that, the chaotic heavenly dog was stunned. It asked in surprise, "Master killed the Fiend Emperor?" Su Qi nodded. "It must be him. He has been secretly protecting me, or I would have died long ago." The chaotic heavenly dog couldn't help but feel depressed. Why didn't Master protect me? It still did not believe it. "Hurry up, I want to go back to the Great Yan." Seeing that Ji Shanshan was still slaughtering everyone, Su Qi felt that this was a good opportunity. After saying this, he turned around and left. The chaotic heavenly dog hurriedly followed. It also did not want to be Ji Shanshan's mount. On the other side, Hanju had been observing the battle through the heavenly puppet, ensuring that nothing happened to the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. The death of the Fiend Emperor had dealt a heavy blow to the morale of the fiendish cultivators. They couldn't be bothered with the cultivators on the altar. The fiendish cultivators fled, but Ji Shanshan continued to pursue. After returning to the cave abode, Hanju sat on the bed. To celebrate the victory of the righteous path, Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing Vermilion Bird and Taoist Julian. Half a month each, with double the satisfaction. After the curse ended, Hanju continued to cultivate the 9th level of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. After the Fiend Emperor died, the world should be peaceful soon, and Hanju could cultivate in peace. He had already told Xing Hongshuan through the heavenly puppet that Taoist 9 Cauldrons should return soon. In less than a year, the death of the Fiend Emperor shocked the entire world. The demonic aura dissipated just as Hanju had guessed. Legends of the immortals began to spread, mainly because the Fiend Emperor had died too pathetically. He was insta-killed by a mysterious sword chi. The process was dramatic. Who the immortals were and which sect they came from became the greatest topic in the world. Many storytellers even fabricated all sorts of legends. In a dark space filled with thick fog, Zan Qingjun knelt in the mist. A cold voice sounded, "Ji Nei, he is dead. Don't you know who killed him?" Zan Qingjun took a deep breath and said, "At that time, the two Mahayana cultivators present said that the other party didn't appear. I suspect that it was an immortal. It's not the first time that an immortal has descended into the mortal world." There was silence as the cold voice stopped. After a while, Zan Qingjun asked, "Is the devil race's plan to enter the mortal realm going to continue?" Previously, the ritual had already begun. The providence of the devil race is near the mortal realm. This matter has probably alerted the immortal world. If this continues, I'm afraid. HMPH, continue. Let the devil master continue it. There are true devils in the mortal world. I've already sent the devil master to find the true devil. As for you, ascend as soon as possible. Yes. Zan Qingjun lowered her head as she answered, light flickering in her eyes. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Hanju finally mastered the 9th level of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. He didn't comprehend any new mystical power, but his cultivation speed increased. From now on, he could absorb the essence of the sun and moon and absorb the 9 nether spirit chi of the netherworld. At the same time, he was still a distance away from the 2nd level of the Mahayana realm. Hanju decided to go to the netherworld to take a look. He didn't dare to go personally. He first created a heavenly puppet and let it test the waters. If he reached the perfected Mahayana realm and had to ascend, he could still go to the netherworld to seek refuge. Half a month later, Hanju successfully created a heavenly puppet. He cast a spell on it as a black aura appeared on the ground in front of the bed, and a stone door embedded with strange patterns rose. Door of Reincarnation. This was a mystical power that came with the cultivation technique of the 8th level of the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. It could allow one to step into the netherworld and absorb souls, throwing them into the 6 paths of reincarnation. Dao Comprehension Sword's beautiful eyes widened in curiosity. She didn't dare say a word and could only watch quietly. Hanju controlled the heavenly puppet to enter the door of reincarnation. He then closed his eyes and focused on the puppet. After entering the door of reincarnation, the heavenly puppet was engulfed in black mist and could not be seen. Hanju carefully advanced. This was his first time exploring the netherworld. There was no sunlight here, and it was extremely dark. As he walked, Hanju felt water flowing under his feet. This made him even more nervous. He spread out his divine sense and discovered that there was nothing around him. There was indeed water beneath his feet. This water was very strange. When his divine sense touched it, it immediately dissipated. Water that could melt divine sense. Could it be the legendary netherworld water? After a while, light finally appeared in front of him. Hanju saw a bridge in the fog. Above the water, he couldn't see the other end of the bridge. At the end of the bridge, an old woman appeared out of thin air. She took the bowl from her hand and drank it in one gulp. Then, she stepped onto the bridge and disappeared into the mist. The Bridge of Forgetfulness, Mengpo. Hanju was curious. Wary, he turned and headed in another direction. He wasn't reincarnated, so why did he have to go to the Bridge of Forgetfulness? Mengpo might be a powerful being of the netherworld. He couldn't underestimate her. Before the cycle of life and death, you still want to go back. An ancient voice entered Hanju's ears. When he heard it, he immediately sped up and disappeared into the fog. Not long after, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended, causing him to fall into the water. Hanju immediately made the heavenly puppet self-destruct to prevent the netherworld mighty figure from following the heavenly puppet to find his true. Boom! Inside the cave abode, Hanju opened his eyes and immediately retracted the door of reincarnation. Cold sweat broke out on his back. The pressure just now was too strong. One had to know that the heavenly puppet had Mahayana realm cultivation, yet it was actually crushed to the ground by the pressure. I can't enter the netherworld carelessly. Hanju thought fearfully. Is the door of reincarnation connected to a random spot in the netherworld? Hanju shook his head. He didn't dare to try again. He had to be careful. If the other party followed the heavenly puppet and locked onto his true self, would they be able to kill him? It was not impossible. After all, to the netherworld, he was an anomaly. Master, what is it? Dao Comprehension Sword asked. Hanju shook his head and was about to answer when he suddenly felt the temperature rise. It was so hot in the cave abode. Wait, could it be? Hanju thought of a possibility and immediately disappeared from the bed. Chapter 135 Subduing the Golden Crow, the Demon Lord arrives. After arriving outside the cave abode, Hanju looked up. The sun formed by the two little golden crows grew larger and larger. Are they going to descend into the mortal world? Hanju frowned. Yang Tiandong, Xuan Chang'an, Murong Qi, and the Black Hell Chicken were all extremely nervous. Especially the Black Hell Chicken, because it was the one who caused this disaster. The thought of the legendary Golden Crow descending into the mortal world terrified it. Dao Comprehension Sword followed Hanju out of the cave abode. She looked up and asked in surprise, the two suns are about to fall. They were not the only ones. The disciples of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect also sensed that something was amiss. More and more people flew into the sky and pointed at the three suns. Hanju hesitated. Should he shoot a finger at the two little golden crows and scare them away? Sensing that the temperature was rising, he felt that he could not wait any longer. He immediately jumped up and quickly reached the top. He looked up and saw two huge fire ravens ramming into the sky. The true sun flame on their bodies grew stronger. The golden crow was shaped like a fire crow. It had 3 legs and a wingspan of 10 miles. It was very domineering, and one could not tell that it was still young. Cracks had already appeared in the sky, and the two 3-legged golden crows were about to charge in. At this moment, a line of words suddenly appeared in front of Hanju. Detected bearer of Conate Providence, check its origin. Conate Providence. Hanju immediately chose to check. Divine Golden Crow, 7th level of the Mahayana realm. Currently in its infancy stage, it was abandoned by the Golden Crow divine clan due to its potential. It sensed the aura of the Fusang tree and rushed to the mortal world in order to become stronger. Due to the interference of the heavenly Tao's providence by the devil race, the two golden crows found an opportunity to forcefully enter the mortal world. 2 identical messages appeared in front of Hanju. Abandoned by the Golden Crow divine clan. Hanju caught the important information. Since they were abandoned, would Hanju offend the Golden Crow divine clan by killing them? Not necessarily. A clan like this definitely cared about their face. If they knew that these two had been killed by mortals, how could they not be angry? Hanju thought silently. A Taoist appeared not far away. Shocked, he screamed, 3-legged golden crows. Oh. No, he was so shocked that he vanished on the spot. Hanju was confused. Was this person here to be funny? Boom, the heavenly wall shattered like glass. The two golden crows immediately rushed towards Hanju, or more accurately, towards the ground. Hanju shot 2 fingers towards the sky. Sword chi sword into the sky. Heaven earth mystic yellow world piercing sword finger. The bodies of the 2 little golden crows were penetrated, and they let out a cry. The true sun flame on their bodies immediately dissipated. If not for the golden crow bloodline, they would have died on the spot. Hanju waved his hand and used his mystical power, universe in the sleeves, to suck them into his sleeve. Even Zan Qingjun, who was at the 8th level of the Mahayana realm, would be instantly killed by him, let alone the little golden crows, who were at the 7th level. Although the little golden crows were from the divine clan, they were still young. Hanju was about to leave when a figure rushed over. It was Ji Shanshan. What about the 2 sons? Ji Shanshan asked curiously. He was not surprised to see Hanju. Hanju said calmly, they left. The heavenly wall quickly recovered, as if it had not been broken. Hanju was curious. What was outside? If the little golden crows could barge in, would the other immortal gods be the same? He suddenly felt uncomfortable. The mortal world was not necessarily safe. Ji Shanshan came in front of Hanju and carefully sized him up. His eyes burned as he said, "Are you the one who killed the Fiend Emperor? I clearly felt the sword chi just now." If it was really Hanju, he would feel better. He finally accepted that someone was stronger than him. He didn't want 2 people to be stronger than him. Hanju nodded and said, "This matter cannot be spread. You will still remain as the #1 cultivator in the world." Ji Shanshan frowned and asked, "Why? Do you not cultivate for fame?" "I cultivate for longevity." Hearing his reply, Ji Shanshan fell silent. Hanju turned around and left. Ji Shanshan didn't stop him. He only looked at his back with a complicated expression. Ji Shanshan's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 3 stars. Hanju shook his head and laughed when he saw the notification. He went back to the Fusang tree. Murong Qi was the first to ask, "Grand Master, how's the situation? Have you gotten rid of the golden crows?" The fact that there was only 1 sun in the sky was enough to show the results. The others looked at Hanju in admiration. Hanju said in a low voice, this matter can't be made public. Just pretend that you don't know. Everyone nodded. Hanju walked to the fusang tree and sat down. Then, he closed his eyes. The others didn't dare to disturb him and could only discuss at the side. Hanju sent his divine sense into the small world in his sleeve. In the darkness, the two little golden crows squeezed together and shivered in fear. After the true sun flame dissipated, they appeared pitiful and helpless. I'll give you a chance. If you acknowledge me as your master, I can let you live and even become stronger, Hanju said. His consciousness sent his words into the bodies of the two little golden crows, turning into information that they could understand. The two golden crows looked at each other. They hesitated. Soon, they bowed their heads to Hanju, indicating that they were willing to surrender. Worried, Hanju secretly placed the 6 paths insignia on them. He planned to observe for a while before releasing them. The reason why he had adopted the little golden crows was that the fusang tree might attract other golden crows in the future. It was better to let the 2 abandoned divine golden crows be his mounts in the future. Wouldn't that be cool? The matter of the golden crows caused a heated discussion, but as the 2 suns suddenly disappeared, the world quickly fell silent. A month later, Hanju was certain that the intelligence of the 2 little golden crows was very low. They were like 3 or 4-year-old children. Taking advantage of their young age, Hanju deepened the 6 paths insignia in their souls and controlled their lives. The 6 paths insignia was very hidden and difficult to discover. After doing all this, Hanju released them to the outside world. The 2 little golden crows shrunk to the size of the black hell chicken and excitedly flew up to the fusang tree. Hanju strictly ordered them to retract their true sun flame, but even so, the black hell chicken was still very afraid of them. Master, will they eat me? The black hell chicken asked while trembling, about to cry. Hanju snorted. Didn't you summon them? From now on, you 3 will be companions. The black hell chicken was on the brink of tears. Yang Tiandong looked at the 2 golden crows and instinctively felt fear. To the demons, the golden crow was a supreme bloodline. Yang Tiandong, who had the demon saint bloodline, was naturally afraid. Xuan Chang'an, Marong Qi, and Dao Comprehension Sword were curious. After settling down the 2 little golden crows, Hanju returned to the cave abode to continue cultivating. During this period, Li Qingzi and Chang Yue came. They were shocked to see the little golden crows and were even more curious about Hanju's cultivation level. How strong is he? He can even tame such divine beasts. A year later, amidst cultivation, Hanju was awakened by a voice. I didn't expect you to have a mistress. Zan Qingjun. Her tone was half smiling, causing Hanju's heart to tighten. He immediately spread his divine sense and found Zan Qingjun at the foot of the mountain. You can leave first. Hanju looked at Dao Comprehension Sword and ordered. At the same time, he used his divine sense to activate the mountain protecting array to let Zan Qingjun in. Although Dao Comprehension Sword was puzzled, she still stood up obediently. She bumped into Zan Qingjun as soon as she walked out of the cave abode. Zan Qingjun ignored her and entered the cave abode. Dao Comprehension Sword frowned. Seeing the cave abode's stone door close, she felt inexplicably unhappy. Chapter 136 Second level of the Mahayana realm, number 1 cultivator in the world. Zan Qingjun entered the cave abode and sat down at the table. She smiled at Hanju and clicked her tongue in wonder. You could even tame the golden crows. You've already reached the Mahayana realm. Hanju suddenly felt that he had missed something. He hurriedly activated the system barrier and enveloped the entire immortal mountain. As he grew stronger, the function of the system also increased. It was not difficult for the barrier to envelop a mountain. He didn't know if the barrier could hide him from the immortal gods. Yes, Hanju replied. There was nothing to hide. If Zan Qingjun had other thoughts about him, it would serve as a warning. If he could avoid conflict and trouble, he would try his best to avoid it. Zan Qingjun treated him well. He didn't want her to think otherwise. Even if they fought, she couldn't beat him. Zan Qingjun sighed with emotion. I once thought that Ji Shanshan was the number 1 prodigy in the world. I didn't expect it to be you. I was wrong back then, but it also shows that my luck is strong. I was able to meet you before you became strong. My dear Dao companion, will you think of throwing me aside now? Zan Qingjun smiled as she asked. She was still very shocked when she arrived at the immortal mountain. This mountain was full of treasures. The fusang tree made her feel that it was extraordinary. In addition to 2 golden crows, was this a treasure land that a mortal should have? Hanju smiled and said, of course not. After all, you've helped me a lot. Although they were Dao companions, they were very polite. Zan Qingjun raised her right hand and wiped her face. Her ordinary appearance disappeared and was replaced by a beautiful face. Her eyes were seductive and her facial features were exquisite. Hanju was a little lost at the view. I knew it. Air. The mighty demon lord couldn't be so ordinary. Even mortals can become good-looking, let alone cultivators. I'm about to ascend. Are you willing to ascend with me? Asked Zan Qingjun, staring at him. Hanju shook his head. I don't want to ascend yet. Why? You don't want to travel with me? I've deduced that I have enemies in the higher realms. There are people waiting for me to ascend. I still have to become stronger. If I ascend with you, I'll only implicate you. Zan Qingjun frowned after hearing that. She looked at Hanju deeply. She suddenly felt that this man before her was filled with unknowns as if he was the most mysterious fog in the world. Zan Qingjun came to Hanju's side and asked with a smile, in that case, are you willing to cultivate with me for half a year before I ascend? Hanju instinctively wanted to reject, but on second thought, she had paid quite a price. She had given him so many resources. Besides, she had a pretty face. Hanju responded positively to her question. Half a year passed in a flash. Zan Qingjun left. Hanju sent her out of the cave abode. Dao Comprehension Sword and the others looked over. Zan Qingjun chuckled. We'll meet again in the immortal world. Hanju nodded. Zan Qingjun turned into a wave of demonic chi and dissipated. Hanju exclaimed in his mind. They had really cultivated together. Hanju originally thought that something indescribable would happen between the two of them. He didn't expect that it was just a discussion of the Tao and some experience sharing. That's it, to think that he had been nervous for hundreds of years. Hanju thought in self-mockery, why do I feel some regrets? It must be the heavenly Tao's doing. My Tao heart can't be tied down by a woman. Master, who is she? Tao Comprehension Sword asked. The black hell chicken laughed strangely on the fusang tree. Needless to say, it's the demoness who wants to eat Master. A golden crow squeezed over, scaring the chicken away. Hanju replied, a fellow Taoist. We discussed the Tao earlier. It was not bad. You can enter the cave abode now. With that, he turned around and went back in. He sat on the bed and started cultivating. At the same time, he wondered why Xing Hongshuan and the others were not back yet. Most of the time, Hanju didn't pay attention to the puppets unless they were in danger. He opened the emails. Your grand disciple Fang Liang chanced upon an opportunity and gained an epiphany of an ancient mystical power. Your good friend Mo Fucho obtained the providence of the devil race and his cultivation increased greatly. Your good friend Fairy Shizan accidentally entered the ancient mystic realm. Your Tao companion Xing Hongshuan accidentally entered the ancient mystic realm. Your good friend Taoist Nine Cauldrons accidentally entered the ancient mystic realm. Your good friend Ji Shanshan has left the mortal world. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by a righteous cultivator x 10,877. Hanju clicked his tongue in surprise. Fang Liang had obtained another fortuitous encounter. Could it be that he would not return? When he returned, he might already be immortal. Hanju noticed that Mo Fucho had obtained the providence of the devil race and didn't understand what it meant. The previous demonic path empire seemed to have involved the devil race. Could it be that they still had evil intentions? Also, Ji Shanshan had left the mortal world. The icon was still there. Had he ascended? Hanju couldn't figure it out, but he didn't want to think about it anymore. He had to hurry up and cultivate, lest the vermilion bird and Taoist Julian descend into the mortal world to hunt him down. 7 years passed in the blink of an eye. Hanju finally broke through to the second level of the Mahayana realm. The improvement in cultivation made him very happy. What made him even happier was that he discovered that with the arrival of the 2 golden crows, the rate at which the fusang tree nurtured spirit chi became faster. The 2 golden crows could already speak in human language, and their intelligence was also increasing. They were very respectful towards Hanju. Every time they saw him, they couldn't help but shiver. This made the black hell chicken very curious and asked itself whether Hanju had tortured them before. The cultivation levels of his disciples and grand disciples also increased. Marongchi had already become the #1 prodigy of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. Ever since he chose the path of the spear, he had created many spear techniques and his combat strength had increased greatly. On this day, the group that went out of the sect finally returned. Taoist Nine Cauldrons, Xing Hongshuan, and Fairy Shizan first came to the Conate Cave abode to visit him. Elder Han, were you the one who killed the Fiend Emperor? Taoist Nine Cauldrons suppressed his excitement and asked. It was a long journey. They took more than 10 years to traverse mountains and rivers. However, Taoist Nine Cauldrons was still very excited when he recalled that sword chi. Hanju said, Yes, it was me, but don't spread this matter out to avoid unnecessary trouble. The current Jade Pure Sacred Sect isn't invincible. Taoist Nine Cauldrons suppressed his excitement and nodded. Xing Hongshuan said with admiration, "Husband, you're truly incredible. You're definitely the #1 cultivator in the world." Fairy Shizan also sighed. Thinking back, how could she have imagined that this disciple, who had given her a headache in the past, would become #1 in the world in just a few hundred years? Han Ju's rise made her realize something. Talent was really important. With outstanding talent, he did not need to go out and explore. His cultivation speed was still unparalleled. If one's talent was not good, even if he obtained opportunities frequently, he still could not catch up to the absolute geniuses. I don't dare to call myself the #1 in the world. There might be many powerful figures hidden in this world. You can't underestimate the people of the world, Han Ju said seriously. Taoist Nine Cauldrons adjusted his emotions and said, "Recently, a true devil appeared in the world. His name is Mo Fucho. I suspect that he's the disciple from our Jade Pure Sacred Sect. What do you think we should do? Should we issue a kill order? If it was really a disciple of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect, it would be too tarnishing for the sect's reputation. Perhaps the world would think that they were a demonic sect." Han Ju asked, "Has he already started killing?" "No, but rumor has it that he's a true devil." "Then forget about it." Han Ju still had a good impression of Mo Fucho, but it was only a good impression. There was no need to attract trouble for him. Di Hongye has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 3 stars. A question mark appeared in Han Ju's mind when he saw the line of words. Who was Di Hongye? Chapter 137 Su Qi returns, soul fragment of the Devil Master. Han Ju chatted with Taoist Nine Cauldrons while looking for Di Hongye. Soon, he found the profile icon. He saw a rich and beautiful woman. Di Hongye, cultivation unknown. She is from the Golden Crow Divine Clan. She had once given birth to 7 Golden Crows for her husband. The 2 youngest Golden Crows were expelled from the Golden Crow Divine Clan due to their poor potential. Di Hongye has always been concerned about them. She deduced that you have taken in the 2 Golden Crows and developed a favorable impression of you. If you kill the 2 Golden Crows, you will receive Di Hongye's hatred, and she will not let go until you are dead. Current favorability, 3 stars. Oh, so it was the mother of the Golden Crows. Han Ju was secretly glad that he didn't kill the 2 little Golden Crows. Otherwise, he would be dead. This was the first time that the system could not identify one's cultivation level. Come to think of it, giving birth to 7 Golden Crows was truly an incredible feat. After chatting for a while, Taoist Nine Cauldrons left. Fairy Shizan and Xing Hongshuan did not stay long, either. Tao Comprehension Sword couldn't help but ask curiously, "Master, are you already the strongest cultivator in the world?" From Taoist Nine Cauldrons' description, she suddenly understood that Han Ju's finger technique many years ago was not just to show them what Mahayana was. Impossible. That's because they are ignorant. I can sense that there are at least 10,000 Mahayana cultivators in this world. Many of them are stronger than me. They just don't want to be disturbed by the mortal world. Han Ju shook his head. Tao Comprehension Sword frowned. She felt the pressure again. She still had to cultivate diligently. Otherwise, if her master abandoned her one day, she wouldn't be able to survive. After Taoist Nine Cauldrons and the others returned, the Jade Pure Sacred Sect began to release a large number of sect missions. They were no longer limited to the Great Yan, and the disciples could freely appear outside the Great Yan realm. Han Ju finally welcomed his ideal cultivation era. Even though he was already unparalleled under the heavens, he did not relax. Most of his time was spent on cultivation. Unlike before, he would take the time to teach those around him. Xing Hongshuan and Chang Yue were the ones he took the most care of. The 2 of them were not conate bearers and their cultivation potential was not high. To be honest, it was very, very difficult for them to reach the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Unless there was a great opportunity for them to be reborn. Although Han Ju was a Mahayana realm cultivator, he couldn't change fate. Otherwise, the chances of people ascending in the mortal world would increase greatly. If Xing Hongshuan and Chang Yue died of old age, in Han Ju's opinion, it was also a good thing. If they were reincarnated and had good potential, their cultivation would be twice as effective. Reincarnation could easily change a person's soul. It was mainly because of different experiences and memories. If Han Ju helped them awaken their memories when they just reincarnated, they wouldn't become another person. Of course, this was only Han Ju's preparation plan. Xing Hongshuan and Chang Yue definitely didn't want to die. What Han Ju could do was to help them cultivate as much as possible. 7 years later, Xing Hongshuan couldn't help but go out to search for fortuitous encounters again. This time, Chang Yueya also followed. The two women could also take care of each other. Ever since Xing Hongshuan returned, Chang Yueya often visited her. The relationship between these two women had improved greatly. Now, they were like best friends. Han Ju found it hard to understand. Perhaps Dao Comprehension Sword and Fairy Shizan had provoked them. When Xing Hongshuan learned that Fairy Shizan and Chang Yueya both had heavenly puppets, she immediately understood the situation. On this day, Su Qi and the chaotic heavenly dog returned. Han Ju was almost scared to death. He hurriedly called Su Qi into the cave abode. As for the chaotic heavenly dog, he couldn't be bothered. The chaotic heavenly dog began wailing as it was surrounded by the crowd. It felt aggrieved. Ever since it left the mountain, it had been suffering. Yang Tiandong appeared to be consoling, but he was secretly gloating. Stupid dog, serves you right. Xuan Chang'an was very curious about the chaotic heavenly dog and Su Qi. As for Murong Qi, he had recently gone out and was not on the mountain. As the Black Hell Chicken boasted, "Come, after all these years, let Master Chicken see what you're capable of." It's back, finally. It dreamed of teaching this dog a lesson. The chaotic heavenly dog was no fool. It could sense that the Black Hell Chicken's aura was stronger than his. He turned to look at the two golden crows on the fusang tree and asked curiously, "What's that?" "Your sons." After the little golden crows concealed their true sun flames, they didn't exude any aura. Furthermore, their realm was far higher than the chaotic heavenly dog's. The dog couldn't see through their cultivation level. "Yes, that's the younger brother and sister I hatched for you," the Black Hell Chicken replied indifferently. The mention of the golden crows made it uncomfortable. For some reason, the two little golden crows liked to pester it. This was very troubling. Facing the golden crows, it was truly afraid. The chaotic heavenly dog bristled. "Then I'll fight them. I'll show you the results of my cultivation." With that, it walked straight to the fusang tree. Yang Tiandong, the Black Hell Chicken, and Xuan Chang'an didn't stop it. They all revealed strange smiles. On the other side, Dao Comprehension Sword was chased out of the cave abode again. She looked indignant. It was fine if that was a woman, but why was her master chasing her out for a man? Inside the cave abode, Su Qi kept kowtowing to him. Like the chaotic heavenly dog, he wailed, making Han Ju speechless. "Master, I've completed the task you gave me. Thank you for protecting me all these years." Su Qi was extremely excited. Only when he returned did he feel at ease. "Secretly protected, that's your bad luck," Han Ju said seriously. "From now on, you can cultivate with me in the cave abode." His words were casual, but they were the warmest words Su Qi had ever heard. Han Ju suddenly frowned and raised his palm to slap him. Su Qi was sent flying and fell on the wall. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He looked up at Han Ju in shock and was about to say something when he saw a demonic shadow. The silhouette, Devil Master. Su Qi was shocked. He had been wondering where the Devil Master had gone. He didn't expect the Devil Master to be hidden in his body. Could it be that when he had sex with women, the Devil Master had also? Su Qi's hatred for the Devil Master instantly reached the maximum. Han Ju looked at the demonic shadow expressionlessly and said, "Why are you hiding in my disciple's body?" The Devil Master teased, "So the master he has been talking about is you. You're truly capable. To be able to sense my existence, you must be a Mahayana realm cultivator." "He's the Devil Master," Su Qi exclaimed. "The Devil Master has hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 4 stars. A line of words appeared in front of Han Ju. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He cautiously checked the Devil Master's information. Devil Master, 7th level of the Mahayana realm, soul fragment state. The strongest demonic cultivator in the demonic path for the past 10,000 years, known to all as the Devil Master. Because you are Su Qi's master, he has developed hatred towards you and will definitely kill you in the future. Current hatred points, 4 stars. Soul fragment. Han Ju suddenly attacked. He used the 6-path soul absorption technique and sucked the Devil Master's soul into his palm. He then quickly cast the 6 paths insignia on the Devil Master's soul. "What are you doing?" The Devil Master growled in anger. Han Ju pretended to hesitate and said, "You're the Devil Master. Killing you is what I should do. However, I'm afraid of trouble. If I let you go, can you let my disciple go?" When the Devil Master heard this, he felt disdain. So it was a coward. "Of course. All right, you can leave," Han Ju said. "Farewell." The Devil Master's soul fragment quickly fled. The Devil Master's hatred towards you has increased. Current hatred points, 5 stars. Hanju raised his eyebrows when he saw the notification. He was really asking for death. After the Devil Master left, Suchi said, "Master, you can't believe his words." Hanju said calmly, "I don't believe him at all. It's only because that was just a soul fragment." When the soul fragment of the Devil Master returned to his main body, Hanju would let him have a taste of what it was like to be schemed against. Chapter 138, Third level of the Mahayana realm, killing the Devil Master. Hearing Hanju's words, Suchi couldn't help but think of the sword chi that killed the Fiend Emperor. Could it be? Suchi looked expectant. "Tell me about your experiences over the years." Hanju smiled. His smile was so kind and warm in Suchi's eyes. Suchi was inexplicably touched. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sat down in front of him. He began to talk about his hundreds of years of experience. Hanju breathed in and cultivated while listening. He didn't need to interrupt and only listen to Suchi. It had to be said that Suchi's experience was truly legendary. It was full of ups and downs and was absolutely wonderful. It could be written as a fairy tale. It took him 10 days and 10 nights to finish. Even though his cultivation was close to the void amalgamation realm, his mouth was still dry. Hanju sighed. "It's been hard on you all these years." Suchi replied, "Master, you must be concerned about me. It must be your plan for me to be able to survive, just like how you killed the Fiend Emperor." Hanju felt embarrassed, but his expression was calm. "Cultivate for 10 years first. I'll teach you the mystical power later," said Hanju. Suchi nodded. He had calmed down. Then, the master and disciple entered a cultivation state and no longer spoke. After the war between the righteous and demonic ended, many holy lands led by the heavenly immortal manor joined forces. The fiendish cultivators retreated step by step like street rats. The demons did not dare to act recklessly, and peace returned to the world. The righteous path seemed to realize that they were not strong enough on the surface. The holy lands began to promote their respective geniuses. Among them, Ji Shanshan was the most famous. He had slain one of the 5 fiends, Luo Kiyamo, and slaughtered 1,000,000 fiendish cultivators. His reputation was unparalleled. Ji Shanshan even had the bearing of the #1 cultivator in the world. However, the identity of the mysterious cultivator who had killed the Fiend Emperor had never been revealed, causing Ji Shanshan to be unable to firmly take first place. Time passed gradually, and another 10 years passed. Hanju broke through to the 3rd level of the Mahayana realm. Breaking through a minor realm in 17 years was a little slow to Hanju. However, if it was spread out, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Hanju's goal was to reach the perfected Mahayana realm as soon as possible and break through to the immortal realm. On this day, Hanju brought Suchi out of the cave abode and started to teach him a mystical power. Yang Tiandong was sent to the foot of the mountain. The others had the great providence of immortals, so they shouldn't be killed by Suchi. After all, even the chaotic heavenly dog could withstand it. Suchi's bad luck was a calamity to the mortals, but in the higher realms, it might not be that strong. Moreover, Suchi was still immortal. Suchi was very excited. He could finally learn something from his master. Yang Tiandong, Xuan Chang'an, and Dao Comprehension Sword were very curious about him. The chaotic heavenly dog no longer felt love. They had both been away for centuries, so why was Suchi so favored by his master? It had expected its master to scold and beat it, but it had not expected its master to ignore it. It was uncomfortable. Hanju spent a month imparting his mystical power. When Suchi was cultivating his mystical power, Hanju came to the fusang tree and sat down, feeling its boundless vitality. It was indeed a divine tree. Now, the spirit chi produced by the fusang tree had already surpassed that of the entire immortal mountain. Not only that, but the spiritual chi was too rich and began to spread. It benefited the entire Jade Pure Sacred Sect. The nearest mountain was the first to enjoy the benefits. Taoist 9 cauldrons had set up the surrounding mountains as a blessed land. Only those who had made outstanding contributions to the sect could move their cave abodes there. This had nothing to do with Hanju. He took out the Book of Misfortune and started to curse the Vermilion Bird and Taoist Julian. He pulled up his interpersonal relationships and checked his emails. After not seeing them for so many years, he wondered how his friends were doing. Your grand disciple Fang Liang was attacked by demons x 43211. Your grand disciple Fang Liang was attacked by a demon saint and was severely injured. Fortunately, a mighty figure passed by and he escaped death. Your good friend Mo Fucho inherited the demonic path's mystical power. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Ji Shanshan has returned to the mortal world. He has comprehended the true meaning of heaven and earth and stepped into the Mahayana realm. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by your good friend Mo Fucho and was severely injured. Your Dao companion Zan Qingjun ascended and became an immortal. Her providence has increased greatly. Your grand disciple Marong Qi met with a fortuitous encounter and his body transformed. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by a righteous cultivator X 3892. Han Ju looked down and felt that the cultivation world was indeed peaceful. He suddenly thought of the Devil Master. He didn't know if the Devil Master's soul fragment had returned to his main body. He began to sense the 6 paths insignia on the Devil Master's soul fragment. Soon, Han Ju caught the Devil Master's aura. He checked his interpersonal relationships and discovered that the Devil Master's soul fragment had already disappeared. Presumably, it had returned to the main body. Since that was the case, he should be killed now. Han Ju raised his right hand and pointed at the sky with his index finger. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed the direction of the 6 paths insignia. On the other side, at the other end of the world. On a desolate desert, sand blew into the sky. The Devil Master floated above the cliff. In front of him were 3 people. They were Mo Fucho, Mo Zhu, and a black-robed woman. Disbelief filled the faces of Mo Fucho and the others. This is the origin of your Mo family. The Devil race has chosen you. If you complete the mission given to you by the Devil race, the Mo family will become an immortal family of the higher realm. The Devil Master smiled. Even though he was smiling, it was still terrifying. Gritting his teeth, Mo Fucho said, "We can't control our birth, but we don't want to become devils who cause chaos." The Devil Master sneered, "Oh, have you not killed many? I didn't do it on purpose. Most of the time, I had no choice. What about your good brother Zhou Fan? Do you remember how you killed him?" Mo Fucho's expression instantly darkened. Zhou Fan's death was the biggest worry in his heart. Every time he thought of Zhou Fan, Mo Fucho would feel extremely uncomfortable. His heart would be tormented and he would wish that he was dead. The black-robed woman interjected, "The Devil race wants to control the mortal world. What do the immortals think? We're humans, not devils. If we help them replace the humans, how can we stand on our own? Besides, even the Fiend Emperor didn't succeed. How many years will it take us to succeed? Did the devils send any powerful helpers?" The Devil Master glanced at her and snorted. "Even without you guys, the Devil race will succeed. When we cultivate the demonic path techniques, we are no longer humans. The Devil race is not a single lineage. There are countless devils in the myriad mortal worlds. As for the powerful helpers sent by the Devil race, I am that reinforcement." His tone was full of confidence. Mo Zhu couldn't help but ask, "Are you stronger than the Fiend Emperor?" "Of course. How can the Fiend Emperor be compared to me? Previously, I didn't attack because I wanted to use the Fiend Emperor to test the strength of the righteous path." The Devil Master's words were filled with disdain for the Fiend Emperor. At this moment, a terrifying pressure came, startling the Devil Master and Mo Fucho. They subconsciously turned to look. Sword light shone on their faces. Before the Devil Master could react, he saw a sword beam from the corner of his eye. That was, boom, the heaven-earth mystic yellow world-piercing sword fingers swept past, drowning the Devil Master. The terrifying wind sent Mo Fucho and the other 2 flying. The sword chi came quickly and dissipated quickly. Mo Fucho and the other 2 stabilized themselves in the air. They looked over in astonishment. They could no longer see the Devil Master nor sense his demonic chi. The Devil Master was obliterated in both body and soul. Chapter 139 Heavenly Court, Divine Palace, Buddhist Sect. When Han Ju found the 6 paths insignia on the Devil Master, he realized that there was another 6 paths insignia beside him. He sensed carefully and realized that it was Mo Zhu. He immediately connected with the heavenly puppet in Mo Zhu's storage ring and heard the Devil Master's words. The Devil race was not giving up. Hearing the Devil Master's posturing, Han Ju couldn't listen anymore. "Go and die. Enough is enough." Shooting him with a single finger was a good chance to scare Mo Fucho and the other 2, telling them that it was impossible for the devils to succeed. Mo Zhu was the first to recover. She swallowed and said, "He died just like that." The black-robed woman was horrified. She was the 2nd-generation head of the Mo family, Mo Yuling. She was at the 5th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Her cultivation level was the highest among the 3, so her feelings were deeper. The Devil Master made her feel extremely powerful, even suffocating. Such a powerful existence was instantly killed by the mysterious sword cultivator. How strong was the attacker? Fortunately, we didn't agree directly, or we might have died. Mo Fucho smiled bitterly. Evil cannot triumph over good. Mo Fucho strengthened his Tao heart. Even if he was a true devil, he had to be one with a righteous heart. Zhu hurriedly bowed in all directions and said, "Thank you for your forgiveness. Thank you for your forgiveness. Thank you for your forgiveness." She was afraid that the expert would attack again. Hanju couldn't help but laugh when he heard her words. The three of them left immediately. Mo Fucho looked at Mo Yuling and asked, "Where are we going next?" Mo Yuling took a deep breath and said, "Find the clansmen scattered throughout the world and then return to the Mo family's territory. The Mo family is very big, and only a small portion of the clan remains in your Great Yan. As the main clan was slaughtered, the other clans should have also followed in their footsteps. However, like you, there will always be people who survive." Mo Fucho nodded. Mo Zhu hesitated. She wanted to say that since the Mo family no longer wanted revenge, could she return to the Jade Pure Sacred Sect? However, on second thought, the Mo family still needed to be saved, and she couldn't give up now. After so many years, Xing Hongshuan and Chang Yue must have become closer to Hanju. Would she become more distant from him? Thinking of this, Mo Zhu was worried about her gains and losses, and her expression was filled with disappointment. After killing the Devil Master, Hanju felt much more relaxed. It was good to kill him as soon as possible. Otherwise, this fellow would cause trouble again and affect the situation of the world, affecting his cultivation. But then again, how strong are the devils? Why aren't the immortal gods intervening? If Hanju was the lord of the heavenly court and saw the devils attacking the mortal world, he would understand that the devils were developing and would definitely stop them. Hanju felt that there might be a problem. Should I ask Zhang Guxing? Hanju felt that it was feasible, so he began to comprehend the three pure world cleansing and attempted to elevate this mystical power. A month later, the natural phenomenon caused everyone in the world to discuss. Combined with the culture of the world, most cultivators believed that another peerless genius had been born in a certain holy land. Hanju came to the Sword Dao River again. Passing by the various sword shadows, Hanju saw Zhang Guxing. "Brother Senior, long time no see." Hanju smiled. No matter how the mortal world surged and how the world changed, Hanju would always encounter this sword immortal guarding the Sword Dao in the Sword Dao River. Zhang Guxing was no longer surprised by his arrival. Instead, he asked casually, "You're at the third level of the Mahayana realm. Aren't you going to ascend?" Hanju smiled and said, "There are enemies in the higher realm. I don't dare to ascend." Oh, relying on the fact that Guxing didn't ask further, Hanju knew he obviously didn't want to get involved. In any case, he didn't expect him to help. Hanju said, "Our mortal world has been invaded by the devils. Why don't the immortals and gods take action?" Zhang Guxing replied calmly, "The upper world is in chaos. The heavenly court can't even take care of itself, so how can they care about the mortal realm? However, before long, the heavenly court will restore order." The upper world was in chaos. Hanju asked curiously, "The upper world can still be in chaos? What happened?" A greater demon saint appeared among the demons. He refused to obey the heavenly court and wreaked havoc in the heavens. There might be a powerful faction backing him, making it impossible for the heavenly court to suppress him in a short period of time. However, with the heavenly court's heritage, it will be dealt with quickly. Wait patiently. As for the devil race, their era has long ended. The demonic palace is only a second-tier faction in the upper world. After we mortals ascend, will we directly join the heavenly court? In your dreams, many ascension platforms in the upper world connect to the thousands of mortal worlds in the universe. Most mortals can only join the cultivation sects in the upper world after they ascend. A small number of talented people will be chosen by the heavenly court, the Buddhist sect, and the divine palace. You can consider it. With your potential, you will definitely encounter such a choice. Once you choose, it will be very difficult to change factions. Relying on Zhang Guxing's words, his eyes revealed anticipation. He was looking forward to the commotion when Hanju ascended. Such a prodigy was rare even in the upper world. Hanju asked, "Senior, which faction do you think I should choose?" Zhang Guxing rolled his eyes and said, "Don't think too much. I'm alone in the heavens and don't have any background. You're a human, so it's best if you choose the heavenly court and divine palace." From the current distribution of power in the upper world, the divine palace, heavenly court, and Buddhist sect are the three top parties. They're on par with each other. However, the upper world is very big. There are also thousands of races, such as the dragon race, phoenix race, golden crow race, Qilin race, Asura race, and so on. There's also the mysterious Dao sect and the ancient immortal sect. Since we share some affinity, I'll give you a piece of advice. If you are not a grand unity heaven immortal, it's best to stay low profile. Hanju smiled and said, "Senior, you're indeed my kind." To be honest, I have never left my sect in my life. Cultivating is common for me. Even if I become a grand unity heaven immortal, I won't go out. Really, really. Using his fingers to calculate, Zhang Guxing sighed. You're so boring. Hanju almost vomited blood. What the heck? Hanju changed the topic and asked, Senior, have you heard of Profound Truth Divine Emperor? How do you know about Profound Truth Divine Emperor? He's the unparalleled war god of the Divine Palace. He died a long time ago, but he was once an invincible existence among immortal emperors. How are you compared to him? Far inferior. How is the relationship between the Profound Truth Divine Emperor and the Divine Palace? I'm not sure. It's said that the reason why the Profound Truth Divine Emperor died was due to the internal strife within the Divine Palace. He was surrounded by many immortal emperors from the demon race, but the Divine Palace did not provide any assistance. After the Profound Truth Divine Emperor died, the Divine Palace did not create a statue for him either. When Hanju heard that, he knew that something was wrong. Mirongchi had a blood feud. He couldn't go to the Divine Palace. Hurry up and ascend. Don't waste time. With your potential, as long as you join a major faction, those enemies won't find trouble with you. Hanju said, my enemy is the Vermilion Bird. Vermilion Bird? Then don't bother ascending, just wait and die in your current world. Zhang Guxing asked with a strange tone, how did you provoke the Vermilion Bird? The Vermilion Bird is a divine beast of Providence. Even the Heavenly Court, Divine Palace, and Buddhist sect would fawn on their race. If a Vermilion Bird causes trouble for you, the three major factions will probably turn a blind eye. No matter how talented you are, you're still from the mortal world. You can't compare to the Vermilion Bird. Listen to my advice. Disperse your cultivation, jump into the cycle of reincarnation, and change your identity. Chapter 140 Julian desires to descend, immortal god in the mortal realm. Damn it, reincarnate and cultivate again. Hanju couldn't stay calm. He wasn't Xing Hongxuan, Chang Yue, or any of the other women who could receive his help and regain their memories. He could only rely on himself. Since that was the case, he had to surpass the Vermilion Bird before considering ascension. In any case, the Fuzang tree was growing. This was a divine tree that could attract the divine beasts of the upper world to the mortal world. Hanju believed that with the Fuzang tree, he could continue cultivating. Senior, is there any way to avoid ascending? I want to continue cultivating in the mortal world. Hanju narrowed his eyes and asked. Sheng Guxing replied, I would be lying if I said there isn't. The world is vast, all kinds of things exist. According to what I know, there's a type of spirit stone related to the heavenly Tao that can avoid the restrictions of the heavenly Tao. If one does not transcend the tribulation, even if their cultivation level is far beyond the mortal realm, they can still stay in the mortal realm. Such spirit stones are not rare in the upper world. Immortals often rely on such spirit stones to descend to the mortal realm. However, the heavenly court strictly forbids the immortals from descending to the mortal realm. Once they're discovered, they will be dealt with according to the heavenly rules. When Hanju heard that, he confirmed that the heaven-evading stone was that kind of stone. He was completely at ease. He could now rest in peace. Tisk, cultivate in peace. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I'll visit you again next time. Hanju bowed and walked past Zhang Guxing. Zhang Guxing shook his head slightly and did not say anything else. After raising the three pure world cleansing, Hanju comprehended the true meaning of heaven and earth and consolidated his cultivation for several months. He had Suchi open a cave abode at the side. Without his orders, he was not allowed to leave. In order to not make him suspicious, Hanju strictly ordered the other disciples not to disturb him. Suchi immediately became proud as he thought, Master wants to focus on nurturing me. He wants me to cultivate well. At this point, the dissatisfied Tao comprehension sword could finally enter Hanju's cave abode. He didn't let her enter the cave abode to take care of her feelings. It was mainly because she could increase the spirit chi in the cave abode. The heaven and earth grass was a treasure even if it gained human form. Hanju immersed himself in cultivation again. Recently, the upper world was in chaos. Perhaps Taoist Julian and the Vermilion Bird would come to the mortal world at any time. Hanju had to become as strong as possible. In a dark cave, Patriarch Blood Fiend, White-Haired Fiend Lady, and Fiendish R had sat opposite each other. The three of them had extremely dark expressions. A crystal ball floated between them. Demonic aura surged within it. Luo Kiyamo is dead. A cold voice sounded. Patriarch Blood Fiend took a deep breath and said, he was killed by the genius of the heavenly immortal manner. Not only him, but all of us who worked for the devil race were severely injured. Even the fiend emperor died. A cold voice followed, "Why do you serve the devils? Are you betraying this world?" Hearing this, the three fiends fell silent. They didn't really want to serve the devils, it was just that they had been given an irresistible offer. Fiendish Arhat sighed, "Amitabha, I'm not playing anymore. I plan on ascending like the demon lord." White-haired fiend lady nodded. She was also tired. Patriarch Blood Fiend sighed. Although they were top-notch existences in the mortal world, with their current cultivation levels, they wouldn't be completely reborn after transcending the tribulation. Since ancient times, there was a saying that after successfully ascending, one's cultivation level would increase exponentially. The higher one's cultivation level before ascension, the greater the cultivation level increased after ascension. This was also the reason why they refused to ascend. In the mortal world, they were mighty figures who controlled the life and death of all living beings. After they ascended, they would become one of the weak living beings again. Who would ascend before their time was up? HMPH, don't ascend yet. In at most 500 years, I will descend into the mortal world. When I destroy the heavenly immortal manor, you can then ascend. I will introduce you to the sects in the upper world and let you have someone to rely on. As for the devils, don't bother with them. The heavenly court will soon attack them." The sinister voice sounded again, causing the eyes of the three to light up. It couldn't be any better if he could destroy the heavenly immortal manor. To be honest, they were also angry and had nowhere to vent. Patriarch Blood Fiend immediately cupped his fists and bowed. "Senior Julian, we're waiting for you to descend into the mortal world." Of course, 20 years passed quickly. Hanju successfully broke through to the 4th level of the Mahayana realm. After breaking through, he habitually took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed Taoist Julian and Vermilion Bird. Hanju was quite satisfied with this speed of breakthrough. He would be able to break through to the realm above the Mahayana realm in at most 100 years. While cursing, he checked the emails. "Your good friend Mofucho was attacked by righteous cultivators X 4897. 4. Plus, your grand disciple Fang Liang accidentally entered the ancient forbidden ground and became the owner of an unparalleled divine sword. Your grand disciple Fang Liang consumed the heaven and earth divine fruit and his cultivation level increased exponentially. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by beasts X 78834. Your good friend Taoist Ji Kong has achieved Tao ascension and his providence has increased tremendously. Your Tao companion Xing Hongshuan accidentally entered the temple of the land deity. Your good friend Chong Yuaa accidentally entered the temple of the land deity. Your grand disciple Fang Liang has entered the heavenly immortal manor. His providence has increased." Hanju counted carefully. In the past 20 years, Fang Liang had obtained 9 fortuitous encounters. Ridiculous. The son of heaven and earth was really unreasonable. Most importantly, this fellow actually entered the heavenly immortal manor. He felt that when this brat returned, he would really be at the Mahayana realm. The son of heaven and earth was best left wandering outside. Hanju also noticed Xing Hongshuan and Chong Yua's opportunities. He was interested in the land deity. What was a land deity? A month later, Hanju ended the curse and kept the Book of Misfortune. He then turned his attention to Xing Hongshuan's puppet. He had to do things one by one. He couldn't skip the daily missions. Through the heavenly puppet, Hanju saw an extremely spectacular Taoist temple. The Taoist temple was resplendent in gold and jade. The space within was several thousand feet high. The stone pillars supporting the Taoist temple were tens of feet in diameter as if this was a giant's temple. Xing Hongshuan and Chong Yuaa were sitting in front of a painting. They seemed to be comprehending something. Sometimes they would frown and sometimes laugh. Hanju spread his divine sense and looked at the Taoist temple carefully. Soon, he discovered a remnant soul in a stone statue. The remnant soul was an old Taoist nun dressed in a Taoist robe. She was curled up inside the stone statue, seemingly in a deep sleep. Hanju didn't know her cultivation level and didn't dare to disturb her. Could this really be a land deity? Fellow Taoist Guan, I've already broken through to the Mahayana realm. Let's spar. A voice entered Hanju's ears. Hanju returned to his body. Ji Shanshan, this fellow broke through to the Mahayana realm. He had noticed it before, but he didn't take it to heart. Hanju cautiously used the simulation trial to fight first. So close, but it was still an instant kill. Hanju immediately disappeared from the cave abode. Ji Shanshan waited for Hanju in the forest dozens of kilometers away. He was also very cautious. Although he had broken through to the Mahayana realm, what if he could not win? If he brought many people, wouldn't the news of his defeat spread? Hanju appeared behind him. Ji Shanshan turned around and said in high spirits, Guan Yu, I have already reached the Mahayana realm and have comprehended a new mystical power. I have defeated all the elders of the heavenly immortal manner. As long as I can defeat you, I will truly be the number one in the world. Chapter 141 Powerful Grand Disciple, Loud Explosion. After saying that, Ji Shanshan noticed a nervous expression on Han Ju's face. He was very pleased. It seemed that his talent could still intimidate the other party. Han Ju asked carefully, if I win this time, will you come and spar with me again? Upon hearing this, Ji Shanshan immediately became unhappy. What do you mean? You're too conceited. Impossible. I, Ji Shanshan, am invincible. Previously, I was only weaker than you in cultivation level. Now, I will definitely defeat you. Just use the move that killed the Fiend Emperor. I'll take it. Han Ju was speechless. Why do young people want to die? He hesitated. Is that necessary? Ji Shanshan snorted. What? Are you afraid of losing to me? You must accept the challenge today. Han Ju sighed and raised his right hand. This time, he raised his middle finger at him. Ji Shanshan shook his arms. Golden lightning burst out and wrapped around his body, forming a solid golden tower. Han Ju activated the six-path spirit energy and began to accumulate power, preparing to use the heaven-earth mystic yellow world-piercing sword finger. He hesitated. How much spirit energy should he use? When Han Ju raised the spirit energy in his middle finger to 30%, the terrifying aura caused Ji Shanshan to frown. This is the sword chi that killed the Fiend Emperor. To actually use a finger as a sword, it's indeed impressive. Ji Shanshan thought to himself. When the spirit energy in Han Ju's middle finger increased to 50%, Ji Shanshan felt his blood run cold. Not good. Would he be unable to stop it? Would he die? This thought appeared in Ji Shanshan's mind. Impossible. I'm the strongest genius in the history of the heavenly immortal manner. How can I die? Han Ju continued to increase the spirit energy of the heaven-earth mystic yellow world-piercing sword finger. Wait, Ji Shanshan suddenly stopped. Cold sweat oozed out of his forehead. Han Ju retracted his hand and asked in surprise, what's wrong? Ji Shanshan heaved a sigh of relief. His face was slightly red as he said, forget it. Since you don't want me to disturb you, I'll come again when you're free. Farewell. With that, Ji Shanshan turned around, turned into a shadow, and quickly disappeared into the forest. Han Ju shook his head and laughed. This guy is a little cute. This is the world's number one. Han Ju returned to the cave abode. Dao Comprehension Sword asked curiously, where did you go just now? To meet a friend, male or female, what does that have to do with you? Seeing Han Ju frown, Dao Comprehension Sword panicked. She hurriedly waved her hand and said, I'm just worried about you. Han Ju couldn't be bothered with her. He closed his eyes and shifted his consciousness back into Xing Hongshuan's puppet. He continued to inspect the Taoist temple and discovered that there was only one remnant soul inside. As for the restriction, the danger level was very low. Han Ju stopped investigating. After Xing Hongshuan woke up, he would remind her not to disturb the remnant soul. What if it was very strong? According to the cultivation novels Han Ju read in his previous life, it was certain that there were powerful figures hidden in the world. There might also be terrifying existences that could overturn the six realms lurking in the mortal world. There might be as many loose immortals as there were dogs, and the age of Mahayana being common everywhere could come at any time. Han Ju's consciousness returned to the cave abode and continued cultivating. He had to maintain this cultivation speed. He could only be faster, not slower, or else he would feel uneasy. 5 years later, the guest elder of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect, Dooku, came to visit Han Ju. He was here to say goodbye as he was preparing to ascend. Before leaving, he wanted to visit Su Qi. No matter what, Su Qi was the last disciple of the demon-taming sect. Before he ascended, he had to say his goodbyes. Han Ju frowned and said, I think you shouldn't visit him and just directly ascend. Dooku frowned, why? Are you afraid that I'll steal him from you? No, it's for your own sake. I'm just saying goodbye. If you stop me, it'll turn into my mental demon. Alright, then hurry up. Of course. Dooku left to find Su Qi. Han Ju cursed silently. I'm trying to help you, but you got angry at me. What made Han Ju even more speechless was that after this fellow found Su Qi, he didn't directly say goodbye. Instead, he began to talk about the past between him and the demon-taming sect. Su Qi was also speechless. In his opinion, the one who had destroyed the demon-taming sect was his master. He had to keep this matter a secret so as to not cause trouble for his master. After 5 days and 5 nights, Dooku finally left. For some reason, when Hanju used his divine sense to observe him, he felt that this guy's aura was covered in darkness. A sign of great calamity. 8 years later, in the middle of his cultivation, Hanju opened his eyes. He thought of Dooku and began to check the emails. Your good friend Zhou Fan had a fortuitous encounter and obtained a grand unity numinous treasure. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by a demon saint and is severely injured. Your good friend Dooku transcended the tribulation and ascended. He encountered a sudden phenomenon in the heavenly tribulation and nearly died. Although he succeeded in his ascension, his cultivation was greatly damaged and his cultivation level declined instead of rising. Your grand disciple Fang Liang has obtained the recognition of a senior soul thought in the heavenly immortal manner. He has learned a great mystical power. Your disciple Marong Qi was attacked by demons x 75321. Your disciple Marong Qi has comprehended the spear Dao during the slaughter. His cultivation has increased greatly and he has awakened his divinity. Your friend Mo Fucho was attacked by ghosts x 1762. Hanju couldn't help but mourn for Dooku. Fellow Taoist, you deserved it. However, this old fellow's luck was quite good. He actually made it through. Hanju noticed that Zhou Fan had obtained a grand unity numinous treasure. Was he going to rise up again? A grand unity numinous treasure was definitely an invincible weapon in the mortal world. As for Fang Liang, it was just a usual day of his life, there was no surprise. What surprised Hanju was that Marong Qi actually awakened his divinity. Grand disciple, impressive. Hanju didn't expect that the one he looked forward to the most was not his disciple but his grand disciple. Fang Liang and Marong Qi had already surpassed Xuan Chang'an and Yang Tiandong, fully displaying his talent and providence. Especially Marong Qi, he could be well nurtured. Perhaps the task of killing the vermilion bird would be completed by him. Hanju thought silently, he was about to continue cultivating. At this moment, Dao Comprehension Sword spoke, Master, you're awake. Good timing, the fusang tree is moving again. Hanju frowned. Why? Dao Comprehension Sword shook her head. I'm not sure, either. But, recently, during nighttime, the fusang tree will shake. Your disciples are also very worried. Hanju got up and walked out of the cave abode. Upon seeing him, Xuan Chang'an, the chaotic heavenly dog, and the black-held chicken hurriedly knelt down. Hanju looked up. The 2 golden crows were still napping on the tree. They did not leave the fusang tree. So why did the fusang tree sway? Don't invite trouble again. Master, I definitely didn't leave the fusang tree. Even if I did, it wouldn't have taken more than 5 minutes. The black-held chicken hurriedly promised, its tone filled with fear. Hanju ignored it and probed into the fusang tree with his divine sense, wanting to see if there was anything wrong inside. The fusang tree was very healthy and full of life. It didn't seem like something had happened. Hanju was puzzled. Boom, heaven and earth rumbled. A thunderous explosion suddenly erupted, startling Dao Comprehension Sword and the others. Even the other disciples of the sect were shocked. The 2 golden crows on the fusang tree immediately straightened their necks and looked in the same direction. Their eyes were filled with hostility. Chapter 142 5th level of the Mahayana realm, descendant of a true dragon. What's that sound? What's going on? Did someone's tribulation transcendence fail? I don't know. It seems to be coming from outside the sect. Damn it, I almost developed a mental demon. Ah, I was refining a weapon. My precious materials are all ruined. Could it be an enemy attack? The disciples of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect were shocked. The elders also came out of seclusion and surveyed the surroundings. Hanju noticed the abnormality of the 2 little golden crows and couldn't help but follow their gaze. However, he couldn't see any divine beasts or demon beasts. The surrounding mountains and rivers of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect were also in good condition. There were no signs of damage. It was obvious that the previous explosion had come from far away. Hanju used the simulation test to check the area within 100 miles. He didn't find any demon beasts or divine beasts. He didn't let down his guard and waited patiently. Soon, Taoist 9 Cauldrons and Li Qingzi arrived to ask about the situation. Hanju shook his head and said, I don't know what happened, either. The black-held chicken, Xuan Chang'an, Dao Comprehension Sword, and the others tactfully did not mention the abnormality of the fusang tree. They were loyal to Hanju and not to the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. I hope there won't be another disaster, Li Qingzi said worriedly. He had been busy cultivating recently. After breaking through to the soul formation realm, his cultivation level could no longer increase, making him very worried. Even if the immortal mountain was filled with abundant spirit chi, his cultivation potential was limited. Don't worry, With me around, nothing will happen to the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. Go back and manage the sect. Don't panic, Hanju said. Taoist Nine Cauldrons and Li Qingzi nodded and did not disturb him anymore. After they left, Hanju looked at the sky again. What was it? The fusang tree shook every night after the world rumbled, but the source never came. This continued for half a year. Taoist Nine Cauldrons came again. Half a year ago, the loud noise came from the demons. An ancient ferocious beast called the Three-Headed Worm King was born. This WYRM has a mixed bloodline and has a pair of wings. He can control the wind and summon the rain. He has a savage nature and is not far from our great Yan, Taoist Nine Cauldrons said with a solemn expression. Three-Headed Worm King, Hanju asked, did this beast unite the demons? That's not the case. It's said that the demons also reject him as he's gluttonous. Back when he was a demon king, he would often eat the demons under him. The demons were unwilling to serve him. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. He had thought that the demons would be like the previous demonic path cultivators and start a world war. Fortunately, the Three-Headed Worm King did not have the demons' support. Then came the question. The fusang tree was shaking, which meant that the Three-Headed Worm King was after the tree. Why hadn't the Three-Headed Worm King come yet? Wariness. Or was he plotting something? Hanju couldn't figure it out. In that case, he could only use the Book of Misfortune to solve it. Taoist Nine Cauldrons also talked about the recent development of the sect. He intended to nurture Marongchi as the eldest disciple. He would have the authority to command the entire sect's disciples. Other than his status being inferior to the elders, his actual authority would be higher. Hanju had no objections and let Taoist Nine Cauldrons do as he pleased. Marongchi had truly given Taoist Nine Cauldrons a pleasant surprise. He hadn't expected this child's potential to be so terrifying. Taoist Nine Cauldrons even wondered if the other disciples under Hanju were as powerful as him. However, he didn't dare to ask. It was already good enough that Hanju could make Marongchi work for the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. After Taoist Nine Cauldrons left, Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and started to curse the Three-Headed Worm King. Great Yan North Region, the Demon King Dian Su knelt on the snow, trembling. In front of him, amidst the flying snow, 3 pairs of scarlet eyes stared at him. The eyes were even larger than Demon King Dian Su himself. The being's true form was definitely massive. The direction you speak of might lead to the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. I'd advise you to give up on that idea, Demon King Dian Su said with a trembling voice. The fear that this demon gave him reminded him of Great Sage Green Python. In fact, he was even stronger. Was Eve, it was the Three-Headed Worm King. A hoarse voice followed, as the Jade Pure Sacred Sect very powerful. Very strong. There might be an immortal living there. Nonsense. How can immortals live in the mortal world? In any case, they're very strong. In the entire world, the Jade Pure Sacred Sect is definitely the most terrifying place. I even think that the Heavenly Immortal Manor is not as terrifying as the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. The Three-Headed Worm King fell silent. He was originally sleeping underground, absorbing the spirit chi of the land. However, as the fusang tree continued to grow, he was finally awakened from his slumber. He broke through the surface, seeking the treasure that had attracted him. But for some reason, as he hurried along, he felt inexplicably terrified. He felt that he would die if he went. Thus, the Three-Headed Worm King did not dare to rashly go forward. He slowed down and asked the demons along the way. He received a unified answer. If there was a treasure in the Great Yan that attracted him, it had to be in the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. If it's the Jade Pure Sacred Sect, don't go. Previously, when Zudo had flown into the Great Yan towards the Jade Pure Sacred Sect, it died. Previously, when Great Sage Green Python had struck the Jade Pure Sacred Sect with unstoppable force, it died. These things might have been forgotten in the human race, but among the demons, they were still terrifying legends. Is the Jade Pure Sacred Sect really that strong? The Three-Headed Worm King silently thought. He was at the 6th level of the Mahayana realm. Who in the world could kill him? But that sense of unease didn't go away. Dian Su was uneasy, afraid that the Three-Headed Worm King would become angry and eat him. Finally, the Three-Headed Worm King left. Dian Su heaved a sigh of relief. 13 years passed. Hanju broke through to the 3rd level of the Mahayana realm. The fusang tree also shook for 13 years. Hanju even suspected that it did that on purpose. It could be a predatory action. Like a man eating flower. With the 2 golden crows around, the demons and divine beasts in the mortal world would probably not dare to come. However, Hanju was still very cautious. Every once in a while, he would check on the Jade Pure Sacred Sect to prevent demons from infiltrating after breaking through. Hanju consolidated his cultivation and tested the highest cultivation level in the sect. 11 ICSECL. Three-headed Worm King, 6th level of the Mahayana realm, descendant of a true dragon. He was finally here. Hanju narrowed his eyes. A descendant of a true dragon. Someone with a background. Hanju first selected the three-headed Worm King for a simulation trial. This fellow was too weak. He was insta-killed. Hanju started to test the worm's location. Immediately, he was speechless. The three-headed Worm King turned into a young male disciple and knelt at the foot of the immortal mountain with several disciples, wanting to become Hanju's disciple. Ever since Xuan Chang'an, Mirong Qi, and Fang Liang succeeded, there were always disciples kneeling at the foot of the mountain. They didn't dare to make any noise and quietly kowtowed. Especially with Mirong Qi's rise, the disciples idolized the deity-slaying elder even more. What's this guy doing? Hanju touched his chin and thought. Forget it, let him continue kneeling. Then, Hanju closed his eyes and continued cultivating. A year later, the three-headed Worm King was still kowtowing. Hanju felt that he couldn't continue like this, so he asked Xuan Chang'an to fetch him into the cave abode. To prevent anything from happening to Xuan Chang'an, he told the two golden crows to land on his shoulders to protect him. The golden crows were at the 7th level of the Mahayana realm. Would they be unable to defeat a 6th level Mahayana realm cultivator? Chapter 143 700 Years, Grand Unity Supreme Treasure. On the way down the mountain, Xuan Chang'an's body stiffened. His steps were very unnatural. The two golden crows were on his shoulders. He was truly afraid. If the two of them accidentally ignited the true sun flame, he would instantly be a goner. Passing halfway up the mountain, Yang Tiandong, who was cultivating, asked curiously, "Junior, where are you going?" "Master said that there's a promising talent at the foot of the mountain and asked me to bring him up," Xuan Chang'an answered truthfully. Yang Tiandong frowned slightly. "Another disciple?" "No, this time, I want to take in a disciple too." Yang Tiandong coveted Mirong Qi and Fang Liang's potential. He also wanted such disciples. "I'll go with you." Of course. Xuan Chang'an wasn't stupid. He could guess what Yang Tiandong was thinking, but he didn't care. To be honest, he really did not want to accept a disciple. He felt useless. His disciples were also taught by his master, anyway. His disciples clearly respected his master more. If one day, Hanju asked Mirong Qi and Fang Liang to kill him, he believed that these two brats would definitely not hesitate. The fellow disciples arrived at the foot of the mountain with their own thoughts. Xuan Chang'an opened the formation and called the three-headed Worm King in. The other disciples looked at the WIRM with envy and jealousy. The three-headed Worm King saw the two fire ravens on Xuan Chang'an's shoulders and its heart beat wildly. The two little golden crows stared at it with hostility. "What birds are these? Making me afraid." The three-headed Worm King's heart churned. In this mortal world, this was the first time he had encountered a creature whose bloodline made him shiver. Most importantly, Yang Tiandong and Xuan Chang'an were so weak. How did they obtain these two mysterious fire ravens? "May I ask who is the deity-slaying elder?" The three-headed Worm King asked cautiously. Xuan Chang'an said expressionlessly, "The deity-slaying elder is our master. You're not qualified to see him." Yang Tiandong smiled and said, "Don't worry, Junior. Master wants us to bring you up. He definitely thinks highly of you." The two's attitudes were completely different, making the three-headed Worm King extremely confused. The three-headed Worm King could only suppress his doubts and follow the two up the mountain. The two little golden crows kept staring at him, making him extremely uncomfortable. Before long, they arrived at the top of the mountain. When the three-headed Worm King saw the fusang tree, it was immediately stunned. This was definitely what he was looking for. The three-headed Worm King suppressed his excitement. He noticed a black chicken perched on the fusang tree and a white dog under the tree. "These are the deity-slaying elder's beast pets. From today onwards, you will cultivate under the tree. As for whether you can become my disciple, that will depend on your performance." After saying this, Xuan Chang'an walked to the edge of the cliff and looked up at the sky. His back was extremely desolate, like a beaten dog. In the past few years, he would always think of Kyaner, causing him to be unable to concentrate on cultivation. The tribulation cast by the divine Buddha was not something that a mortal heart could withstand. The three-headed Worm King walked to the fusang tree and sat down. The two little golden crows climbed up the tree again and continued to stare at him. Yang Tiandong sat beside him and started chatting with him. As a senior, Yang Tiandong began to describe his experiences over the years, wanting to make the three-headed Worm King worship him. Although the three-headed Worm King was very unhappy, he still had to endure. The more he listened, the more disdainful he became. Demon King Dian Su, a coward from the north of the Great Yan. The three-headed worm king was restless. He wanted to seize the fusang tree, but he didn't know the deity-slaying elder's cultivation level, so he was very hesitant. Logically speaking, if he could raise the two mysterious fire ravens, this deity-slaying elder must be very strong. I'll wait for a while. The three-headed worm king sighed in his heart. Several years later, in the cave abode, 3 lines of words appeared in front of Han Ju. Detected that you are already 700 years old. You have taken another step forward in life. You have the following choices. 1. Leave seclusion immediately and become the number 1 in the world. You can obtain a numinous treasure. 2. Continue cultivating and surpass the Mahayana realm as soon as possible. You can obtain a heavenly Tao Spirit Stone. Han Ju didn't hesitate and chose to continue cultivating. The heavenly Tao Spirit Stone was not bad. It could strengthen Dharma treasures. Han Ju took out the heavenly Tao Spirit Stone and selected the Book of Misfortune. The Book of Misfortune was the only Dharma treasure that could remotely harm the enemies of the upper world. It was worth strengthening. Several days later, it successfully fused with the heavenly Tao Spirit Stone. Your Book of Misfortune has been upgraded from a Supreme Grade Grand Unity Numinous Treasure to a Grand Unity Supreme Treasure. The Book of Misfortune is a Karma Dharma treasure. Please use it cautiously. Grand Unity Supreme Treasure. Han Ju raised his eyebrows and suddenly regretted his choice. Would the Book of Misfortune hurt him instead? Han Ju carefully used the Book of Misfortune and cursed Taoist Julian. He didn't dare to use too much spirit energy. He wanted to test the effect first. 7 days later, Han Ju put down the Book of Misfortune because he noticed that his lifespan had decreased by dozens of years. It seemed that he couldn't use it for more than 7 days at once, or his lifespan would be shortened. He clicked on his interpersonal link to check his emails. Your disciple Fang Liang was attacked by demon beasts X97884. Your good friend Ji Shanshan was attacked by a fiendish cultivator X170210. Your grand disciple Marong Chi has barged into the demon abyss. His fate is unknown. Your good friend Mo Fucho has absorbed the soul of a ghost deity and transformed his Providence. Your good friend Zhou Fan is being hunted by 10 sects. He's condensing his killing intent. Your Tao companion Xing Hongshuan has comprehended an ancient breathing technique. Your good friend Chong Yue has comprehended an ancient breathing technique. Your enemy Taoist Julian had his lifespan reduced by 10,000 years because of your curse, giving birth to mental demons. Your grand disciple Fang Liang accidentally entered the heavenly immortal manor's forbidden land and consumed the 10,000-year sacred fruit. His cultivation potential has increased by leaps and bounds. Han Ju was amused when he saw Taoist Julian's outcome. He felt that he could curse him to death. Losing several decades of lifespan could reduce Taoist Julian's lifespan by 10,000 years. Too ridiculous. However, Han Ju did not want to take the risk. Although he had a lifespan of more than 100,000 years, if he kept doing this, he would eventually harm himself. Next time, he could only curse for 6 days at most, no more than that. He would slowly grind Taoist Julian and the vermilion bird to death. Han Ju thought proudly. He placed his attention outside the cave abode. The three-headed worm king was still cultivating under the fusang tree with Yang Tiandong beside him. All these years, the three-headed worm king had been very well behaved. Han Ju decided to tell him the truth. Go out and call the new kid in. You'll come back in when he's out, Han Ju instructed. Tao Comprehension Sword immediately stood up and left. After hearing Tao Comprehension Sword's message, the three-headed worm king felt inexplicably nervous. Yang Tiandong patted his shoulder and smiled. The opportunity is here. Master wants to impart his mystical power to you. The three-headed worm king secretly despised him, but on the surface, he chuckled and nodded. He carefully entered the cave abode. Boom! The cave abode's stone door closed, making the WYRM even more nervous. The three-headed worm king knelt down in front of Han Ju. The moment he saw Han Ju, he was stunned. What a handsome man! It was his first time seeing such a beautiful face. Tisk! What am I thinking? The three-headed worm king felt as if he had been infected by Yang Tiandong, his mind was no longer normal. With that thought, he hated Yang Tiandong even more. Han Ju said expressionlessly, three-headed worm king, 6th level of the Mahayana realm. I'll give you 2 choices now. 1. Become a mountain guardian on my cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain. You can cultivate under the divine tree. 2. Die. The three-headed worm king suddenly raised his head and looked at him in shock. Chapter 144 Heavenly Court's Plan, Fang Liang's Return. He knows my identity and cultivation level. How can this be? The three-headed worm king's heart churned. He had an innate mystical power that allowed him to hide his cultivation level in true body. Why was he still discovered by the deity-slaying elder? What did that mean? It meant that the other party was far stronger than him. Hanju spoke very calmly and didn't seem to be bluffing. The three-headed worm king had a feeling that if he stood up, he would definitely be killed. There wasn't even a chance to escape. Hanju stared at him expressionlessly, waiting for his answer. As long as the three-headed worm king dared to say no or flee, he would die. The fusang tree was already exposed. News of this divine tree could not be spread. Hanju wasn't afraid of offending the true dragon behind the three-headed worm king. Dragons were passionate and liked spreading their seeds. Who knew how many descendants there were? The three-headed worm king gritted his teeth and asked, "Who exactly are you?" "Senior," Hanju said, "I come from the 6 paths of reincarnation. I don't enter the 5 elements or fall into reincarnation." The three-headed worm king didn't know what he was saying, but it sounded impressive. He still hesitated. Was he going to be a watchdog now? Hanju asked, "Do you think I'm scaring you? If not, you can receive my finger attack. If you can survive, you should give up." "No, no, no." The three-headed worm king hurriedly waved his hands, almost frightened to death. He immediately lowered his head and gritted his teeth. "From now on, I, the three-headed worm king, will be Senior's mountain guardian. As long as I live, the mountain will remain." Hanju got up and came in front of him. He raised his hand to touch his head and secretly placed the 6 paths insignia. "You won't suffer if you follow me. This will be the greatest opportunity in your life," Hanju said softly. The three-headed worm king hurriedly thanked him. But no favorability appeared. "Great, I still have to observe you later. If I sense anything wrong, I'll kill you." Hanju thought silently. Then, he had the three-headed worm king leave the cave abode. He transmitted his voice to the 2 little golden crows as he stared at the WYRM. The little golden crow yearned to eat the three-headed worm king, but the three-headed worm king didn't do anything bad and didn't develop any hatred towards him. Hanju felt that he could nurture it. When he surpassed the vermilion bird and ascended, he would definitely have to take the cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain with him. At that point, his disciples and grand disciples might also reach the threshold of ascension. The stronger the power of the immortal mountain, the better. The three-headed worm king returned to the fusang tree. Yang Tiandong asked in surprise, "So fast?" The moment he saw Yang Tiandong, the three-headed worm king became annoyed. He said with a snort, "HMPH, from now on, I'm the mountain guardian of cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain." Mountain guardian? That's right, I'm a three-headed worm king at the 6th level of the Mahayana realm. I'm not pretending anymore. Get lost. What? Yang Tiandong was shocked. The black hell chicken, Dao comprehension sword, Shuan Chang'an, and the chaotic heavenly dog looked at him in surprise. The worm's head suddenly split into 3, scaring Yang Tiandong so much that he tumbled away. Upon seeing his reaction, the three-headed worm king was overjoyed. "Demon King Dian Su was as weak as you when facing me," the three-headed worm king said proudly. Yang Tiandong felt extremely ashamed and wished that he could find a hole to hide in. Hanju witnessed everything in the cave abode and didn't say anything. He was very satisfied that the three-headed worm king had revealed his identity. At the very least, it meant that the WYRM did not care about his reputation. Furthermore, it could also make others wary of him. Hanju entered his cultivation state again. Inside a Taoist temple, sandalwood fragrance pervaded the air like immortal mist. An old Taoist cultivating in meditation suddenly spat out blood and became dispirited. He opened his eyes and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. With a sinister expression, he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it! Who cursed me?" How many years had it been? The mysterious curse had only grown stronger. He couldn't even remember how many times he had been cursed. That's right, he was Taoist Julian, the master of Great Sage Green Python, Luo Qiamo's master, and Hanju's enemy. Although Taoist Julian was cursing, he was even more fearful. The other party was definitely an almighty figure. The recent curse had even begun to affect his Tao foundation. How could that be? If this continued, would he be cursed to death? Taoist Julian gritted his teeth. He took out a jade slip from his sleeve and poured his spirit energy into it. After a while, a figure rose from the jade slip. His entire body emitted a green glow, making it impossible to see his true appearance and clothes. "What is it, Senior? I've been cursed." Let me calculate." Taoist Julian waited uneasily. The green figure said in surprise, "I can't even deduce it." Have you offended anyone? Taoist Julian felt wronged and said, ever since I ascended, I've been in seclusion. How can I offend anyone? How strange, the green figure muttered to himself. Taoist Julian was even more terrified. If even this senior couldn't figure it out, wouldn't he be dead? Recently, the heavenly court was attacked by a demon saint. The devil race took the opportunity to disturb many mortal worlds. You have just ascended for thousands of years. It might be related to the Providence in the mortal world. At most, it will take 1,000 years. When the heavenly court recovers, it will cleanse the forces of the demons in the mortal realm. Some of the mortal worlds have been corroded by the devil race. When the time comes, we have to clean it up. I will use this opportunity to make you a heavenly soldier. Seize the opportunity well. The azure figure spoke. His words surprised Taoist Julian. Taoist Julian immediately said, the mortal world I lived in was invaded by the devil race. I was planning to descend into the mortal world a few hundred years later to take a look. It's good to descend into the mortal world and understand the situation. When the time comes, I can provide information to the heavenly court. The azure figure vanished. Taoist Julian carefully put the jade slip away. Damn devils, how dare they curse me? Taoist Julian thought hatefully that when he descended to the mortal world, he would definitely destroy their plot. Spring passed and autumn came. 11 years passed quickly. Hanju successfully broke through to the 6th level of the Mahayana realm. On this day, Fang Liang returned. The black hell chicken, the chaotic heavenly dog, Shuan Chang'an, Murong Qi, Dao comprehension sword, and Yang Tiandong surrounded him. Fang Liang had actually reached the void amalgamation realm. Everyone was shocked. Murong Qi was stuck at the 9th level of the soul formation realm. He thought that his progress was already ridiculous, but he didn't expect Fang Liang to be even more exaggerated. The black hell chicken was depressed. What it had been worried about had finally happened. It was very likely that it could not defeat the combined forces of Fang Liang and Murong Qi. Shuan Chang'an was also depressed. He had finally been left behind by his disciple. Yang Tiandong's envy turned into jealousy. He also wanted such a disciple. The chaotic heavenly dog was dumbfounded. Even the ugly monk's disciple is stronger than me. I've encountered many opportunities in the past few years. That's why I'm in my current realm. Fang Liang smiled humbly. But it was obvious that he had changed. He was more confident than before. The three-headed worm king was disdainful. A mere cultivator at the void amalgamation realm could shock them so much. The two little golden crows suddenly landed on Fang Liang's shoulders and rubbed themselves against his face affectionately. Fang Liang asked curiously, these two are? The black hell chicken smiled slyly. I gave birth to them. Previously, Master caught a fire raven for me. Before it could finish speaking, the two little golden crows turned to look at it, scaring it so much that it dared not speak. Chapter 145 7th level of the Mahayana realm, limit of the mortal realm. Junior, long time no see. Why don't we join forces to fight the black hell chicken? Murong Qi winked. He couldn't stand the chicken's posturing. Fang Liang smiled. Sure, even after so many years, the black hell chicken was still so contemptible. The black hell chicken yawned and pretended not to hear them. Everyone sat down and started chatting. Fang Liang recounted his experiences over the years. He fought demons, devils, and ghosts. Now, he had become a genius of the heavenly immortal manner. He was extremely famous. The three-headed worm king pretended not to care, but in reality, it was also eavesdropping. This kid's talent is so terrifying. The three-headed worm king was secretly shocked. The deity-slaying elder has such talented people under him. It seemed that other than Yang Tiandong, everyone else was very talented. At the same time, a line of words appeared in front of Hanju. Three-headed worm king has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 2 stars. Hanju felt that there was something wrong with the three-headed worm king. There was something wrong with his head. This favorability came out of nowhere. Hanju didn't care too much. He was also eavesdropping on Fang Liang's experience. If Su Qi was the male protagonist of a rags to riches Shenxia novel, then Fang Liang was in a self-fulfillment fantasy. In the past few years, the number of times he had been severely injured could be counted on one hand. Most of the time, he had been rampaging everywhere, and opportunities had been presented to him one by one. Everyone sighed. Fang Liang was really impressive. Even Murong Qi was impressed. Several hours later, Fang Liang stood up and went to visit Hanju. After entering the cave abode, Fang Liang knelt in front of Hanju. He was very excited and even had the urge to cry. Hanju smiled and said, how does this training feel? Fang Liang said excitedly, I finally understand Grandmaster's good intentions. Such training has indeed transformed me. I became a genius in the heavenly immortal manner and felt that I had already obtained all the opportunities I could. There was no need for any more opportunities, so I came back. I still want to cultivate in front of Grandmaster and cultivate the great Tao. After reaching the void amalgamation realm, Fang Liang indeed had no requirement for fortuitous encounters. Currently, he had cultivation techniques, mystical powers, spells, treasures, and so on. He only needed to constantly accumulate cultivation. The two chatted for a long time. Fang Liang left and went to the fusang tree to find a spot to meditate. Dao Comprehension Sword returned to the cave abode and looked at Han Ju. Master, do you think I should go out and train? Fang Liang's experience made everyone excited. They also wanted to obtain various opportunities. Han Ju asked, why do you want to train? You can obtain opportunities by training. What's the use of opportunities? I can become stronger. What's the point of becoming stronger? To protect Master. I need your protection. Dao Comprehension Sword thought about it carefully. He seemed to be right. She tilted her head and asked, then, what's the meaning of my existence, Master? Han Ju said seriously, companionship. You only need to cultivate steadily and keep up with everyone's pace. Dao Comprehension Sword couldn't help but be overjoyed when she heard that. Her smile became even more beautiful. In Han Ju's opinion, as long as Dao Comprehension Sword cultivated in peace, she would become an immortal sooner or later. There was no need to go out and explore. Besides, not everyone's training had the same effect. There was only one Fang Liang in this world. In the end, no one suggested training to Han Ju. Especially the Yang Tiandong and the chaotic heavenly dog. They were truly afraid. They dared not go out again. Cultivating on the immortal mountain was not too boring. When they had nothing to do, they could chat, discuss, and even fight. Han Ju even allowed them to wander around the inner sect city. That was already very good. At the same time, his disciples and divine pets were worried. They were worried that Han Ju would ascend. With the strength he displayed, he was not far from ascending. What would they do when he ascended? Under Marong Chi's call, everyone decided to cultivate hard and strive to ascend with Han Ju. Han Ju had a better impression of Marong Chi after this. Not only was Marong Chi talented and heroic, but he also had the ability to lead. Not bad, not bad. As expected of the former divine palace war god. As a god of war, not only was his cultivation strong, but he was also the commander of an army. 19 years later, Han Ju broke through to the 7th level of the Mahayana realm. His calm heart finally stirred. 7th level of the Mahayana realm. He was close to the upper limit. At most, it would take him 20 years to cross a minor realm. Perhaps, he would surpass the Mahayana realm in 50 years. Awesome. Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and started to curse Vermilion Bird. He had tested that as long as the curse did not last more than 6 days, it would not consume his lifespan. He pulled up his interpersonal relationships and checked his emails. Your good friend Mo Fucho was attacked by righteous cultivators X5427. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by a fiendish cultivator X74200. Your good friend Ji Shanshan has gained enlightenment of the grand unity mystical power, causing a huge commotion. Your good friend Huang Jihao has condensed the heart of the sword. His sword intent is extraordinary. Your good friend Taoist 9 Cauldrons was attacked by a fiendish cultivator X743. Your pet black hell chicken has awakened the mystical power of its previous life. Your enemy Vermilion Bird has developed a mental demon because of your curses. Apart from Mo Fucho and Zhou Fan, who were brothers in adversity, the others had been attacked several times. Han Ju glanced at them. Most of them were news of opportunities. He was puzzled. Have these friends been on steroids all these years? For some reason, Han Ju felt a strong sense of uneasiness. Something was wrong. As a Mahayana realm cultivator, premonitions were often real. This was his comprehension of the heavenly Tao. No. I have to ask my good brother. Han Ju started to comprehend sword intent. His reincarnation sword intent had not been upgraded yet. It was great timing now. A month later, strange phenomena appeared in the sky. The cultivators of the world were very calm, but the mortals were surprised. To mortals, decades were a lifetime. It was a rare phenomenon. Han Ju came to the Sword Dao River again and quickly arrived in front of Zhang Guxing. What do you want to ask this time? Ever since Han Ju started to frequently appear, Zhang Guxing would occasionally wonder when that brat would come. He even suspected that he was ill. Senior, recently, many people with great providence have appeared in our mortal world, and they all obtained opportunities during the same time. Do you think this is reasonable? Han Ju asked. Zhang Guxing said, it's normal for there to be people with great providence in the mortal world. There are also many with great providence in the upper world. However, those with great providence are not equivalent to experts. Experts might not necessarily have great providence. You might be overthinking this. Han Ju frowned, but I feel uneasy. Zhang Guxing hesitated for a moment and said, there's indeed a possibility. People experience terminal lucidity, and so does the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao in the mortal world might have sensed that trouble is about to descend. This is the heavenly Tao's act of saving itself. There's trouble in the mortal world. Han Ju felt even more uneasy. Zhang Guxing continued, now that I think about it, I understand something. It might be related to the invasion of the devil race. The heavenly court might want to purge them for good. At that time, the immortals and gods would descend into the mortal world. If the devil race has taken over and the demonic path prevails, the heavenly court might directly destroy this mortal world. Although the heavenly Tao is bound by rules, never think too simply of it. P.S. Sorry for delay, forgot to upload it earlier. Chapter 146 Clearing the Demonic Path, Helplessness of the Three Fiends. Destroy the mortal world. Han Ju was shocked. So vicious. He quickly asked, can heavenly court still be considered as heavenly court by doing this? They could easily destroy an entire mortal world. It was simply inhumane. So what? There are tens of thousands of mortal worlds. Destroying one mortal world won't cause much of a stir in the upper world. Besides, if the mortal world is destroyed, all living beings can still enter the 6 paths of reincarnation and be reincarnated. Think about it, how many races have the mortals wiped out? When mortals think about the heavenly court, they shouldn't think of themselves as the main focus. Zhang Guxing waved his hand, feeling that Han Ju's idea was a little ridiculous. Han Ju felt that it made sense. To put it bluntly, it was still survival of the fittest. Whoever set the rules had the final say. Han Ju asked, how long until the heavenly court cleans up the devils? Zhang Guxing replied, it can be as short as a few hundred years or as long as a few thousand years. The forces behind the demon saint are about to reach an agreement with the heavenly court. Unfortunately, that demon saint is still kept in the dark. Han Ju's expression turned strange, and he asked, is that demon saint the great sage rivaling heaven, Sun Wukong? No. Oh. For a second, Han Ju thought that he had come to the world of Journey to the West. The two of them exchanged some pleasantries before Han Ju continued forward. After his consciousness returned to his main body, Han Ju consolidated his understanding of the reincarnation sword intent. The reincarnation sword intent had also successfully been raised to the grand unity level. His strength could only be said to be more comprehensive, and the intensity of his attacks had not increased. He still had to raise his cultivation level. After consolidating his sword intent, Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and started to curse Vermilion Bird and Taoist Julian. No matter what he achieved, he couldn't forget his true goal and enemies. 12 days later, Han Ju continued cultivating. The pressure brought by the heavenly court was immense. Han Ju hadn't felt such pressure for a long time. During this time, he brought Fang Liang into the cave abode. The heavenly court of the upper world is preparing to hunt down the devils. Our mortal world has been invaded by the devils, and we will likely be treated as a subsidiary force of the devils by the heavenly court. We will be wiped out, and all the living beings in the world will be slaughtered. We will be reincarnated after death. If you want to avoid this calamity, you have to inform the heavenly immortal manor and get them to call on the cultivation world to eradicate the forces of the devils and rid them of suspicion. Don't mention me. Just say that you were taught by a land deity, Han Ju said seriously. Hearing that, Fang Liang's eyes widened. Dao comprehension sword also opened her eyes. Fang Liang's expression changed drastically. Grand Master, is this true? When will the heavenly court take action? At most 1,000 years. Remember, recently, many prodigies have obtained great opportunities. These are the final moments of the heavenly Tao in the mortal world. It wants to rely on the power of all lives to protect the world. Mies, I'll immediately send a message to the heavenly immortal manor. I won't tell anyone that it was Grand Master. Fang Liang left anxiously. Dao comprehension sword asked curiously, Master, how do you know about the upper world? Han Ju said, I'm related to the upper world. What relationship? I can't say. Han Ju closed his eyes and didn't say anything else. In Dao comprehension sword's mind, his image rose again. 2 years later, Fang Liang received a reply saying that the heavenly immortal manor had already accepted his suggestion and started to inform the sects in the world. Less than 3 years later, Taoist 9 cauldrons came to visit. Han Ju noticed that his qi and blood were a little chaotic. He had been beaten up a lot during his training in the past few years. Elder Han, the heavenly immortal manor has summoned all the sects in the world to hunt down the demonic path. They said that because of the invasion of the devils, the immortals and gods feel that our mortal world has already become the mortal world of the devil race. I'm afraid that we will suffer the wrath of the heavens, and the mortals will have to save themselves. As the #1 holy land of the Great Yan, our Jade Pure Sacred Sect also received a letter from the heavenly immortal manor. What do you think we should do? Taoist 9 cauldrons was vexed. What was happening? In his opinion, the heavenly immortal manor was *TTING. Han Ju said seriously, this is true. If the Jade Pure Sacred Sect can help, so be it. How could mortals resist the heavenly court, the overlord of the upper world? They could only try their best to cut ties with the devil race. When Taoist 9 cauldrons heard that, he couldn't help but be moved. Even Han Ju said so. It seemed to be true. He didn't say anything else and quickly left. Han Ju had a favorable impression of the heavenly immortal manor. The heavenly immortal manor actually believed it. If this was in some novels, they would definitely not believe it. This would lead to a calamity, forcing the protagonist to rely on himself. After saving the world, all the people in the world would be shocked. The Holy Lands would feel regret and respect for the protagonist. Cough cough. Han Ju thought about it and felt naive again. Perhaps the heavenly immortal manor had a connection with the upper world. After all, countless people had ascended in the past. Some people would definitely reminisce about the past and might secretly leak the news to the heavenly immortal manor. As a holy land, it was impossible for the heavenly immortal manor to believe the words of a mysterious person for no reason. No matter what, with the heavenly immortal manor and other holy lands taking over, Han Ju could cultivate in peace. Besides cultivating, Han Ju would also pay attention to Mo Zhu and the other two. More and more members of the Mo clan came along. Mo Fucho and the others did not have any intention of fighting. They only wanted to find a place to hide. However, Mo Fucho's demonic aura was too strong, and he often encountered attacks from righteous cultivators. Because of his personal feelings, Han Ju was also worried that Mo Zhu and Mo Fucho would meet with misfortune. However, he had already persuaded them. Everyone had their own life to live. It was impossible for Han Ju to take in the entire Mo family onto his cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. Once he did that, his disciples would beg him to take in more people. In the mortal world, who would not have feelings? Who would not have people they cared about? In the dark cave, Patriarch Blood Fiend, White-Haired Fiend Lady, and Fiendish R had sat together. A ball of demonic chi floated between them. With all the righteous powers working together, the demonic path will suffer greatly. At this rate, it won't take more than a few hundred years for the demonic path to be completely eradicated, much less revived. A cold voice came from within the demonic chi, HMPH, there's no need to be afraid. Soon, I'll send a batch of true devils over. At that time, I'll massacre the heavenly immortal manor and intimidate the righteous path. With that, the demonic chi dissipated. Fiendish R had frowned and asked, didn't Senior Julian tell us not to interfere in the matters of the devil race? White-haired fiend lady shook her head. It's not that we want to interfere, but if we wait any longer, before Senior Julian descends into the mortal world, we'll probably die at the hands of Ji Shanshan. Against the current Si Shanshan, even if the three of us join forces, we won't be his match. Fiendish R had fell silent. Patriarch Blood Fiend sighed. We've become pawns. Our ambitions are not worth mentioning. It's the best outcome if we can survive. Even if we want to ascend, there's no place for us to transcend the tribulation now. The heavenly immortal manor is watching us too closely. The only thing we can do now is to seek the help of the devil race. The once awe-inspiring three fiends of the demonic path smiled bitterly and sighed. Ascension required time. If they were attacked during the tribulation transcendence, they might die. Patriarch Blood Fiend Ascension tribulation was interrupted earlier. Fiendish R had gritted his teeth. Damn it, did the demon lord ascend because she knew certain information? When she ascended, the heavenly immortal manor did not interfere. Why is it that when we tried? The mention of the demon lord infuriated the fiends. If you could ascend, why didn't you bring us along? Chapter 147 8th level of Mahayana realm, Invasion of True Devils. 12 years later, Han Ju broke through to the 8th level of the Mahayana realm. With pressure, he had motivation. His cultivation speed was even faster than before. After breaking through, Hanju habitually took out the Book of Misfortune. He cursed and checked the emails. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by a fiendish cultivator X4729. Your good friend Ji Shanshan was attacked by a fiendish cultivator X110332. Your disciple Marong Qi was attacked by righteous cultivators X78. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by a fiendish cultivator X74110. Your good friend Taoist 9 Cauldrons was attacked by a fiendish cultivator X85. Your disciple Fang Liang comprehended the heavenly Tao while cultivating. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your Tao companion Zan Qingjun has received a divine providence. Your good friend Duku was attacked by a loose immortal. His life is hanging by a thread. The entire backlog was filled with fiendish cultivators. But this time, it was not the demonic path that swept through the world. Instead, it was being hunted down like a beaten dog. Hanju didn't pity them. He was not a saint. The righteous and demonic paths were irreconcilable. When the fiends had swept through the righteous path, many sects had been massacred and many people had been killed by fiendish cultivators. Perhaps there was some scum in the righteous path, but the demonic path was not slandered either. As for the righteous and demonic paths joining forces to resist the heavenly court, that was too ridiculous and impossible of an idea. The heavenly court had always been on the side of the righteous path, equivalent to the superior of the righteous path. Now, the superior suspected that his subordinates were colluding with the enemy, and in order to survive, his subordinates had to collude with the enemy. Not to mention, even if the righteous and demonic paths joined forces, they still couldn't stop heavenly court. If they did that, would the righteous path still be the righteous path? Hanju didn't place all his hopes on the righteous path. He still had to become stronger. If the heavenly court insisted on destroying the mortal world, he had to have the ability to protect himself. At most, he would bring the cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain and hide in the netherworld. Hanju could still jump to other realms. After all, he had chosen the path of the sword immortal of reincarnation. However, he could only head to another realm by himself and could not bring anyone else with him. Furthermore, he didn't understand the other realms at all, so he couldn't choose where to go. In other words, once he used the reincarnation mystical power, the destination would be quite random. Unless he had no choice, he wouldn't jump to another realm. If he jumped into the devil world, wouldn't he suffer? Hanju silently thought that he still had many ways to survive. He secretly prayed that the demon saint would cause more trouble and not let the heavenly court recover in a short time. After the curse ended, Hanju continued cultivating. He only had one goal now, to reach the perfected 9th level of the Mahayana realm as soon as possible. A year later, a familiar voice entered Hanju's ears. Fellow Taoist Guan, come out. I won't challenge you this time. Ji Shanshan. Hanju frowned. Why was this fellow here again? Hanju thought for a moment and decided to go out and meet the guy to prevent him from causing trouble. It was still that forest. After not seeing him for decades, Ji Shanshan's aura had more than doubled. This fellow slaughtered fiendish cultivators everywhere and could still become stronger. It was simply unreasonable. Hanju even suspected that he and Huang Jihao had a system that allowed them to level up by killing monsters. Why does my system not have this function? In certain novels, people could sign into random locations and become stronger wherever they went. As for Hanju, he had to cultivate on his own. Hanju sighed in his heart. Ji Shanshan looked at him and said with a burning gaze, Fellow Taoist Guan, on behalf of the heavenly immortal manor, I invite you to join and become an elder of the manor. Are you willing? Thank you for your kind intentions, all. Pass. Why, no location is better than home. Ji Shanshan was stunned by Hanju's words. What was he saying? He continued, the heavenly immortal manor discovered the barrier set up by the demonic path which is already connected to an unknown world. I'm afraid it's related to the devil race. Previously, we encountered a world created by them, and I even fought my way in. Are you interested in fighting the devil race with me? Typically, such a world contains cultivation resources given by the devil race to the demonic path. There might be treasures that you need. Hanju asked in surprise, is the devil race so weak? Hearing this, Ji Shanshan flew into a rage. What do you mean? Cough, cough, I'm not belittling your heavenly immortal manor. No matter what, the devils should be stronger than mortals. Otherwise, why would the fiends respect them? The actual devil race is trapped in the netherworld, so they can only send some true devils to preach. The strongest ones we've encountered are around the 9th level of the Mahayana realm. I won't be going. I wish you all the best. Hanju shook his head. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. Ji Shanshan pulled him back and asked, By the way, what does Fang Liang have to do with you? I saw him on the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. Han Ju said, nothing much, he's just a guest. That's good. This lad is extremely talented. He might even be thought to be more talented than me. I'm prepared to recruit him. Oh, I remember now. He's my grand disciple. Ji Shanshan wanted to curse. No wonder Fang Liang was so absurdly talented. After living for more than 1,000 years, apart from Han Ju, this was the first time that Ji Shanshan felt pressured. It was not pressure from strength, but talent. Fang Liang had risen too quickly. Even his master had reminded him, hoping that he could help Fang Liang. HMPH. Goodbye. Ji Shanshan waved his sleeve and left. Han Ju shook his head and returned to the cave abode. Under the fusang tree, the three-headed worm king frowned. The others could not sense Ji Shanshan's aura, but he could. Very strong. Such a powerful existence was like a child when facing Han Ju. He was even more curious about Han Ju's cultivation. 7 years later, amidst cultivating, Han Ju suddenly felt uneasy and opened his eyes. What happened? Why did he suddenly feel so uneasy? Han Ju frowned. Dao Comprehension Sword opened her eyes. She asked, Master, do you feel uneasy? Han Ju wondered, you feel it, too. What do you sense? I don't know, it's just depressing. Dao Comprehension Sword's answer made Han Ju even more uneasy. Is Heavenly Court attacking? So fast? At this moment, 3 lines of words appeared in front of Han Ju. Detected that the true devils have invaded the mortal world and a calamity will befall the mortal world. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and kill all the true devils. Your name will shake the world. You can obtain a numinous treasure and a heavenly Dao spirit stone. 2. Continue cultivating and stay away from trouble. You can obtain a mystical power inheritance. True devils were invading. Han Ju's eyebrows twitched. It turned out that the devil race had done something. His first reaction was to contact the heavenly puppet and ask Xing Hongshuan, Fairy Shizan, and Chong Yue to return to the sect immediately. It was the first time that the 3 girls had heard Han Ju so eager for them to return. They immediately put down what they were doing and returned to the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. Han Ju silently chose the second option. To be able to cause a calamity, this batch of true devils had to be very strong. He couldn't take the risk. It was fine to make a move, but it would be best if he was confident enough. Han Ju immediately checked if there were any true devils within 100 miles of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. Lu Yushui, 9th level of the Mahayana realm, commander of the true devils. Chapter 148 The Peak Providence of the Mortal World, the devil race is past. You chose to continue cultivating and stay away from trouble. You will obtain a mystical power inheritance. Congratulations on obtaining mystical power, invocation technique. Invocation technique. Inheritable mystical power, it can be passed on to others. When others use the invocation technique, they can summon you from afar. You can return to your original location within 2 hours using the invocation technique again. The 3 lines of words suddenly appeared in front of Han Ju's eyes, but he ignored them and looked at the line of information regarding Lu Yushui. Commander of the True Devils. How did he come so quickly? Is he coming for me, or did he appear around the Jade Pure Sacred Sect by coincidence? Han Ju frowned and became even more nervous. He immediately used the simulation trial to fight against Lu Yushui. Too close. Instant kill. However, the aura emitted by Lu Yushui in the battle was much stronger than that of Ji Shanshan and Zan Qingjun. Han Ju started to check Lu Yushui's location. This fellow was less than 15 kilometers away from the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. He stood on a mountain peak and didn't move. This is a good opportunity to intimidate the 3-headed Worm King. Han Ju thought silently, then sent a voice transmission to the 3-headed Worm King. At the peak of the mountain, a black-robed figure stared into the distance. His hair was white and his face was demonic. He had a pair of double pupils, and his lips were so red that they were almost dripping blood. Under the sunlight, he looked terrifying. Lu Yushui, a true devil of the devil race. This time, he brought dozens of true devils to the mortal world. The other true devils first gathered information on the heavenly immortal manor, while he was sent to the place with the greatest providence in the mortal world by the devil ancestor, who wanted him to destroy this place first. This way, the providence of the human race in the mortal world would greatly decrease, allowing them to proceed more smoothly. Lu Yushui used his divine sense to scan the area. This sect was not strong and should not be the heavenly immortal manor. Why was it the place with the most providence in the mortal world? He couldn't figure it out and felt that there might be a trap. He didn't dare to act rashly. At that moment, a figure sped over. It was the 3-headed Worm King. The 6th level of the Mahayana realm. Lu Yushui frowned. The immortal mountain was enveloped by Hanju's system barrier. Previously, when he scanned with his divine sense, he didn't notice the three-headed Worm King. It was indeed a trap. This place looked weak, but it was actually the most terrifying place in the entire mortal world. The three-headed Worm King took out a huge halberd and smiled sinisterly. "You're a true devil." Without another word, he brandished his halberd and attacked Lu Yushui. Lu Yushui stirred. How did he know that he was a true devil? Had the devil's plan been exposed? Lu Yushui didn't have time to think too much and quickly started fighting with the Wyrm. This was the fight of two Mahayana realm cultivators with terrifying auras. In less than 5 breaths of time, the surrounding mountains were razed to the ground. The sounds of battle alerted the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. The elders flew out and looked into the distance nervously. Lu Yushui was worthy of being a true devil commander. He was indeed far stronger than the three-headed Worm King. Demonic chi overflowed and covered the sky. It covered a radius of 5 kilometers, suppressing the three-headed Worm King until he continuously fell. The overbearing demonic chi transformed into pillars that descended from the sky, forcing the three-headed Worm King to constantly dodge in the ruins. After fighting for a short while, the three-headed Worm King was already covered in blood. Damn it! The three-headed Worm King was both shocked and furious. He hadn't expected the other party to be so strong. This was his first battle after joining Hanju. Was he going to lose? The Wyrm roared into the sky and transformed into his true form. A three-headed black-scaled Wyrm appeared between heaven and earth. It was thousands of feet long and looked mighty and domineering. Under its 4 claws, it stepped on dragon flames. A pair of fleshy wings grew on its back and spread out for thousands of feet. Lu Yushui raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, true dragon bloodline. He then raised his right hand and pressed down, causing the billowing demonic chi in the sky to transform into a mountain-sized black palm that smashed down. In front of this black palm, the three-headed Worm King was like a small snake, pressed to the ground, unable to move. "Master, I can't hold on," the three-headed Worm King hurriedly shouted. The difference in spirit energy was too great, causing him to not even be able to use many mystical powers and spells. Lu Yushui's demonic chi was extremely strange, causing the three-headed Worm King to be unable to execute his mystical power in the area covered by it. Even his speed was much slower, as if he was carrying a huge mountain on his back. The three-headed Worm King had never encountered such a terrifying opponent. He was clearly very strong, but from a spectator's point of view, he had no ability to resist. He was like a clumsy beast, not a Mahayana demon king. There are others as well. Lu Yushui's eyes flickered as he thought to himself. Boom! A strong gust of wind suddenly blew over, dissipating the demonic chi filling the sky. Lu Yushui's eyes widened. He turned around and saw a figure speeding over. It was Hanju. Lu Yushui's soul trembled. Feeling an extremely terrifying danger, he subconsciously took out a black wooden sword and waved it at Hanju. The moment the wooden sword was raised, Hanju raised his finger and shot out a sword aura. Heaven Earth Mystic Yellow World Piercing Sword Finger. Lu Yushui couldn't block in time and his body was directly annihilated by the sword chi. In the blink of an eye, Hanju raised his palm and sucked away Lu Yushui's soul. This was the reason why he came out personally. Otherwise, he could have stood on the cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain and shot at him. Lu Yushui died. The demonic chi in the world dissipated. The black palm suppressing the three-headed Worm King dissipated as he looked at Hanju in shock. The high and mighty Hanju glanced at him and then disappeared. The three-headed Worm King was extremely ashamed. He wished that he could find a hole to hide in and sleep for another tens of thousands of years. After returning to the cave abode, a line of words appeared in front of Hanju. The three-headed Worm King's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 4.5 stars. Hanju didn't mind. He sat on the bed and opened his right hand. Lu Yushui's soul appeared. Under the constraints of the six-path spirit energy, Lu Yushui couldn't escape. He looked at Hanju in horror and asked, "You are an immortal. How could a mortal be so powerful?" Hanju asked expressionlessly, "Why are you here?" Lu Yushui gritted his teeth. "I was just passing by. I didn't intend to harm you." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying divine sense collided with his soul, causing him to almost scream in pain. "I was sent here by someone because the providence of this place is the highest in the mortal world. I'm also afraid of death. Senior, please spare my life." Lu Yushui gritted his teeth as his soul trembled continuously. Hanju asked expressionlessly, "Who sent you here?" "The devil ancestor." "Devil ancestor. What was the plan?" "Massacre the humans. He sent you." Are the devils so weak? Lu Yushui felt insulted, but he had to bow his head. He didn't want to die. He gritted his teeth and said, the true devils were defeated by the great calamity of the heavenly Tao many eras ago and were sealed in the 6 paths of reincarnation. We true devils were painstakingly found by the devil race. The devil ancestor bewitched the ghosts on the bridge of forgetfulness and made the ghosts who didn't want to reincarnate become fiendish cultivators until they cultivated to become true devils. There are rules in the mortal world. If existences beyond the Mahayana realm enter without permission, it will alarm the heavenly rules. The heavenly court, the divine palace, and even the Buddhist sect will definitely be furious. The devil ancestor can only send true devils at the 9th level of the Mahayana realm to infiltrate the mortal world. Hanju raised his eyebrows. A question popped into his mind. Could it be that the devil race and the netherworld don't have heaven-evading stones? Chapter 149 Pursue the Great Tao Together, not bad at all. Senior, as long as you let me go, I won't come again. Lu Yushui gritted his teeth. Hanju was so powerful that he could only beg for mercy. Damn it. As expected, this mission was not reliable. When Lu Yushui received the devil ancestor's instructions, his first reaction was that there was a trap. The devil's plan for the mortal world had not started in 1,000 years or 100 years. They had planned for 10,000 years, but they had never succeeded. Indeed, he had just arrived in the mortal world and had already suffered a failure. Lu Yushui hated the devil ancestor. Was it not comfortable to stay in the netherworld? Why did he have to come to the mortal world to cause trouble? Lu Yushui has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 1 star. Hanju narrowed his eyes. Star hatred points was actually not too bad. It was far from a situation where they would fight to the death. Hanju hesitated if he should let him go. Even if he did, he had to imprison his soul. Are there any other true devils stronger than you? Hanju asked. Lu Yushui smiled bitterly. No way, I'm the strongest, but I encountered you the first time I attacked. Hanju retracted his hand and imprisoned Lu Yushui's soul in the depths of his soul. Perhaps he could use this fellow in the future. Dao Comprehension Sword couldn't help but ask, Master, the devils are attacking. What should we do? Hanju said calmly, let's wait and see. If we really can't win, we'll run. Outside the cave abode, the 3-headed Worm King slipped back under the fusang tree. He lowered his head, not daring to face the others. The Black Hell Chicken laughed mockingly. Worm King, we need Master's help, and you also need Master's help. Tell me, what's the difference between us? The 3-headed Worm King nearly exploded in anger. Fang Liang sighed. That true devil was indeed ridiculously strong. It looked like he was completely overwhelmed, but in fact, the difference in strength was just too great. Hearing this, the 3-headed Worm King became even more depressed. Xuan Chang'an took this opportunity to educate Fang Liang. You have to cultivate well. You and your senior brother will be our hope. In the future, we'll still have to rely on you two to resolve Master's troubles. Yang Tiandong, the 3-headed Worm King, the Black Hell Chicken, and the chaotic Heavenly Dog felt as if they had been imbued with something. Especially the chaotic Heavenly Dog. Its strength was already at the bottom. Normally, it wouldn't be able to win against anyone. It felt extremely aggrieved. No, I want to surpass them. The 2 little golden crows lay on the branches of the fusang tree, shaking their heads as they looked at these people. They conversed with each other, their voices sweet like 6 or 7-year-olds. Was that guy strong? I don't feel that he was that strong. Perhaps they are too weak. Probably. A year later. Hanju successfully grasped the invocation technique. This technique had 2 components, the main mystical power and sub-mystical power. Someone who learned the sub-mystical power could invoke and summon the person who mastered the main mystical power. Learning the sub-mystical power would only mean mastering the summoning method. Hanju decided to impart the mystical power to his disciples. This mystical power could only be given to his own disciples and could not be taught to the entire Jade Pure Sacred Sect. Even if it was taught to these closest people, he had to give a different explanation. Hanju called Dao Comprehension Sword and walked out of the cave abode. He came to the fusang tree and called Su Qi out. Murong Qi had already returned. He wanted to go out again but was stopped by Hanju. It was to impart the invocation technique. Apart from the Black Hell Chicken and chaotic Heavenly Dog, this was the first time the others had seen Su Qi. Fang Liang and Murong Qi were very interested in this mysterious person. A fiendish cultivator, muttered Fang Liang softly. Su Qi smiled calmly. He was very excited. These disciples and juniors were all very talented. Especially Fang Liang and Murong Qi. The cultivation of the third-generation disciples was almost catching up to his, a second-generation disciple. Hanju said, previously, Su Qi was sent by me to infiltrate the demon-taming sect and had no choice but to become a fiendish cultivator. During the war between the righteous and the demonic, many fiendish cultivators died in his hands. Hearing this, everyone felt deep veneration for Su Qi. Among Hanju's disciples, no one else was assigned a mission by him. They looked at Su Qi's weathered face again and felt guilty. Hanju protected them so much, but they often wanted to go out. Hanju caught everyone's expression and didn't say anything. He had called for Su Qi this time to test him. He wanted to see if the total providence on this mountain could suppress Su Qi's bad luck. Previously, Lu Yushui had said that the providence here was the highest in the world. As for Dooku, he wasn't related to Hanju and was not someone with great luck. It was normal for him to suffer if he dared to spend 5 days alone with Su Qi. I will teach you a technique that can only be used when your life is at stake. Once you use it, you will obtain immense power, but the price will be unimaginable. You will face your worst nightmare, Hanju said seriously. Everyone looked at each other. Fang Liang asked curiously, is the nightmare an illusion, or is the fear going to turn real? Hanju said in an unfathomable manner, only you will know if what you are afraid of will come true or not. In short, unless it's absolutely necessary, you must never use this mystical power. However, if it's a matter of life and death, you should still use it. I hope that all of you can live and follow me to pursue the great Tao and enjoy eternal life. His words made everyone's blood boil. Pursue the great Tao together. Enjoy eternal life. Murong Qi clenched his fists and said, I'll definitely cultivate well. In the future, I'll cut down all those who stand in my way. The others also promised. Xuan Chang'an, who had always been a slacker, also revealed a look of anticipation. Golden crows, three-headed, come over and learn together. Hanju looked to the side and smiled. The three-headed worm king, who had been eavesdropping, hurriedly crawled over. The 2 golden crows flew over and landed on Fang Liang's shoulder. For some reason, they liked Fang Liang and often rubbed against him. The three-headed worm king's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 5.5 stars. Hanju began to impart the sub-mystical power of the invocation technique. He taught them for 2 months. The invocation technique was very complicated, but Fang Liang, Murong Qi, and Su Qi only took a few days to master it. The slowest to learn were Yang Tiandong and the Black Hell Chicken. They almost felt depressed. The chaotic heavenly dog finally regained some confidence and was overjoyed. Hanju brought Tao Comprehension Sword back to the cave abode. Su Qi didn't stay any longer. He quickly returned to his cave abode and cultivated in peace. Hanju used the heavenly puppet to check on Xing Hongshuan and the other 2. They were still on their way back and had not encountered any true devils. According to Lu Yushui, the true devil's target was the heavenly immortal manor. It was unknown if the heavenly immortal manor could withstand it. 8 years later, Hanju was already close to the 9th level of the Mahayana realm. He wanted to reach it in one go. Detected bearer of connate providence, check its origin. Hanju raised his eyebrows. It had been a long time since he had met a new person with great providence. The previous person was Ji Shanshan, a conceited fool who wanted to be number 1 in the world. Hanju immediately chose to check. The introduction of the person with the providence popped up in front of him. Hanju widened his eyes. Not bad at all. Chapter 150 Ancient Grand Magus, Heavenly Immortal Manor's Calamity. Tulinger, 9th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm, the reincarnation of an ancient Grand Magus. During the Savage Era, both the Magus race and the Demon race fought for the Heavenly Tao's hegemony. Both perished and lost the great providence of their race. The Magus race was annihilated, and a few Grand Magi hid in the 6 paths of reincarnation. Tulinger experienced 10,000 reincarnations and finally washed away the Magus race's negative karma. However, her soul is still the soul of a Grand Magus. If she becomes an immortal emperor, she can transform into a Grand Magus and gain extreme power. Tulinger is a deacon of the Heavenly Immortal Manor and is here on her master's orders to find Fang Liang. Ancient Grand Magus. Only after reaching the Immortal Emperor realm could she transform into a Grand Magus. How strong was she? Hanju was secretly shocked. This woman was not simple. However, he noticed that Tulinger had come on the orders of the Heavenly Immortal Manor. She probably had ill intentions. He was very cautious and started the simulation trial with Tulinger. A second later, he laughed at himself. Tulinger only had the background of a Grand Magus and was not a true Grand Magus. Her strength could only match some body integration realm cultivators and was far inferior to him. Han Ju detected that Tu Ling had arrived at the foot of the immortal mountain. Fang Liang sensed her aura and personally went down the mountain to see her. "Senior, why are you here?" Fang Liang cupped his fists and asked with an awkward expression. He had nearly forgotten that he was also a disciple of the heavenly immortal manor. Tu Ling wore a yellow robe and green clothes. Her hair was tied up under a jade hairpin, and she had a beautiful face. Although she was not extremely beautiful, she still looked stunning with her bearing. Tu Ling looked at the mountain and asked, "Fang Liang, what's the origin of this mountain? Why is the spirit chi here so dense?" This was already comparable to the cultivation holy land of the heavenly immortal manor. How could a small place like the Great Yan have such a treasure trove? Fang Liang said awkwardly, "This is my first sect. Why are you looking for me? Didn't I tell the heavenly immortal manor that I won't return again unless the manor is in trouble?" The heavenly immortal manor was not a simple sect. Apart from the disciples that they personally nurtured, they would also teach the disciples from other sects and build a good relationship with them. With your talent, you're comparable to Ji Shanshan. Do you think the heavenly immortal manor is willing to give up on you? I came to look for you this time because we encountered a calamity. Dozens of true devils attacked the heavenly immortal manor, and we've fallen into a fierce battle. My master asked me to look for you, hoping to ask the land deity you mentioned in your letter to help. Is he on the mountain? Tu Ling asked casually. Her gaze was fixed on the fusang tree at the top of the mountain. That tree was not simple. Where did it come from? Fang Liang shook his head and said, "The land deity I met was just a stranger. He left a long time ago. There's no mighty figure in the Jade Pure Sacred Sect who can help the heavenly immortal manor." Tu Ling smiled and asked, "Does your Jade Pure Sacred Sect still lack elders? I want to cultivate on this mountain. Help me ask." "Huh, what, isn't the heavenly immortal manor in trouble? Senior, aren't you in a hurry? I can't go back because it's in trouble. Didn't you also say that if the heavenly immortal manor is in trouble, you will return? Then, will you return now?" Fang Liang was speechless. He thought for a moment and said, "Wait here. I'll go ask my Grand Master." Tu Ling nodded and sat before the stone tablet at the foot of the mountain. Fang Liang quickly went up the mountain and visited Han Ju. Han Ju let him in for a chat. Fang Liang explained the reason for Tu Ling's visit and then said, "Grand Master, Tu Ling's natural endowment is ranked in the top 10 in the heavenly immortal manor. However, she's famous for being cunning. Now, she's using the mission as an excuse to leave the heavenly immortal manor. This means that she's not a good person." It was obvious that he did not like Tu Ling. However, due to her seniority in the heavenly immortal manor, he had to give her face. Han Ju asked, "Is she bearing a blood feud?" Fang Liang thought for a moment and said, "No, she grew up in the heavenly immortal manor. However, she cultivates hard all year round and rarely makes friends. Reject her." "All right." Fang Liang left happily. Although Tu Ling's background was impressive, she was already an adult. It wasn't convenient to brainwash her. Furthermore, she was a disciple of the heavenly immortal manor. Han Ju didn't want to cause trouble. Then, he started to check the emails. After so many years, the true devils did not cause too much of a commotion. Without Lu Yushui's leadership, they couldn't even take over the heavenly immortal manor. This surprised Han Ju. The heavenly immortal manor was quite impressive. Your good friend Ji Shanshan was attacked by a true devil X-145. Your good friend Ji Shanshan is severely injured and on the verge of death. Your good friend Ji Lingchen was attacked by a true devil X4. Your good friend Zhou Fan obtained an opportunity and his body transformed. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by a true devil and was severely injured. Your Dao companion Zan Qingjun has comprehended the true meaning of the great Dao. Her cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Mo Fucho was bewitched by the devil race and developed mental demons. Your good friend Ji Shanshan has gained enlightenment of a sacred technique. His essence soul has transformed." Han Ju raised his eyebrows. Even Ji Shanshan was severely injured. It looked like the heavenly immortal manor was indeed in danger. Han Ju hesitated to help. Then, he shook his head. He had already dealt with the true devil commander. If the heavenly immortal manor couldn't even deal with the other true devils, how could they face the devils in the future? Han Ju didn't want the Jade Pure Sacred Sect to be taken over after he left. In addition, Ji Shanshan's epiphany of the sacred technique was clearly a protagonist event. Perhaps this battle would be the one for Ji Shanshan to rise to the top. Just as Han Ju was thinking, Fang Liang returned. "Grand Master, she refused to leave. She said that she could take you as her master." Fang Liang smiled bitterly. He wasn't Tulinger's match, so he couldn't force her out. Han Ju said expressionlessly, she can acknowledge me as her master, but she has to kowtow for 10 years first. Fang Liang hesitated when he heard that, but he still went down the mountain to pass the message. Dao Comprehension Sword asked curiously, are you really going to accept her? Han Ju smiled and said, let's see if she's willing to lower her head first. At the foot of the mountain, after hearing Fang Liang's words, Tulinger directly knelt in front of the stone tablet and began to kowtow. Fang Liang frowned and asked, what's the point? Even if you want to avoid the heavenly immortal manor's calamity, you don't have to do this. As Tulinger kowtowed, she smiled and said, to be able to make you give up the preferential treatment of the heavenly immortal manor and to be able to nurture such a precious mountain, the master of this mountain must be the land deity you believe in. Fang Liang was silent. There was one more thing Tulinger did not say. In fact, it was not that the heavenly immortal manor wanted Fang Liang to return. How useful could Fang Liang be to the manor's current calamity? She was the one who took the initiative to look for Fang Liang, using the excuse of gathering the forces outside the manor. 10 years ago, when Tulinger was cultivating, she would always fall asleep easily. In her dreams, she often saw a mountain with a mysterious figure on it. At first, the dream was blurry, but later, it became clearer. She knew that Fang Liang, who she had interacted with before, was kneeling in front of the mysterious figure. She knew that he was related to Fang Liang. Tulinger always believed in her dreams. Ever since she was young, she had even comprehended mystical powers in her dreams. This was also the reason why she became a genius of the heavenly immortal manor. When Han Ju asked her to kowtow for 10 years, her first reaction was not anger but relief. The other party spoke so arrogantly. He must be a mighty figure. I knew it. The dream realm guided her towards the fortuitous opportunity again. Seeing that she was determined, Fang Liang did not continue persuading her. He turned around and left, preparing to return to his residence to continue cultivating. Chapter 151 Peak of the Mortal World. Tulinger's arrival didn't attract too much attention from Han Ju. He continued cultivating and strove to reach the 9th level of the Mahayana realm as soon as possible. Time passed. While the world changed outside, to the ascetics, time seemed to stop flowing. Xing Hongxuan, Chang Yue, and Fairy Shizan had already returned. However, when they heard that Han Ju was in seclusion, they didn't disturb him. 7 years passed quickly. Han Ju finally broke through to the 9th level of the Mahayana realm. The peak of the mortal world. After breaking through, the spirit energy in Han Ju's body soared. He didn't stop. Instead, he continued to cultivate and raised his spirit energy to a state where it could no longer increase. 3 years later, Han Ju asked Dao Comprehension Sword to bring Tulinger up the mountain. He wanted her to cultivate under the fusang tree first. He would talk about the master-disciple matter in the future. After Tulinger entered the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain, she discovered that the spirit chi inside was even richer than what she had felt at the foot of the mountain. Is there a powerful and invisible barrier around this mountain? Tulinger was secretly shocked and became even more curious about Han Ju. She came to the fusang tree. Yang Tiandong, Xuan Chang'an, Marong Qi, the chaotic heavenly dog, the black hell chicken, the 2 little golden crows, and the 3-headed worm king all looked at her. Tulinger's gaze landed on the fusang tree. This is. Tulinger was in a daze. When she saw the fusang tree, she became inexplicably distracted. Dao Comprehension Sword said, cultivate here first. Don't make too much noise. Tulinger came back to her senses and hurriedly nodded. The others did not talk to her and continued cultivating. Although Tulinger had many doubts, she still suppressed them in her mind and obediently began to meditate and cultivate. For some reason, she felt that these people were not simple. She couldn't help but think of the geniuses in the heavenly immortal manor. Half a year later, Han Ju finally raised his cultivation level to the perfected 9th level of the Mahayana realm. Your cultivation has reached the peak of the mortal world. You have the following choices. 1. Immediately ascend and become an immortal. You can obtain a mystical power inheritance and a numinous treasure. 2. Don't ascend for the time being. Continue to stay in the mortal world and you can obtain a supreme treasure. Han Ju chose the second option without hesitation. You chose not to ascend for the time being and obtained a supreme treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the Grand Unity Supreme Treasure, 9-5 Supreme Providence Robe. 9-5 Supreme Providence Robe, Defensive Grand Unity Supreme Treasure. It's a supreme treasure refined from the providence of an emperor. Its defense is extremely strong. After wearing it, you will obtain the aura of an emperor. Defensive Grand Unity Supreme Treasure. Defensive. Han Ju was pleasantly surprised. This was too good. System, awesome job as usual. Han Ju took out the 9-5 Supreme Providence robe. It was a mighty and domineering dragon-patterned golden robe. Golden light shone in the cave abode. Dao Comprehension Sword opened her eyes and looked surprised. This was too high profile. Han Ju frowned. However, on second thought, he hid in the cave abode every day. He wasn't afraid of being high profile. He immediately began to make the 9-5 Supreme Providence robe recognize him as its master. 2 days later, the Grand Unity Supreme Treasure recognized him as its master. It was indeed a treasure. Han Ju wore the 9-5 Supreme Providence robe, feeling much safer. He originally wanted to wear the nice 5 robe on top of the Golden Cicada's Mystic Divine robe, but it was extremely uncomfortable, so he could only take it off. Master, can you give me this robe? Dao Comprehension Sword pointed at the Golden Cicada's Mystic Divine robe on the table and asked with great desire. Han Ju said, you're not going outside. You don't need to wear the numinous treasure robe. But master, you're not going out either. If I die, you won't be able to escape death. So, I have to wear it. Dao Comprehension Sword curled her lips, feeling wronged. Han Ju wanted to give the Golden Cicada's Mystic Divine robe to Xing Hongshuan, but on second thought, the Golden Cicada's Mystic Divine robe was also high profile. If Xing Hongshuan wore it, it might attract even more trouble. Fine, I'll give it to you. After you wear it, go outside. I want to break through. I'm afraid the commotion will kill you. Han Ju waved his hand. Dao Comprehension Sword looked over in surprise and hurriedly thanked him before wearing the Golden Cicada's Mystic Divine robe. Han Ju was speechless. This girl actually undressed in front of him. Although he had already seen it before, she was still too unashamed. Han Ju frowned and said, you can't take off your clothes in front of others in the future. Dao Comprehension Sword happily sized up the Golden Cicada's Mystic Divine robe and replied, there are differences between men and women. I understand that. I will only change in front of master. With that, she quickly left to boast to Yang Tiandong, Xuan Chang'an, and the others. Han Ju shook his head and laughed. Then, he perked up and prepared to break through. He raised his hand and sucked the heaven-evading stone into his palm. He placed the stone by his leg and muttered, it's all up to you now. If Han Ju could surpass the cultivation limit in the mortal world and stay here, that would be perfect. Han Ju began to cultivate the 6 paths of reincarnation technique. After comprehending the mortal world cultivation chapter, he would be able to comprehend a cultivation method of a higher realm. Under the Fuzang tree, the moment Dao Comprehension Sword appeared, the atmosphere under the tree became lively. Fang Liang, who was meditating, opened his eyes and glanced at Tu Ling. He asked, are you still returning to the heavenly immortal manor in the future? Tu Ling didn't even open her eyes as she replied, why should I go back? This place is quite good. It's isolated from the world and I can cultivate in peace. I don't want to go back and suffer. Fang Liang was speechless. The heavenly immortal manor raised such an ingrate. It was still fine for him. After all, he wasn't a disciple of the heavenly immortal manor. In any case, he had also carried out missions for the manor. However, Tu Ling was a genius specially nurtured by the heavenly immortal manor. Since she was young, she only needed to cultivate and not go out. In other words, she had yet to contribute to the manor. When your cultivation improves in the future, you won't betray my Grand Master, right? Fang Liang asked warily. The others also looked at her. Tu Ling finally opened her eyes and retorted angrily, what do you mean by betray? Although I've left the heavenly immortal manor, I'm not their enemy. What kind of betrayal is that? Besides, isn't this place the immortal mountain of cultivation? Isn't cultivating diligently the greatest consolation to master? Now, even if the elders of the heavenly immortal manor personally came to force her to return, she would not. The spirit chi under the Fuzang tree was too dense. Tu Ling couldn't bear to leave. Boom, thunder rumbled in the sky. Everyone turned their heads and saw rolling dark clouds. There was no demonic aura or demonic chi. It seemed like a storm was coming. Tu Ling frowned and muttered, that fellow finally succeeded. Fang Liang asked curiously, who succeeded? Ji Shanshan, the #1 prodigy of the heavenly immortal manor. You haven't seen this person before, but his talent is definitely the #1 in the world. A complicated expression appeared in Tu Ling's eyes. Being of the same generation as Ji Shanshan was the sorrow of these geniuses. Fang Liang's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He had also heard of Ji Shanshan. One day, he would prove to the world who was the #1 prodigy in the world. He wanted to win honor for his Grand Master. Mirong Qi, Xuan Chang'an, and the others had also heard of Ji Shanshan. When they heard the conversation between Fang Liang and Tu Ling, they couldn't help but be even more curious about him. There's no need to worry about the heavenly immortal manner. This tribulation will definitely be resolved. Tu Ling closed her eyes and smiled. Fang Liang asked in surprise, just because of Ji Shanshan? He alone can resolve the heavenly immortal manner's calamity. Yes, I'm afraid no mortal in this world is his match. He's no match for my Grandmaster. Isn't your Grandmaster a land deity? He's no mortal. Chapter 152 Reincarnation Loose Immortal, Essence Soul leaves the body. Inside the Conate Cave abode. After completing the Mortal Realm Cultivation chapter of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Technique, Hanju finally comprehended a higher level cultivation technique. There were 6 realms above his current cultivation level. Loose Immortal, Earth Immortal, Heaven Immortal, True Immortal, Mystic Immortal, Golden Immortal. Excited, Hanju started to break through to the Loose Immortal realm. Taoist Julian was also a Loose Immortal. When he reached the Loose Immortal realm, how could he not instantly kill the other party? There was also the Vermilion Bird. It was only an Earth Immortal. Hanju suddenly felt that these 2 enemies were not that strong. At least, he could see the hope of surpassing them. Hanju stopped thinking and focused on breaking through. With his potential, breaking through wouldn't take too long. In the dark cave abode, Patriarch Blood Fiend, White-Haired Fiend Lady, and Fiendish Arhat gathered again. Fiendish Arhat clenched his fists and cursed. When will Taoist Julian be willing to come down? The true devils of the devil race have not attacked the heavenly immortal manor for 10 years. It's said that Ji Shanshan learned the strongest sacred technique in the heavenly immortal manor. No one has managed to learn it for 10,000 years. He's already invincible. What awaits us is a dead end. Patriarch Blood Fiend's expression darkened. White-Haired Fiend Lady gritted her teeth and said, I don't care anymore. I want to ascend. Fiendish Arhat nodded. He didn't want to wait any longer. But if we ascend now, won't we be attacked by the righteous path? Patriarch Blood Fiend hesitated. Fiendish Arhat cursed. Patriarch Blood Fiend, are you being silly? How can they have the time to care about us when true devils are attacking the heavenly immortal manor? It's fine if you don't ascend. Be careful not to regret it in the future. With that said, he and the White-Haired Fiend Lady stood up and left. Patriarch Blood Fiend's expression changed. After Fiendish Arhat and White-Haired Fiend Lady's auras faded away, Patriarch Blood Fiend took out a crystal ball and asked softly, Senior, how much longer? He didn't receive a reply and continued to wait. After a long time, a weak voice came from the crystal ball, don't be anxious, cough cough soon. His heart skipped a beat as he asked, are you injured? No, something went wrong with my cultivation. I'm waiting for a senior from the heavenly court. Don't worry, as long as you're obedient, I'll take care of you after you ascend. I won't let you wander around. Patriarch Blood Fiend suppressed his surprise and said, the devil race sent true devils to attack, but they can't defeat the heavenly immortal manor. I'm afraid. The heavenly immortal manor is useless, continue to urge the devil race to send more true devils. Remember, don't participate, you only need to persuade them. If you're also involved, I won't be able to protect you. I understand. Then, Senior, can you give me a time? I'm afraid I can't hold on. 100 years at most, okay. 100 years. I'll try my best to be faster, HMPH. Thank you, Senior. 2 years later, the Conate Cave abode shook violently, causing the entire Cultivate Diligently Become Immortal mountain to shake. Under the Fuzang tree, Fang Liang, Xuan Chang'an, and the others turned their heads too. Look, Li Qingzi, Fairy Shizan, Xing Hongxuan, and Chang Yue, who were cultivating, were also alarmed and walked out of their cave abodes. They went to the top of the mountain and gathered with the others. What's happening? It's Master's cave abode. Master is breaking through. This has never happened before. This is the first time, right? What realm is Grandmaster at now? If he breaks through, he has to undergo tribulation. Why is he always in the cave abode? Everyone discussed. Li Qingzi said, Elder Han knows how to transcend the tribulation. Previously, I even led him to a good location to transcend the tribulation. This time, he must have comprehended some mystical power. Xing Hongxuan smiled proudly. My husband is so powerful. Husband, Tu Ling couldn't help but look at her as she thought, this is Master's wife. Dao Comprehension Sword and Chang Yue glanced at Xing Hongxuan meaningfully. At the same time, inside the Conate Cave abode, Han Ju succeeded in breaking through. The 6 paths spirit energy in his body transformed into dharmic powers and continued to grow. Congratulations on becoming a reincarnation loose immortal. You have the following choices: smiley face. 1. Immediately ascend and enjoy the baptism of the heavenly Tao. You can obtain a supreme treasure and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. 2. Don't ascend for the time being and stay in the mortal world. You can obtain a supreme treasure. 3 lines of words appeared in front of Han Ju. He directly chose the second option. Since there was no heavenly tribulation and he was not expelled by the heavenly Tao, why did he have to ascend? Unless the heavenly court really wanted to destroy the world, he would stay here and cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain. Han Ju set a goal for himself. He would only ascend when he was no longer afraid of the vermilion bird. You chose not to ascend for the time being and obtained a supreme treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the Grand Unity Supreme Treasure Grand Imperial Phoenix Wings Crown. Su, Grand Imperial Phoenix Wings Crown, Defensive Grand Unity Supreme Treasure. A crown refined from the aura of a Grand Emperor and the wings of a phoenix. Its defense is extremely strong. Closing square bracket. Defensive Supreme Treasure. Nice. Han Ju was in a good mood. He continued to consolidate his cultivation. The dharmic powers in his body circulated along with the 6 paths of reincarnation technique and rapidly increased. Somehow, Han Ju felt much less constrained. It was as if the world could no longer stop him. He could jump out of the mortal world with one leap. This feeling was too wonderful. After consolidating his cultivation with his body, Han Ju's essence soul left his body. He quickly jumped out of the cave abode and arrived on the cultivate diligently become a mortal mountain. He looked down and saw shadows above his disciples. There was a ball of qi above Fang Liang's head. There was a ginseng above Xuan Chang'an's head. A divine figure floated above Marong Qi's head. He wore armor and looked mighty and domineering. A black phoenix floated above the head of the black hell chicken. It was completely different from its body. It could even be said to be worlds apart. Han Ju's gaze landed on Tulingaler. Grand Magus. Tulinger was pretty and could be considered a beauty, but the Grand Magus looked extremely sinister. It had a human body and a beast head, looking very ferocious. So terrifying. When Han Ju stared at the soul of the Grand Magus above Tulinger, it suddenly looked up at him with its snake-like eyes. Their eyes met, and Han Ju felt very uncomfortable. No, this fellow is a little dangerous. He had to send it away. The soul of the Grand Magus opened its mouth to Han Ju. There was no sound, but Han Ju could sense what it was saying. Save me. Han Ju was puzzled. Why did it need to be saved? He didn't think too much and grasped the feeling of breaking through. Han Ju continued to rise into the sky. The mountains and rivers shrank rapidly in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the top of the sky. Above him was the endless sea of stars. This time, Han Ju felt that he could easily skip the resplendent galaxy and fly to the upper world. But he didn't. He was afraid that the vermilion bird was waiting for him. Therefore, Han Ju's essence soul rushed towards the ground. His eyes focused, and he directly jumped out of the mortal world and came to the netherworld. He felt the familiar darkness and the familiar chi of reincarnation. Fortunately, there was no yellow spring nearby and no bridge of forgetfulness. Han Ju spread his divine sense. There were no living beings in a radius of 10,000 miles. His essence soul began to enjoy the baptism of the chi of reincarnation. During this process, the strength of his essence soul rapidly increased. You're here again, a hoarse voice sounded. Han Ju was shocked. Wasn't this the voice that the heavenly puppet had encountered? He subconsciously wanted to run. Wait, I won't harm you. Han Ju calmed down after hearing this. Thinking about it carefully, he seemed to have overreacted earlier. The other party indeed had no intention of killing him. There's actually such a genius like you. You surpassed all living beings in the mortal world before reaching 800 years of age. Yet, you didn't transcend the tribulation and become a loose immortal. You can freely come and go between the two worlds. Perhaps, you are the person I've been waiting for. Chapter 153 Meng Po, A Million Years of Lifespan. Han Ju listened to the other party and pondered. What do you mean? Was she trying to recruit him as her disciple? Or maybe possess him? Possession. Han Ju panicked. He was so handsome and had such high potential. Even an immortal would probably be envious. This area has already been isolated by my dharmic powers. No one can detect our presence. We can talk without worries. The hoarse voice sounded again. Han Ju asked cautiously, may I know your identity? The hoarse voice replied, I'm from the Bridge of Forgetfulness. The Bridge of Forgetfulness? Wasn't that a bridge? The manifestation of the Bridge of Forgetfulness. Wait, Meng Po. Han Ju was shocked. What was Meng Po trying to do? Did she want to recruit him as an assistant? You know the background of your newest disciple, don't you? Hanju asked curiously, what background does she have? A genius of the heavenly immortal manor. Could it be that the heavenly immortal manor has your support? As a loose immortal, he could already see through the grand magus origin. If news of this were to spread, it would definitely attract fear. You really don't know. Your disciples are all extraordinary. The hoarse voice teased. Hanju remained silent. The hoarse voice continued, I'll just say it directly. Tulinger is the reincarnated great magus of our magus race. The reason why she approached you is definitely that you can make her stronger. Every great magus has a special ability that they are born with. Tulinger's special ability is to find the opportunity that's most beneficial to her through the premonition of a dream. This is also the reason why she survived the magus demon calamity. Previously, you came to the netherworld. I remember your aura. Therefore, when Tulinger found you, I specially checked you. You don't have negative karma or a powerful background, but you've come to this point. You might become the hope of the magus race. The hope of the magus race. Meng Po was from the magus race. Hanju thought quickly, as long as you lead Tulinger to become an immortal emperor, you will be a benefactor of the magus race. Hanju asked curiously, what realm is an immortal emperor? Golden immortal. Above golden immortal is immortal emperor. To be honest, the heavenly court might want to clean up the mortal world I'm in. Can you help me? No, the heavenly court is in charge of the netherworld. I have no right to interfere. Then what can I get by helping the magus race? If you die, I can take you in. Hanju was speechless. He felt like he had been fooled. He then asked, then, can you help me carve out a place in the netherworld where I can stay and not be disturbed? No problem. Hanju heaved a sigh of relief. That was more like it. So, you agreed? The hoarse voice asked. Hanju replied, I like Tulinger, too. Besides, she has already acknowledged me as her master. The other party had already revealed his cards. If Hanju refused, he might not be able to leave. Meng Po has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 3 stars. Hanju immediately used his essence soul as the center and started the simulation trial. He found Meng Po and started fighting. A second later, he was defeated instantly. Hanju wasn't surprised. He just wanted to copy the data and use Meng Po as a template in the future. In Meng Po's eyes, Hanju only closed his eyes for a second, as if he was thinking about something. Hanju cupped his fists and said, I still have to continue breaking through. I won't talk to you anymore. Meng Po's voice sounded. Hanju stopped thinking and focused on absorbing the chi of reincarnation to strengthen his essence soul. The cultivate diligently become immortal mountain regained its calm. Xing Hongshuan, Li Qingzi, and the others also left and continued cultivating. The disciples didn't discuss for long. 3 years later, inside the Konate cave abode, Hanju's essence soul returned to his body, which had transformed drastically. With the numinous treasures and supreme treasures shining brightly on him, he resembled an immortal god. He had completely become a reincarnation loose immortal. His strength was more than 100 times stronger than before. Hanju opened his attributes list. Name, Hanju. Lifespan, 779 1,294,000. Race, immortal. Cultivation, early stage of the reincarnation loose immortal realm. Technique, 6 paths of reincarnation can be inherited. Magic, unparalleled finger divine sword, 7 illusionary steps, 3 pure shadow sword unparalleled, 9 dragons devil expelling seal, major chiliocosm thunderstorm, wind god technique, still phase technique. Mystical power, 6 paths soul absorption, heavenly punishment ghost deity sword, imitate heaven and earth, somersault cloud, 10,000 sword sect, can be inherited Tathagata incantation, 6 paths ultimate seal, firmament sword chi, heaven earth mystic yellow world piercing sword finger, universe in the sleeves, door of reincarnation, invocation technique. Equipment, little universe belt, Keelan sword, demon binding rope. Burning fiend belt 6th grade numinous treasure. Frost lord's glazed crown 4th grade numinous treasure. Book of misfortune grand unity supreme treasure, earth emperor's soul ward 3rd grade numinous treasure. Heart protecting immortal chain 3rd grade numinous treasure. Calm meditation mat grand unity 6th grade numinous treasure, heavenly spirit bracelet, supreme grade numinous treasure, purple gold soft armor grand unity 8th grade numinous treasure, 9 layered heaven trampling boots grand unity 6th grade numinous treasure, giant spiritual wrist guard grand unity 5th grade numinous treasure, imperial dragon destiny carriage grand unity 2nd grade numinous treasure, 9-5 supreme providence robe grand unity supreme treasure. Self-created mystical power, 3 pure world cleansing grand unity. Sword intent, reincarnation sword intent grand unity. Birth Dharma treasure. Primordial judgment sword. Cultivation potential. Spiritual physique of the six paths. It contains top-notch wind, fire, water, earth, wood, and thunder cultivation potentials. Increases providence to a certain extent. Connate providence is as follows. Unparalleled. Immortal beauty, top-notch charm. Destined sword fanatic. Top-notch sword Dao aptitude, top-notch sword Dao learning ability. Unparalleled movement technique. Top-notch movement technique aptitude, descendant of the immortal emperor. After the game begins, you will receive an unparalleled cultivation technique. 0.29 million years of lifespan. Who else could compare to him? Hanju became proud. He loved seeing his lifespan increase. Hanju suppressed his excitement and checked Mengpo's cultivation. Mengpo, early stage of the Grand Unity True Immortal Realm, ghost deity of the Netherworld, created by the Magus race. She is hidden in the Netherworld and holds the responsibility of reincarnation. Her wish is to strengthen the Magus race. Current favorability, 3 stars. Grand Unity True Immortal, no wonder he couldn't win. Hanju was secretly glad that he didn't reject Mengpo. Otherwise, he would have died in the Netherworld. This was also good. In the future, after the people he cared about passed away, he could greet Mengpo and tell her not to feed them her soup. But then again, the devils and the magi were hiding in the Netherworld. Could the Netherworld be a refuge for defeated races? Hanju took out the Grand Imperial Phoenix Wings crown and started to make it recognize him as its owner. Several hours later, he put on the Grand Imperial Phoenix Wings crown and decided to give it to Xing Hongxuan. Hanju then took out the Book of Misfortune and started to curse Vermilion Bird. As for Taoist Julian, he was no longer a threat. Hanju decided to wait for him to come personally. While cursing, he checked his emails. From them, he could see that the cultivation world seemed to be very peaceful. Only Ji Shanshan had been attacked by true devils dozens of times. Other than that, there was no news of the true devils. Could it be that Ji Shanshan had wiped out the true devils? Goodness, this fellow was a little fierce. He didn't have an illustrious background from his previous life, but he had fought his way out from the crowd of people with great providence and became the #1 prodigy in the world. Hanju checked Ji Shanshan's profile and discovered that his cultivation level had already reached the 4th level of the Mahayana realm. This breakthrough speed was very fast, second only to Hanju himself. Chapter 154 Emperor Realm, Deity Realm, Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. Hanju sent a voice transmission to Dao Comprehension Sword, indicating that she could enter. Dao Comprehension Sword immediately stood up happily and rushed towards the Connate cave abode. When the others saw this, they understood that Hanju's seclusion had ended. Murong Chi clicked his tongue in wonder. How strong is Grandmaster now? This is the first time he's been in seclusion for so long. Although Hanju had been cultivating diligently all along, he could visit him at any time. Unlike this time, where he was not to be disturbed for several years. Even Dao Comprehension Sword was chased out. I'm not sure, he's probably above the 5th level of the Mahayana realm. Fang Liang shook his head. 5th level of the Mahayana realm? The 3-headed Worm King secretly felt disdain. Your Grandmaster has probably reached the 9th level of the Mahayana realm. The 3-headed Worm King was very curious. Hanju was clearly an ascetic. His cultivation level had reached the peak of the mortal world, so why didn't he ascend? Does he want to experience invincibility? But Hanju didn't go out, either. Tulinger was also very curious about Hanju's cultivation level. On the other side, inside the Connate cave abode, Dao Comprehension Sword sat on his mat and looked at him curiously. Master, did you break through your realm or cultivate a mystical power? Hanju closed his eyes to cultivate and replied, realm. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that the fusang tree was not only emitting heaven and earth spirit chi, but also an even higher level spirit chi. This spirit chi was much stronger than ordinary spirit chi. Could this be the immortal chi from the immortal world? It was very likely. The fusang tree could attract the golden crows of the upper world to the mortal world, which meant that it had spirit chi that could help the living beings of the upper world cultivate. Hanju was completely relieved. Even if he had stepped into the reincarnation loose immortal realm, he could still cultivate in the mortal world. He was puzzled. Was the reincarnation loose immortal realm equivalent to the loose immortal realm? The 6 realms of reincarnation were divided into loose immortal, earth immortal, heaven immortal, true immortal, mystic immortal, and golden immortal. Was reincarnation earth immortal equivalent to a grand unity earth immortal? He had to ask that good brother. Cultivate well. I have to continue comprehending a mystical power. Hanju interrupted Dao Comprehension Sword and began to comprehend the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow World Piercing Sword Finger. Dao comprehension sword suppressed her excitement and began cultivating. Several days later, Han Ju entered the Sword Dao River. This time, he didn't cause any phenomenon because he had already surpassed all living beings. The heavenly Dao couldn't control him anymore. He quickly arrived in front of Zhang Guxing. Zhang Guxing smiled and said, "You're here again. You lose immortal realm. You ascended." He was still calm in the beginning, but his tone suddenly increased. Han Ju smiled and asked, "Senior, I want to ask you something. Above the loose immortal realm, is it Earth Immortal or Grand Unity Earth Immortal?" Zhang Guxing calmed down and replied, "It's naturally the Grand Unity Earth Immortal. Above that are the Grand Unity Heaven Immortal, the Grand Unity True Immortal, the Grand Unity Mystic Immortal, and the Grand Unity Golden Immortal. Grand Unity is a Dao fruit. It was created by the Dao sect. When the Dao sect was at its peak, it opened up the cultivation system. The Grand Unity Dao fruit entered deep into the rules of the Heavenly Dao." Han Ju suddenly understood. So that was the case. He had assumed that the Grand Unity realm was above the 6 realms of reincarnation. That would be too terrifying. But this made sense. He was a sword immortal of reincarnation and did not follow the conventional system. Han Ju continued to ask, "Above Grand Unity is Zenith Heaven?" In the mythological novels, they all had such systems. In the Taoist texts, it was also mentioned that Grand Unity and Zenith Heaven were on an equal level, but they were different systems. Zhang Guxing replied, "In the Savage Era, above Grand Unity was indeed Zenith Heaven. However, over the long years, countless experts appeared. They used their own cultivation to increase the power of a certain realm. They passed down such insights for generations and changed the balance of cultivation realms. Now, there are the Emperor Realm and Deity Realm between Grand Unity and Zenith Heaven. An immortal emperor can escape the 6 paths and travel freely through the myriad worlds without restrictions by the rules of the Heavenly Dao. They no longer have lifespan restrictions. Immortal emperors are the top existences in the upper world. Even if an immortal emperor dies, as long as a trace of his soul remains, he can make a comeback from the cycle of reincarnation and not have his Dao heart erased." Speaking of the immortal emperor, Zhang Guxing's tone was filled with envy. Han Ju couldn't help but think of Murong Qi. In his previous life, he had been surrounded and killed by a group of immortal emperors. Could it be that he had reached an even higher realm? Han Ju asked, "What about the deity realm? What is it?" Zhang Guxing replied, "The deity realm is formed by the incense offerings of the mortal world and enjoys great providence that is inextinguishable. Even if the soul is dispersed, it can still be revived. They're even harder to deal with than immortal emperors. In terms of the strength of their dharmic powers, they're also stronger than those at the emperor realm. Often, mighty figures who have reached the deity realm create their own world. As for the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, that's a supreme existence. Legend has it that the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal is above the 3,000 laws. They can traverse the long river of history or cross time, space, and karma." Han Ju was impressed. He set a small goal. Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. Zhang Guxing changed the topic and asked curiously, "You're not even 1,000 years old and have already become a loose immortal. With your potential, if you transcend the tribulation of ascension, you might be able to directly reach the Grand Unity Earth Immortal Realm. You haven't ascended?" Han Ju nodded and said, "Didn't I say before that the vermilion bird is waiting for me in the upper world? I don't want to die, much less delete my account and start over." "Delete your account and start over? I mean reincarnation." Oh, the two of them fell silent. After a while, Han Ju asked again, "How will the heavenly court clean up the mortal world? Do they directly destroy the mortal world or slaughter all living beings?" Zhang Guxing replied, "Slaughter all living beings. The formation of a mortal world takes countless years. The price to destroy it is too high. Typically, they will only send heavenly soldiers to kill all living beings and then bring those from other mortal worlds in to reproduce. To the heavenly Dao in the mortal world, all living beings are part of the heavenly Dao. When no living beings remain, the heavenly Dao will be destroyed." "How strong are the heavenly soldiers sent by the heavenly court?" "Most of them are led by Grand Unity Earth Immortals. In some extreme situations, they will send Grand Unity Heaven Immortals." Han Ju felt the pressure. He asked some more questions, and Zhang Guxing told him everything he knew. Han Ju bid farewell and continued forward. After becoming a reincarnation loose immortal, he wanted to see how far he could go. Zhang Guxing looked at Han Ju's back and looked forward to it. "How far can this kid go?" A line of words appeared in front of Han Ju. "Zhang Guxing's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 3.5 stars. Han Ju smiled secretly. "I knew it. Strength was the best way to communicate. Back in the cave abode, Han Ju's heaven-earth mystic yellow world-piercing sword finger had transformed. It was far stronger than before. After consolidating his comprehension, Han Ju immediately entered the simulation trial and fought with Meng Po. He was instantly killed by Meng Po. Han Ju fought with Zan Qingjun again and killed her instantly. It was not exciting. Han Ju urgently wanted to meet a loose immortal and test his strength. Oh no, my Dao heart is unstable. Shouldn't I stay away from danger? Han Ju was secretly vigilant and felt that his thoughts were very dangerous. The heavenly Dao is bewitching me again. Han Ju calmed down and didn't think or do anything. After his heart calmed down, he stood up and left. After walking out of the Conate cave abode, everyone under the fusang tree stood up. Master, Grand Master, Tu Ling'er opened her eyes and looked at Han Ju. This was the first time she saw him. What a handsome man. Tu Ling'er was stunned. Even the heavenly immortal manor did not have such a handsome man. Tu Ling'er has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 4 stars. Chapter 155 Challenge from the number 1 in the world. 4 stars of favorability already. Han Ju sighed secretly. He ignored his disciples and walked towards Xing Hongshuan's cave abode. Arriving there, he was warmly welcomed by her. Han Ju wanted to talk to her first, but he didn't expect her to be so eager. He had to use his dharmic powers to envelop the cave abode to prevent any commotion from spreading. A month later, the two of them sat facing each other in clean clothes. Han Ju took out the Frost Lord's glazed crown and gave it to her. Xing Hongshuan accepted it happily and stopped exchanging pleasantries. She took out the pills she coincidentally obtained and wanted to give them to him, but he rejected her. I don't need anything from the mortal world anymore. You should take care of yourself in the future. Han Ju smiled. Although he had many female friends, he still liked Xing Hongshuan the most. Love was cheap, but true action was rare. To fall in love with someone, it could be because she was good-looking, it could be because she said something that you agreed with, or it could be because she smiled at you when you were at your lowest. But only the true act of giving could prove a person's status in one's heart. In the past, whenever Xing Hongshuan went out to train, she would give Han Ju treasures when she returned. Although he didn't thank her, he always remembered it. Han Ju asked Xing Hongshuan to take out the heavenly puppet. As he chatted with her, he helped her change the spirit energy of the heavenly puppet. It was a heavenly puppet with the strength of the loose immortal realm. If Xing Hongshuan went out again, it would be difficult for her to die. Xing Hongshuan had a smile on her face the entire time. She realized that Han Ju had become closer and more talkative than before. She no longer wished to monopolize him. She only hoped that she could become the most important person in his heart. Han Ju could sense that she was scheming, but that was not important. She was thinking of all ways to please him, so what could he complain about? Through Xing Hongshuan, Han Ju also learned about the cultivation world. The heavenly immortal manor was attacked by the devils and was almost destroyed. Fortunately, the other holy lands helped. In the end, Ji Shanshan killed all the true devils alone and his name shook the world. The current Ji Shanshan was truly the number 1 in the world. Xing Hongshuan snorted. What number 1 in the world? I think you, my husband, are the number 1 in the world. However, you keep a low profile like a true cultivator. Han Ju snapped. I'll only be satisfied when you become the number 1 in the world. Alright, I'll work hard. I usually cultivate diligently and not waste time. Keep it up. Several days later, the heavenly puppet was updated to the loose immortal dharmic powers. Han Ju let Xing Hongshuan put it away in her storage ring. After that, he brought her out of the cave abode and called Fairy Shizan, Chong Yue, Li Qingzi, and Su Qi to the fusang tree. Han Ju deliberately let the chaotic heavenly dog, Fang Liang, and Mirong Qi surround Su Qi and suppress his bad luck. He began to preach the Tao to everyone. After becoming a reincarnation loose immortal, Han Ju's understanding of the great Tao deepened. His words could allow everyone to gain a deep understanding. His voice could also temporarily increase everyone's comprehension. The reason was that Han Ju had integrated his Tao into his voice and let them comprehend it together. The lecture lasted for a year. Han Ju stopped talking and everyone regained their senses. Tu Ling'er's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 5 stars. Not only Tu Ling'er, but the others' favorability also increased. Han Ju stood up and smiled. That's enough. I should continue cultivating. He turned around and walked back to the Conate cave abode. Tao comprehension sword hurriedly followed. Li Qingzi sighed. Elder Han is really becoming more and more powerful. I feel like he's already become an immortal. Fairy Shizan asked curiously, if he became an immortal, how can he stay in the mortal world? The others were also curious about Hanju's realm. Su Qi left first. He hurried back to his cave abode and continued comprehending the great Tao. After becoming a loose immortal, Hanju didn't relax and continued cultivating diligently. As long as the Jade Pure Sacred Sect was safe, he did not care about the cultivation world's affairs. 5 years passed. Ji Shanshan came again. Where's Guan Yu? Come out and fight. This time, Ji Shanshan no longer sent a voice transmission to Hanju. Instead, he shouted loudly, resounding through the entire Jade Pure Sacred Sect so that everyone could hear him clearly. Under the fusang tree, Tu Ling'er opened her eyes and looked surprised. Why was Ji Shanshan here? Murong Qi asked curiously, who is Guan Yu? Yang Tiandong smiled and said, it's your grandmaster. He has other names, like Cao Cao and Zhao Yun. Inside the Conate cave abode. Hanju frowned. This fellow was a little arrogant this time. It seemed that becoming the number one in the world had made him arrogant. Hanju immediately started the simulation trial. Instant kill. That's it. Hanju shook his head and laughed. He felt that Ji Shanshan was too arrogant. He immediately disappeared from the cave abode. Several dozen li away, it was still that forest. Hanju appeared in front of him. The current Ji Shanshan wore a golden robe, but it was still inferior to Hanju's 9-5 Supreme Providence robe. Ji Shanshan glanced at him and was secretly jealous. He's dressed even flashier than me. Ji Shanshan said proudly, Guan Yu, I've already killed dozens of Mahayana realm devils. My strength is no longer the same as before. Do you dare to fight me? Hanju said expressionlessly, didn't you say that you won't disturb me anymore? I just want to spar with you. There's no end to it. Why don't we fight to the death? Wah, so arrogant. Hearing Hanju's tone, Ji Shanshan was also furious. But on second thought, what if he couldn't defeat Hanju? He hesitated. He gritted his teeth and said, this time, if I lose again, I'll ascend directly. I won't disturb you anymore. You're sure? Yes, we'll only fight, not have a battle of life or death. Hanju suddenly took a step forward. The two were less than half a meter apart. Hanju raised his hand and pressed on Ji Shanshan's shoulder. His dharmic powers erupted and suppressed him. Boom! Ji Shanshan couldn't take it anymore. His legs went soft and he knelt down on one knee, causing the forest to shake violently. His face turned pale. Impossible. This spirit energy. Ji Shanshan wanted to break free, but he couldn't. The spirit energy in his body couldn't rush out. Hanju's dharmic powers formed shackles and imprisoned him. After a long while Ji Shanshan lowered his head and gritted his teeth. I've lost. Not only was he defeated, but he was also utterly defeated. Hanju retracted his hand and said, cultivate well. With your talent, you will surpass me sooner or later. As for ascension, wait a little longer. The mortal world needs your protection. This fellow can't ascend now. The heavenly court is about to arrive. Ji Shanshan took a deep breath. He also had his dignity to uphold. I'll never come again. Ji Shanshan stood up and left. Hanju flashed back into the cave abode and continued cultivating. Under the fusang tree, Tu Ling'er and Fang Liang were still in shock. The others didn't know Ji Shanshan, but they knew him. Although they were dozens of kilometers away, they could see it clearly with their cultivation. Ji Shanshan was pressed to the ground by Hanju and couldn't move. How great was the difference in cultivation? I came to the right place. Tu Ling'er thought to herself. However, so far, Hanju had never officially said that he wanted to take her in as his disciple. Could it be that he was still worried about her? Was it because of her previous identity? Tu Ling'er was troubled. How should she please Hanju? When she thought of his unparalleled appearance, she couldn't help but blush. Tisk, how can we cultivators think about such trivial matters? Should I give him a treasure? Chapter 156 Black and White Deities, Hanju's Limit. Defeating Ji Shanshan didn't make Hanju too happy. The fact that Ji Shanshan had the time to challenge him meant that the true devil calamity had ended. Hanju understood something. No matter who left the world, it would still continue to advance. From the looks of it, the devils are defeated and the demonic path is suppressed. The heavenly court shouldn't need to clean up the mortal world, right? Hanju thought silently. No, I have to have a foolproof plan. Hanju's essence soul immediately left his body and jumped into the netherworld. Jumping from the living world to the netherworld was faster than him rushing to the ends of the mortal world. After becoming a reincarnation loose immortal, Hanju could clearly sense the existence of the netherworld and the immortal world. Above was the immortal world, and below was the netherworld. As for the other worlds, he couldn't sense them for the time being. Senior Meng Po! Hanju shouted. Ghost mist filled the surroundings. The world was dark and there was no sun or moon. It was like the deepest part of the abyss. What is it? Meng Po's voice sounded. Han Ju asked, if I want to bring some people to the netherworld, can you allow it? The living are not allowed to enter the netherworld. You can kill them. When the time comes, I'll send their souls to you. Han Ju smiled and asked, Senior, are you serious? Meng Po said helplessly, I'm only a ghost servant. I can't make decisions in the netherworld. If the Magus race rises in the future, I can help you. Then, what can you help me with now, Senior? You wanted me to accept Tu Lingler, so I took her in, but you can't do anything for me. Do you want to gain something for nothing? Meng Po fell silent. Han Ju was also silent. Could it be that Meng Po was angry and wanted to kill him? If that was the case, he couldn't befriend her. Han Ju panicked. After a while, Meng Po sighed. How about I give you 2 ghost servant spots? Han Ju said helplessly, I still have to kill them in that case. I'll give you a resurrection lily. It can increase spirit chi and produce fruits that can revive the dead. The resurrection lily could still bear fruit. Han Ju learned something. Alright, how can I obtain the resurrection lily? Han Ju asked. In the dead of the night, I'll get the black and white deities to send it to your cave abode. Alright, I'll leave Tu Ling'er in your care. No problem. Han Ju cupped his fists in the air and bowed before leaving. Late at night, Han Ju patiently waited for the arrival of the black and white deities. Speaking of which, he had never seen a ghost servant before. There were very few ghosts in the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. After all, it was a righteous sect with Providence protecting it. After a disciple died, their soul would be directly reincarnated and sucked into the netherworld. They wouldn't be reduced to wandering ghosts. At midnight, a cold wind blew into the Conate cave abode. 2 ghosts passed through the stone door, one black and one white. They looked like the black and white deities of the legends. They wore long ghost robes and had sinister faces. Their tongues fell outside their mouths and reached their chests. They were quite terrifying. The 2 ghosts looked identical. The only difference was that they were black and white. W.O. Hanged ghosts. Han Ju couldn't help but retort internally. Dao comprehension sword was still cultivating. She clearly could not sense the arrival of the black and white deities. The black deity came in front of Han Ju and said respectfully, Meng Po asked the 2 of us to bring this treasure to you. He waved his right hand, and a flower appeared on the table. The leaves of the resurrection lily were red in color. The petals were narrow and thin as if thousands of red lines had burst out. It was strange and beautiful. Han Ju immediately used the simulation trial test. Black and white deities. 5th level of the loose immortal realm, netherworld ghost servants only at the 5th level of the loose immortal realm. Han Ju thought that the black and white deities were very strong. He asked curiously, are you 2 the only black and white deities in the underworld? The white deity smiled. No, the 2 of us are only responsible for the otherworldly ghost affairs in this mortal world. The black and white deities of a mortal world. Farewell. The black deity cupped his hands and left with the white deity. Before they reached the stone door, they vanished into thin air. Han Ju stood up and picked up the resurrection lily. Dao comprehension sword asked curiously, who were you talking to just now? Hearing this, Han Ju casually replied, 2 ghost servants. Ghost servants? Dao comprehension sword felt her blood run cold. Why didn't she see them? Han Ju carefully sized up the resurrection lily. He could feel that this flower contained a huge amount of spirit chi and the chi of reincarnation. As expected of a flower from the netherworld, Han Ju couldn't judge the value of the resurrection lily. He planted it in the corner of the cave abode. Take care of this flower in the future, Han Ju instructed Dao comprehension sword. Dao comprehension sword hurriedly nodded and stared at him planting the lily in the corner. Han Ju returned to the bed and started cultivating. The reincarnation loose immortal realm was not divided into 9 minor realms. It was divided into the early, middle, late, and perfect stages. Since it was divided into 4 levels, Han Ju would definitely take longer to break through each minor realm. The more this was the case, the more Han Ju had to spend his energy on cultivation. He couldn't slack off. Above the layers of clouds, a black crack appeared in the blue sky. Lightning flowed out like a snake. A figure slowly stepped out from the black crack. It was Taoist Julian. He opened his arms and breathed in the spirit chi of the mortal world. He sighed. The mortal world is still the best. Another figure stepped out from the black crack behind him. It was a woman in black. The woman had a cold expression and her beautiful hair was tied into a bun. Her posture was dignified, but there was a sinister look in her eyes. I won't interfere in matters of the mortal world unless I encounter an existence that has surpassed the mortal world, the black-robed woman said. Taoist Julian hurriedly turned to look at her. He bowed and said, "Thank you for following me, senior." The woman in black grunted coldly. "I wonder what relationship you have with him. Since he personally asked, I came to help you. Go on, I'll stroll around the mortal world." Taoist Julian smiled apologetically and nodded. The woman in black vanished. Taoist Julian heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. "Heavenly immortal manner and the guy who killed my pet, don't even think about escaping." 10 years passed after planting the resurrection lily. Han Ju, who was cultivating, opened his eyes and frowned slightly. For some reason, he had been feeling uneasy recently. This feeling was becoming stronger. The last time was when a true devil attacked. Is the devil race up to something again? Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the vermilion bird to vent. He cursed as he checked his interpersonal relationships. After so many years, his friends had all improved. The slowest were the original elders of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect, including Li Qingzi. His potential was too mediocre. The current Jade Pure Sacred Sect was already considered a holy land. The disciples they recruited were not only from the Great Yan but also from the surrounding states. Their aptitudes far exceeded the previous disciples. As the Jade Pure Sacred Sect became stronger, the elders also constantly changed. Most of the people had left by themselves as they could not withstand the pressure. When the average cultivation level of the core disciples reached the nascent soul realm, the nascent soul realm elders were indeed very embarrassed. "No, I can't increase my cultivation level for the time being. I have to strengthen my mystical power. After all, the heavenly court can come at any time." Han Ju thought silently. 6 days later, he began to comprehend the 3 pure world cleansing. A month later, he continued to study the somersault cloud. He couldn't only think of insta-kill, but also develop in all directions. A year later, Han Ju comprehended his mystical powers and soared intent to their limits. He heaved a sigh of relief as the uneasiness in his heart finally dissipated. I knew it. Safety still depended on one's own strength. Chapter 157 Mysterious Curse, Attack of a Powerful Enemy. After a year of comprehension, Han Ju felt his strength increase greatly. He began the simulation trial. Against the black and white deities. 1 against 2. The black and white deities were both at the 5th level of the loose immortal realm. At the beginning of the battle, Han Ju directly used 3 pure world cleansing. Millions of sword shadows erupted, attacking the black and white deities until they had nowhere to hide. He killed them instantly. Han Ju was the sword immortal of reincarnation. He could directly kill the existing beings of the 2 realms. Not bad. It was fine as long as he could kill them instantly. He wondered if he could instantly kill Taoist Julian, who was at the 8th level of the loose immortal realm. Thinking of him, Han Ju suddenly felt that he had gotten too complacent. Perhaps the uneasiness did not come from the heavenly court, but Taoist Julian. It was very likely. Han Ju immediately took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing him. 6 days after the curse, he was still worried. Should he sacrifice some of his lifespan and curse Taoist Julian to death? He had 1,000,000 years of life, anyway. Han Ju was very tempted by this thought. No, after the first attempt, there would be a second time and countless times ahead. This was just like the in-game transactions of the modern world. This was a trap, a huge trap. Han Ju shook his head and laughed. Then, he started to check his emails. He wondered how the cultivation world was in the past years. Your good friend Mo Fucho encountered a fortuitous encounter. With the blessing of a divine beast, his providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Ji Shanshan was attacked by your enemy, Taoist Julian. He is severely injured. Your good friend Ji Lingchen was attacked by your enemy, Taoist Julian. He died. Your good friend Huang Jihao was attacked by a fiendish cultivator X76544. Your grand disciple Fang Liang dreamed of the heavenly Tao during his cultivation. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your Tao companion Zan Qingjun was attacked by demons X10223. Taoist Julian, this guy actually descended into the mortal world. Han Ju was shocked. Ji Shanshan was severely injured and Ji Lingchen was directly killed. Could it be that the heavenly immortal manor had been destroyed by Taoist Julian? No, he had to curse this fellow to death. Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune again and continued cursing Taoist Julian. Although he could insta-kill the black and white deities, it did not mean that he could insta-kill Taoist Julian. He might not even win. After all, there was a difference of 3 minor realms between the black and white deities and Taoist Julian. Far away, the mountains were continuous, and the sky was so beautiful. On a huge peak tens of thousands of feet high, palaces were destroyed one after another. Smoke curled up. Taoist Julian sat in a broken hall. His face was pale as if he was severely injured. In the corner of the hall, the upper echelons of the heavenly immortal manor were trapped in a circle of light, including Ji Shanshan. What happened to him? Injured. Who injured him? It might be chi deviation. He's a fiendish cultivator, to begin with. He might be harboring demons in his heart and is fighting against them. Sigh, what does he want to do with us? Why didn't he kill us? Ji Shanshan's expression darkened. He didn't participate in the discussion. He stared at Taoist Julian, wishing he could tear him into pieces. Facing Taoist Julian, he had been utterly defeated. It was even worse than facing Han Ju. The latter had at least held back, but Taoist Julian did not. Not only had Taoist Julian defeated him, but he had also trampled on his dignity. Ji Shanshan was waiting for an opportunity. He didn't know why Taoist Julian did not kill them all, but he knew that this was an opportunity. At this moment, boom, Taoist Julian spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering all over the ground. His aura weakened. He clutched his chest and opened his eyes. With a sinister expression, he muttered, "Damn it! Who is it?" He panicked. He was cursed again, and this time, the curse was stronger than before. His dharmic powers quickly melted and his lifespan decreased. At this rate, he might die. Taoist Julian hurriedly cast a spell and called out to the woman in black. Before long, a black vortex appeared in front of him. The woman in black stepped out. "What's the matter? Why are you so panicked?" the black-dressed woman asked impatiently. Her gaze landed on Taoist Julian as her expression changed slightly. Taoist Julian began to bleed from his 7 apertures. He was extremely miserable. He gritted his teeth and said, "The curse I mentioned before has begun again. It's stronger than before." The woman in black raised her right hand and pinched her fingers to deduce. However, she couldn't figure out where the curse came from. She had no choice but to stand behind Taoist Julian. She placed her palms on his back and used her spirit energy to heal him. In less than 5 breaths of time, the black-dressed woman also began to bleed from her 7 apertures. She had no choice but to stop. "No, this curse is too strong," the woman in black said in a low voice. Taoist Julian was in despair. He hurriedly shouted, "Can you ask a senior for help? Hurry up, I can't hold on anymore." The woman in black hesitated for a moment before taking out a token and probing with her divine sense. The people from the heavenly immortal manor were stunned. Curse. Was someone cursing Taoist Julian? They were overjoyed. Taoist Julian was a mighty cultivator who had ascended. To be able to curse him until he was severely injured, it had to be an immortal god. The black-robed woman stared at Taoist Julian and said, "You have to find a place with the greatest providence to suppress the curse. Otherwise, you won't live until help arrives." Taoist Julian nodded. The two of them immediately stood up and disappeared. As for the people from the heavenly immortal manor, in Taoist Julian's opinion, they couldn't escape at all. The mortal world was the biggest prison. Under your curse, your enemy Taoist Julian's lifespan decreased by 500,000 years and he was severely injured. Seeing this email, Han Ju immediately stopped. He wiped the blood from his face and nodded in satisfaction. He had lost nearly 100 years of his lifespan from this curse. Although it was nothing compared to his 1 million years of lifespan, he still felt heartache. Only this time, there will be no next time. Han Ju thought silently and started to heal. Several days later, his injuries recovered and he continued cultivating. His injuries were not considered serious, but Taoist Julian wouldn't recover for decades. A few decades was enough for Han Ju to break through to the mid-stage of the reincarnation loose immortal realm. The immortal chi emitted by the fusang tree was even more abundant than its spirit chi. Han Ju could feel his dharmic powers increasing every day. Good times did not last. A month later, Taoist Julian and the black-robed woman arrived. They stood on the clouds and looked at the distant cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. They were surprised. This mountain actually contains immortal chi. How can this be? Taoist Julian was shocked. Before he ascended, he had traveled the world and had never seen such a precious mountain. The black-dressed woman's gaze landed on the peak of the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. She saw the fusang tree. The 2 fire ravens on the fusang tree seemed to be. Her eyes widened in shock. Impossible. 2 young golden crows. Could this mountain be the territory of the Golden Crow divine clan? She took a deep breath and carefully advanced with Taoist Julian. Currently, only this place could help him suppress the curse. Arriving in front of the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain, the black-robed woman did not dare to forcefully break the formation. Instead, she cupped her fists and bowed. "We apologize for coming uninvited. May I know senior's name?" Murong Chi, Fang Liang, Xuan Chang'an, and the others under the fusang tree opened their eyes. They were stunned to find that they could not see through their cultivation levels. The two little golden crows spread their wings as if they were facing a great enemy. Chapter 158 Battle of the Loose Immortals. Taoist Julian, 8th level of the Loose Immortal Realm, rogue cultivator of the immortal world. Yang Yanjin, 9th level of the Loose Immortal Realm, disciple of the Dragon Immortal Island in the immortal world. Seeing the two lines of words in front of him, Hanju was silent. He was panicking internally. He didn't answer the black-robed woman named Yang Yanjin. Instead, he began to use the simulation trial. Facing Taoist Julian, the guy was insta-killed. Facing Yang Yanjin, he couldn't kill her instantly. This woman actually had a mysterious Dharma treasure that could block Hanju's attack. Fortunately, a few seconds later, he still killed her with his powerful strength. Hanju tried to fight against two at once. 10 breaths later, he opened his eyes. No way, he couldn't kill them instantly. With their abilities, it was very likely that they would harm the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. What should he do? Hanju frowned. Tao Comprehension Sword asked, Master, why are you frowning? Are there enemies outside? Hanju said softly, stay in the cave abode and don't go anywhere. Hanju got up and walked out of the cave abode. The other party was already here. He couldn't hide even if he wanted to. Before the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain, Taoist Julian and Yang Yanjin were still waiting. Is it really the Golden Crow Divine Clan? Taoist Julian asked in shock. Yang Yanjin nodded and said, they're indeed Golden Crows, but they're only at the Mahayana realm. Their potential is average in the Golden Crow Divine Clan, but to be able to take in a Golden Crow with ordinary potential, this person is definitely not immortal. We should face him cautiously. Taoist Julian nodded, his eyes filled with hope. What's the matter, fellow Taoists? Hanju's voice floated out. Taoist Julian found the voice familiar. He narrowed his eyes and saw Hanju walking out of the cave abode. It was him. Taoist Julian's face instantly turned sinister. The memories of Great Sage Green Python before his death were transmitted to him through a special mystical power. This was also the reason why he hated Hanju. In an instant, Taoist Julian thought of many possibilities. The person who cursed him was probably Hanju. Taoist Julian immediately sent a voice transmission to Yang Yanjin and recounted the hatred of his demon pet. Hearing this, Yang Yanjin was not moved. She smiled at Hanju and said, can you let the two of us stay on the mountain for a while? My fellow Taoist is severely injured and needs to find a place to recuperate. She couldn't see through Hanju's cultivation and guessed that he was also from the upper world. In addition, this person was really handsome. Taoist Julian tried his best to control his emotions and did not interrupt. This kid doesn't know of my existence. I can find an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Taoist Julian thought silently. Hanju's voice floated over. This isn't good. There isn't enough space on the mountain. It can't accommodate you two. Yang Yanjin has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 4 stars. 4 stars already. Hanju cursed silently. This woman looked very polite, but he didn't expect her to be so petty. Yang Yanjin sighed and said, fellow Taoist, how can you be so heartless? You're leaving us in the lurch. We're only staying for a while and won't disturb you. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Taoist 9 cauldrons and a group of elders rushed over. The other party wanted to stay in the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain as soon as they arrived. They were clearly not ordinary people. Fellow Taoists, which sect are you from? Taoist 9 cauldrons cupped his fists and asked with a smile. He was very smart and did not go up. He kept his distance from Yang Yanjin and Taoist Julian. Yang Yanjin glanced at him and then looked at Hanju again. Fellow Taoist, you really can't accept us. Although she couldn't see through Hanju's cultivation, she didn't feel any danger from him. Hanju's attitude was not firm, either. It seemed that he didn't have a powerful background. Yang Yanjin had also asked around before descending into the mortal world. There was no famous deity lurking in this mortal world. With that thought, Yang Yanjin raised her right hand and a flying dagger appeared in her hand. Hanju narrowed his eyes and asked, are you threatening me? He immediately flashed out of the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain and arrived outside the mountain protecting array formation. Yang Yanjin narrowed her eyes and smiled. We have no choice. We have to stay on your mountain for a period of time. I hope that fellow Taoist won't go too. Before she could finish speaking, Hanju suddenly waved his sleeve. The primordial judgment sword had already appeared in his hand. In an instant, countless sword shadows shot out along the edge of the sword, turning into a black torrent that swept towards her. Yang Yanjin's expression changed drastically. She didn't expect Hanju to be so decisive. Almost instantly, Yang Yanjin threw the flying dagger. The flying dagger transformed into a 1,000-foot-long saber in front of her, blocking Han Ju's sword shadows. Boom! In the battle of the loose immortals, the pressure shook the world. Even the sky was torn apart as bolts of heavenly lightning appeared. Taoist 9 cauldrons and the elders retreated in fear. Under the fusang tree, everyone watched nervously. What a terrifying aura! What realm are they at? Cold sweat broke out on Marongchi's forehead. He thought that he was already considered an expert, but facing the pressure of Han Ju and Yang Yanjin, he realized how tiny he was. The others were also shocked. Tu Linor looked at Han Ju with glowing eyes. Taoist Julian was shocked. He didn't expect Han Ju to be so powerful. At this moment, Han Ju suddenly raised his left hand and pointed his index finger at Taoist Julian. Heaven Earth Mystic Yellow World Piercing Sword Finger. Swish! Sword chi shot out, sweeping through the sky. Yang Yanjin widened her beautiful eyes and shouted, "How dare you!" Han Ju fought with her and still dared to attack Taoist Julian. Was he not afraid of offending them? The heavily injured Taoist Julian did not even have time to react before he was killed by the sword chi. He died, his soul dissipated. Han Ju approached Yang Yanjin. He sheathed his sword with his right hand and pointed it at the sky. Sword intent soared into the sky, and a sea of sword chi quickly appeared in the blue sky. It was magnificent and stretched for a few hundred kilometers. "You're dead meat." Yang Yanjin was furious. Her mission was to protect Taoist Julian, but she didn't expect him to die in front of her. How could she answer to her senior now? She had to kill this person. She would also occupy the precious mountain. Yang Yanjin cast a spell with both hands, and the huge flying dagger shot towards Han Ju. She wanted to interrupt him from using his mystical power. Unexpectedly, Han Ju ignored her flying dagger and continued to use the 3 pure world cleansing. Countless sword shadows condensed from the sea of sword chi. There were millions of them. They soared into the sky and shook the world. All the cultivators of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect looked up, dumbfounded. From their vision, the entire sky was filled with sword shadows. This was the first time they had encountered such a scene in their lives. Boom! The huge flying dagger collided with Han Ju. A strong light burst out from his body and forcefully blocked the flying dagger. Grand Unity Supreme Treasure. Yang Yanjin cried out involuntarily. How could this fellow have a Grand Unity Supreme Treasure? Han Ju replied by attacking. Millions of sword shadows swooped down like the sky was collapsing. All the cultivators of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect felt a strong wind descend from the sky, pressing them to the ground. The mountains shook and the ground cracked. Yang Yanjin quickly cast a spell. Her dharmic powers shone around her like a huge ball of light. Boom, boom, boom. Countless sword shadows descended madly, causing the huge ball of light to tremble violently. Yang Yanjin's body also trembled. He's not a loose immortal. Yang Yanjin thought in horror. Oh no, she couldn't block it. Chapter 159 8th Grade Heavenly General, Taoist Dan Qing. Han Ju stared at Yang Yanjin. Seeing that she didn't escape, he was overjoyed. Since you're so bold, don't even think about leaving. Han Ju waved his sword again. The sea of sword chi in the sky condensed countless sword shadows again and attacked Yang Yanjin with the momentum of a collapsing sky. It was unstoppable. Yang Yanjin was shocked and immediately moved. However, at that moment, as soon as her dharmic powers dissipated, she was injured by Han Ju's sword chi. She moved dozens of kilometers away, and just as she appeared, she was so angry that a mouthful of blood rushed up to her throat. Boom! Yang Yanjin raised her hand and waved, causing the flying dagger to tear through the air and land in her hand again. Damn it! If not for the heavenly rules, how could I be in such a sorry state? Yang Yanjin cursed angrily. She threw the flying dagger above her head and quickly cast a spell with both hands. Boom! The world trembled as the spirit chi of the land gathered towards her flying dagger, forming a visible airwave. It was a spectacular sight. She had no intention of escaping. She still wanted to fight. Han Ju completely infuriated her. Swish! A piercing sound came. It was the Heaven Earth Mystic Yellow World Piercing Sword Finger. Yang Yanjin was already mentally prepared and immediately dodged. Just as she turned around, Han Ju appeared behind her. He used the somersault cloud as a foundation last year to create a grand unity movement technique. He could jump behind the enemy with just one follow-up move. It was extremely precise. Yang Yanjin saw him from the corner of her eye and her pupils widened. Impossible! A black sword chi suddenly erupted and soared into the sky. It was like a brush waving towards the sky, hanging high above the ground. Yang Yanjin's body was directly destroyed by Han Ju's sword chi, leaving only her essence soul in front of him. I'm a disciple of the Dragon Immortal Island. My senior brother is a heavenly general of the heavenly court. Yang Yanjin exclaimed. Just as she finished speaking, she immediately turned around and her essence soul flew away. Han Ju waved his sword, and a million sword shadows came from all directions, directly killing her. She was finally dead. Was the heavenly general very impressive? I'm a descendant of an immortal emperor. Han Ju secretly felt disdain. With things developing to this point, even if he let Yang Yanjin go, it was impossible to end this bad karma. Han Ju raised his left hand and sucked in a storage ring and a flying dagger into his palm. He flew towards the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. Along the way, he did not find Taoist Julian's storage ring. It was probably destroyed by the heaven-earth mystic yellow world-piercing sword finger. After returning to the Fuzang tree, everyone immediately surrounded him. Even Xing Hongxuan, Fairy Shizan, Chang Yue, and Li Qingzi were there. Master, how's the situation? Who are those two? Grand Master is too powerful, need you ask? They're definitely dead. Who in the world can survive against our master? Everyone was very excited. In the past, Han Ju almost always killed his enemies instantly. It was rare for him to fight in such a manner. They couldn't forget the sword shadows that filled the sky and the pressure that made their souls tremble. The three-headed Worm King was the most shocked. He, who was at the 6th level of the Mahayana realm, was also forced to kneel on the ground. What did that mean? This meant that Han Ju and Yang Yanjin had definitely surpassed the Mahayana realm and were at the immortal realm. Han Ju smiled and said, "It's fine. You can continue cultivating." With that said, he returned to the Conate cave abode. There was no need to tell others about some things. It would only cause panic. When Taoist Nine Cauldrons saw that the battle had ended, he hurriedly got the elders to comfort the disciples. Today's battle caused the deity-slaying elders' name to shake the sect again. After so many years, many disciples had almost forgotten about the deity-slaying elder. The most excited were the new disciples. They didn't expect the deity-slaying elder to be so terrifying. Inside the Conate cave abode, as Han Ju started to check Yang Yanjin's storage ring, Dao Comprehension Sword came over curiously. Yang Yanjin was indeed from the upper world. She was really rich. She had Dharma treasures, spell scrolls, divine power scrolls, and so on. She had everything she needed and many pills that could help loose immortals cultivate. He had made a killing. Yang San has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points. 6 stars. Taoist Dan Qing has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points. 3 stars. 2 lines of words appeared in front of Han Ju. He wasn't surprised. To sum it up, there were only 2 words. A loop. After killing the young, the old would come. Was this the cycle of life? Everyone was interconnected in some way. If someone killed Han Ju's disciples, he would definitely take revenge. Moreover, the people of the upper world definitely have a mystical power that could deduce who had killed the person they cared about. Only the 2 of them had developed hatred towards Han Ju. He felt that it was too small of a number. It seemed that Yang Yanjin was not good with interpersonal relationships. Han Ju pulled out his interpersonal relationships and started to check their information. Yang San, late-stage Grand Unity Earth Immortal, 8th grade Heavenly General of the Heavenly Court. Because you killed his beloved junior sister Yang Yanjin and his subordinate, Taoist Julian, who was supposed to be nurtured, he has developed hatred towards you. He won't rest until you're dead. Current hatred points. 6 stars. Taoist Dan Qing, mid-stage Grand Unity True Immortal, one of the 7 Taoists of the Dragon Immortal Island. He has developed hatred towards you because you killed his beloved disciple, Yang Yanjin. If you meet, he will definitely kill you. Current hatred points. 3 stars. Late-stage Grand Unity Earth Immortal Realm. Mid-stage Grand Unity True Immortal Realm. Great. They were all very strong. Han Ju forced a smile and panicked internally. However, he noticed that Taoist Dan Qing's message said that if they met, that meant that he would not descend into the mortal world. There was also Yang San. As a heavenly general of Heavenly Court, when it was time to clean up the devils, this fellow would definitely lead the team personally. No, he had to be cursed. Han Ju didn't curse immediately. He would curse again after some time to avoid being discovered. Once Yang San and Taoist Dan Qing discovered that Han Ju was cursing them, they would definitely get rid of him as soon as possible. In a bright hall, the stone pillars and decorations shook. A handsome man sat at the head of the table. He wore a loose Taoist robe. At this moment, his face was filled with anger, and the killing intent in his eyes was almost tangible. Junior sister. Yang San gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. His eyes were bloodshot, and his eyeballs were about to turn into blood beads. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let junior sister go if I had waited longer. When the heavenly court took away the heavenly rules, how would her cultivation level at the early stage grand unity earth immortal realm be restricted to the loose immortal realm, and how would she die? Yong-san muttered in pain. How could he have expected loose immortals to be hidden in the mortal world? It was all Taoist Julian's fault. This fellow kept urging him to descend into the mortal world, but he ended up dragging his junior sister down with him. Whoever he is, that fellow is so ruthless. He even killed a woman without a second thought. His junior sister had already announced her identity in the end, but he actually did not give them face. Yong-san hated Hanju so much that he wanted to cut him into pieces. When he caught Hanju, he would let him taste the most painful punishment. No, I have to report this to an immortal official. Yong-san immediately stood up and turned into a gust of wind, rushing out of the hall. After killing Yang Yanjin and Taoist Julian, Hanju removed Yang Yanjin's flying dagger and gave it to Su Qi. Su Qi happened to lack a powerful Dharma treasure. Hanju took out Yang Yanjin's pills and continued cultivating. He wanted to break through to the mid-stage of the reincarnation loose immortal realm as soon as possible. With his strength, it was very difficult for him to defeat a late-stage grand unity earth immortal. A year later, Hanju took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing Yong-san. From now on, the Vermilion Bird's curse could be delayed. Yong-san was his top target. Just as he started cursing, a line of words suddenly appeared in front of him. Kai Yongxian has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 4 stars. Chapter 160 Mid-stage of the reincarnation loose immortal realm, little junior sister. Kai Yongxian, who? Hanju was stunned and immediately checked his profile picture. At a glance, Kai Yongxian looked like immortal. He had a head of crimson hair and he was not handsome, but neither was he ugly. His pupils were green, and it was difficult to tell what race he was. Kai Yongxian, early stage grand unity heaven immortal, 6th grade immortal official of the heavenly court. He controls the heavenly Tao in the mortal world. Because Yong-san reported you killing Yang Yanjin to the heavenly emperor of the heavenly court, he is extremely dissatisfied with Yong-san. At the same time, he has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 3 stars. Early stage grand unity heaven immortal. That was a bit too high. Hanju was secretly surprised. Cultivation realms were divided into loose immortal, grand unity earth immortal, grand unity heaven immortal, grand unity true immortal, grand unity mystic immortal, and grand unity golden immortal. In other words, Kai Yongxian was stronger than Yong-san. He controlled the heavenly Tao of the mortal world. Could he be the heavenly deity of the mortal world that Hanju was in? If that was the case, Hanju could understand. Yong-san was basically messing with Kai Yongxian's territory. How could he tolerate that? However, this was only Hanju's guess. If the heavenly court really wanted to clean up this mortal world, would a 6th grade immortal official like Kai Yongxian dare to refute? Hanju stopped thinking and continued cursing Yong-san. 6 days later, he ended the curse and started cultivating. No matter what, he had to hurry up and become stronger. 3 years later, detected that you are 800 years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices: smiley face. 1. Immediately ascend and become an immortal god. You can obtain a supreme treasure. 2. Don't ascend for the time being. Cultivate in the mortal world and you can obtain a mystical power inheritance. Hanju looked at the 3 lines of words in despair and did not immediately make a choice. Unknowingly, he was already 800 years old. He couldn't help but feel melancholic. Life really passed quickly. Hanju silently chose the second option. You choose not to ascend for the time being and obtain a mystical power inheritance. Congratulations on obtaining mystical power, 3 heads 6 arms. Veer, 3 heads 6 arms. Manifest a Dharma body with 3 heads and 6 arms. You can use 6 Dharma treasures at the same time. Your physical strength will increase greatly. Hanju immediately started to inherit the 3 heads 6 arms mystical power. Several days later, he completely grasped the mystical power. When he transformed into 3 heads 6 arms, Tao Comprehension Sword was shocked. Upon learning that this was a mystical power, Tao Comprehension Sword indicated that she also wanted to learn it. Hanju sized her up and said, "You're so good looking. Learning it will affect your image." Tao Comprehension Sword was rejected. It was not sad, but rather happy. "I'm good looking." The next second, she thought of another question. Her image was that of the previous immortal god owner. Did Hanju like her or the previous owner? With this in mind, Tao Comprehension Sword felt depressed again. Hanju didn't care about her change in expression and continued cultivating. As Tao Comprehension Sword matured, She also gained human emotions. It was normal for her emotions to change. As the saying went, a woman's heart was as deep as the ocean. Hanju checked his interpersonal relationships as he cultivated. He was already 800 years old. Fairy Shizan was definitely more than 1,000 years old. He didn't know when her lifespan limit would come. Currently, Fairy Shizan had already broken through to the 5th level of the soul formation realm. Her progress was not bad, thanks to the spirit chi of the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain and the opportunities she had encountered. Xing Hongshuan and Chang Yuei were still at the nascent soul realm, but they were already close to the soul formation realm. Mo Zhu was already at the soul formation realm. The Mo family was quite something. Li Qingzi was stuck at the 2nd level of the soul formation realm and could not make any progress. His potential was a real problem. Su Qi had already stepped into the void amalgamation realm. The black hell chicken was also at the void amalgamation realm, still far from the body integration realm. Yang Tiandong, Xuan Chang'an, and the chaotic heavenly dog were still at the soul formation realm and were already close to the void amalgamation realm. Fang Liang and Marong Qi had entered the void amalgamation realm one after another. The talent of the 3rd generation disciples was terrifying. Ever since Tu Ling came to the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain, she had not broken through to the body integration realm, but she was close. The 2 little golden crows reached the 8th level of the Mahayana realm. The 3-headed worm king did not make any progress in his cultivation. Hanju looked at his emails again. Peace had returned to the cultivation world. Ji Shanshan, Huang Jihao, Zhou Fan, and Mo Fucho had always been in the top 3 on the list of people attacked. The devils seemed to have stopped. But this made sense. If Hanju was the devil ancestor, he probably would have given up. 10 years later, Hanju finally broke through to the mid-stage of the reincarnation loose immortal realm. From the early stage to the mid-stage, he spent a total of 31 years. To a loose immortal, this speed was definitely considered fast, but Hanju still felt that it was a little slow. The immortal chi of the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain was already very dense. In addition, no one was fighting with him for the immortal chi. He enjoyed it alone. Apart from the fusang tree, the earth immortal gourd vine also began to produce immortal chi. With the addition of the resurrection lily, as time passed, the immortal chi of the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain would continue to increase. After all, the fusang tree, the earth immortal gourd vine, and the resurrection lily had yet to reach maturity. When Dao comprehension sword and Xuan Chang'an broke through to the loose immortal realm, it might also help increase the immortal chi of the cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. Reese. After breaking through, the first thing Hanju did was use the simulation trial. 1 against 2, Hanju instantly killed Taoist Julian and Yang Yanjin. He was immediately satisfied. He checked on his friends. No one was dead, and Xing Hongshuan and the others were not in danger. He continued cultivating. Several months later, Tu Ling came to visit. In the past 10 years, she had gone out to transcend the tribulation and successfully broke through to the body integration realm. Hanju hesitated for a moment but still let her in. Although he didn't like Tu Ling's attitude towards the heavenly immortal manner, there was someone behind her, so he couldn't show too much rejection. After all, Meng Po had given him a reward already. Tu Ling came in front of him and bowed. Senior, I've already broken through to the body integration realm. I obtained an opportunity on the way back and specially came to offer it to you. She took out a palm-sized scale. Hanju glanced at it and asked, what's this? He no longer cared about treasures in the mortal world. I'm not sure, either. It's precisely because I'm not sure that I feel that it might be very valuable. I still need your help. Tu Ling's placed herself at a very low status. Hanju took the scale and probed it with his divine sense. He looked surprised. There was a dragon soul hidden in the scale. Furthermore, it was not a mortal soul. It emitted dharmic powers. In other words, it was at least a loose immortal. However, this dragon soul was very weak and was nothing to Hanju. Hanju took it for the time being and looked at Tu Ling. You've done well. Senior, as long as you like it. Tu Ling said happily. Hanju hesitated and said, from now on, you're my 4th disciple. First disciple Yang Tiandong, second disciple Su Qi, and third disciple Xuan Chang'an. Tu Ling said, I can choose not to be your disciple and be a maid. I can also be like the 3-headed worm king and guard this mountain. Hanju frowned. This woman was after his body. Tu Ling's favorability towards him had already reached 5 stars. As long as he asked, she would offer herself to him. However, Hanju didn't want to have a complicated relationship with her. After all, this woman was the reincarnation of a grand magus. With the past of the Magus race and the current situation, there would definitely be endless trouble in the future. I've made up my mind. You can leave. Hanju waved his hand. Tu Ling'er could only leave unwillingly. After leaving the cave abode, her eyes turned firm. I won't give up. At this point, Yang Tiandong and the other two had a new junior sister, one who was stronger than them combined.